Chapter 343. As the 6 martial monarchs moved in the formation, they immediately felt a huge pressure. Even though they had killed countless people in their lives, they still felt fear in their hearts. Furthermore, the formation of these 100 divine saber camp disciples seemed to follow some sort of natural law, suppressing the strength of the 6 martial monarchs. The 6 martial monarchs charged around in the formation. Their horrifying strength was unstoppable. However, they strangely discovered that even though they were moving forward, they were moving in circles. They were unable to break through the encirclement of these 100 martial monarchs. Long Tu took a glance and ignored the situation. With the strength of the 6 of them, it was only a matter of time before they broke through this formation. The true threat came from the 7 people before them, especially the 2 inferior grade martial monarchs. They were the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander, Xi Mining and Zhuo Yan. Jiang Qi and the others had already retreated far away. With their strength as half-step martial monarchs, they could barely participate in this battle. However, the Divine Saber Camp was very particular about cooperation. What they learned was completely different from what they learned. They could not participate in the battle at all. They could only watch from the sidelines just in case. Kill. The 7 of them attacked at the same time. The bloodsucker sabers in their hands released a scarlet light. Boundless scarlet clouds started churning in the sky. A sinister wind blew, and a baleful aura pressed down. Long Tu flipped his palm and a purple spear appeared in his hand. He swung it gently and ripples appeared in the air. An azure flood dragon coiled around the spear. The flood dragon opened its mouth and roared ferociously. It swung the spear 4 times in the air and blocked all the attacks of the 7. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! The weapons clashed and a horrifying energy spread out. Black cracks appeared in space. The few of them casually waved their hands and tore space apart. The black cracks extended for several kilometers before stopping. Everywhere the cracks passed, mountains were chopped in half. From the sky, it looked like a biscuit that was bitten off by a dog. The few of them fought in the air faster and faster. Xiao Qin's eyes could not keep up with their speed. He could only hear deafening roars. Bang! On the battlefield, a streak of blood-red light was sent flying backward. A fist-sized hole appeared on the forehead of a Divine Saber Camp cultivator. He had been stabbed to death by Long Tu's spear. A moment later, cracks spread from his wounds, and his body was quickly torn into pieces. Haha! Again! The Divine Saber Camp is only a. Long Tu raised his head to the sky and laughed heartily. As his voice rang out, another spear swept out. The purple spear seemed to have come to life. It turned into a blue dragon and swept out wildly. A Divine Saber Camp disciple sent out a scarlet light that connected heaven and earth, trying to block this horrifying attack. Before the azure flood dragon even got close, it let out a furious roar that contained boundless holy might, shaking this person to the point where he felt dizzy and his legs went weak. Bang! In the next moment, the green flood dragon turned back into a hard purple spear. A dot of purple light appeared on the tip of the spear. Long Tu tilted his body slightly and pushed his hand forward, shattering the blood-colored light with lightning speed. This person quickly turned around and retreated. His speed was comparable to that of scarlet lightning. Long Tu snorted coldly and swung his spear forward. His right hand grasped the tip of the spear. The range of the attack immediately increased significantly. With a horizontal swing, the spear struck this person's chest. This person vomited a mouthful of blood and flew back. He did not have time to control his direction and crashed into the spreading spatial cracks. This person could not resist at all and was cut into pieces by the spatial cracks. At the same time, the sharp attacks of the other 5 people filled the sky with scarlet light. The horrifying killing moves containing the state of massacre flew at Long Tu. Soaring dragon! Long Tu pulled back his spear and shouted. Suddenly, 9 azure flood dragons flew out of his body. As the 9 dragons soared, a supreme will of wind was contained in the azure flood dragons. Bang! 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 The flood dragon roared furiously, and the will of wind sprayed out, stirring up a gale and blowing away the torrential state of massacre. No matter how strong the state of massacre was, it was just a state in the end. It was not a match for a higher-leveled state unless the people of the Divine Saber Camp comprehended the state of massacre. As the 9 dragons soared, The berserk energy contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. It forced everyone back. This was especially so since the state was broken. The might of the killing move was greatly reduced. There was no rebound at all. Long Tu laughed maniacally and the 9 dragons returned to his body. His figure flashed and he arrived before a divine saber camp cultivator. He thrust his spear forward and a black hole appeared in the air. The power of this spear was very berserk. It directly pierced through space. The supreme will of wind started to spread out from the tip of the spear. A fist-sized black hole immediately spread out. Long Tu's figure flashed and he entered the spatial crack. In the next moment, a crack appeared in front of the retreating cultivator. A spear carrying an unparalleled force suddenly appeared from the void and pierced towards the cultivator's forehead. This spear came out of nowhere without any warning. There was no way to defend against it. It was a sure-hit attack. Dang! Just as the spear was about to pierce through the cultivator's forehead, a scarlet saber flashed from the side. The saber struck the tip of the spear. However, the will of wind on the tip of the spear prevented it from moving at all. Shimin Ying's chaotic and unfocused eyes suddenly focused. 2 crimson dots appeared in his eyes, making him look extremely strange. The horrifying state of massacre on the saber started to increase rapidly. Finally, it exploded and formed a strand of will of massacre. Boom! The horrifying spear was finally knocked away. That cultivator took advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat. Long Tu grasped the handle of his spear and slowly emerged from the spatial crack. He looked at Shimin and smiled faintly. Not bad. You actually managed to evolve the state of massacre into the will of massacre. However, it is just a strand. Let's see how you are going to block my will of wind. Ha! Long Tu's spear swept out and a purple light burst out from the tip. Strands of purple wind blades appeared and tore cracks in space. Everywhere the wind blades passed, the cracks extended continuously. The pitch-black cracks were like a flower blooming. A horrifying flower filled with the power of death. Shimin had a grave expression. He did not say anything. His scarlet pupils released a strange light. He brandished his saber and knocked back the purple wind blades. Countless wind blades were sent flying, creating long black spatial cracks in the air. Many of the idle martial kings in the air could not dodge in time and were immediately cut in half by the spatial cracks. The power of the spatial cracks was not something an ordinary martial king could deal with. However, the force of the wind blades was too strong. Every time he knocked back a strand, Shimin immediately moved back 100 meters. His complexion also turned increasingly pale. When the Divine Saber Camp's deputy commander Zhuoyan saw that Shimin was in a dangerous situation, he quickly flew over and worked together to knock back the scarlet wind blades. Long Tu laughed loudly and a purple flood dragon appeared on his spear. He charged at the 2 of them quickly before he ignored them. Long Tu shifted his gaze to the other 3 half-step martial monarchs of the Divine Saber Camp. He casually tore and a spatial crack appeared. Then his figure flashed out. Bang! 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 Long Tu executed the shocking spear strike that contained the will of Berserk Wind 3 times in a row. The 3 half-step martial monarchs had condensed their state of massacre to its limits. However, there was a natural difference between states and wills. They could not move the spear at all. Furthermore, Long Tu hid himself in the spatial crack. No matter where he hid, he would always appear beside them. Be it behind, to the left, to the right, or even to the front, he would thrust his spear at them. Bloody holes appeared in the heads of the 3 half-step martial monarchs with this shocking spear strike. They could not be any more dead. At this moment, Shimin and Zhuoyan were still fighting against the soaring green flood dragon. The flood dragon was 100 meters long and its green scales were crisscrossed. Both of its eyes flashed with spiritual light as if it was a real flood dragon. The flood dragon roared ferociously as it wantonly flew in the air. As its dragon claws tore, it left thin cracks in space. Occasionally, it would spit out strands of azure dragon flame. Shimin and Zhuoyan turned into 2 beams of scarlet light. As they dodged the flood dragon's attacks, they left wounds on its body. When the saber technique containing the state of massacre struck the flood dragon, the wounds would not heal. The flood dragon's figure slowly faded. It would not be able to last much longer. After Long Tu dealt with the 3 half-step martial monarchs, He looked around and saw that the azure flood dragon was about to run out of energy. His expression did not change as he swung his spear through the air. A purple light gathered at the tip of the spear, and a long spatial crack appeared. Long Tu turned around and disappeared into the night sky. Shimening and Jueyin, who had dealt with the azure flood dragon, did not have time to catch their breaths. Suddenly a crack appeared above their heads. A purple spear containing a strong will of wind exploded in the air, descending towards the two of them. Dang! Shimening and Jueyin quickly moved to the side. They crossed their scarlet sabers in the air and blocked the spear strike that could split mountains. Long Tu's figure emerged from the spatial crack. He laughed loudly and shouted, "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You think you can block it? Scram!" Long Tu's right hand, which was holding the spear, exerted some force. A purple light spread out from the tip of the spear. Instantly, the flood dragon carved on the spear glowed brightly. The will of wind became even more berserk. Bang! Shimening and Jueyin both vomited a mouthful of blood. The bloodsucker sabers in their hands could not withstand the force. They flew out of their hands and fell to the ground. Scram! With a roar, Long Tu's figure rapidly leaped forward. The space beneath his feet was like flat ground. Every step he took left a purple footprint in the air. Long Tu brandished his spear and struck Shimening, Jueyin, and Jueyan's chest. Their bodies flew backward and crashed into a mountain a kilometer away, destroying half of it. When Xiao Chun saw all this, horror filled his eyes. At the same time, he was filled with doubt. They were all martial monarchs, but why was Long Tu able to beat the other martial monarchs to the point where they could not retaliate? Chapter 344. With a casual move, he could easily tear space apart. When his spear swept out, there was no way to block it. As for those half-step martial monarchs, they were as simple as slaughtering dogs. One spear for one without any hesitation. Will. Suddenly, a light flashed in Xiao Qin's mind. He remembered what Long Tu said. This was because of the will. It was just like how a martial saint who comprehended a state could easily kill a martial saint who had not comprehended a state. To a martial monarch, the state could no longer keep up with the development of their strength. Only a higher level will could bring out the might of a martial monarch. Lu Rui's eyes filled with anxiety. Occasionally, she would look at the summit of Qingyun Peak. The summit was currently very calm. It was very peaceful. First Elder, should we call out those supreme elders? This Long Tu's will of wind has clearly reached great perfection. Shimening and Jueyin are not a match for him. Indeed, if we still do not call out those supreme elders, there will be no chance to turn the situation around. The peak masters of the main peaks said anxiously. Jiang Qi's expression turned grave. He ignored the words of these people. After a while, he shook his head and said, "The Divine Saber Camp still has not used their trump card. The enemies that the Supreme Elder wants to deal with are not these people. Let's wait and see." Boom! Two scarlet lights shot up from the ground. Shimening and Jueyin started fighting again. So, the two of them stretched out their hands and the bloodsucker sabers immediately returned to their hands. The killing chi of the two of them spread out continuously. Their red cloaks fluttered in the air. The blood on their lips had not dried yet, but their faces were extremely pale. Long Tu looked at the two of them and smiled coldly. "You are at the end of the road, yet you are still putting on an act. Die." Xiao Chun swung his spear in the air and disappeared into thin air again, appearing very mysterious. Peerless blood shadow. Shimening and Jueyin shouted and the sabers in their hands moved in an arc. A scarlet crescent moon appeared on the tip of their sabers. Xiao Chen's gaze turned grave as he looked carefully. Back then, Murongchang's peerless lunar shadow was born from this peerless blood shadow. Now that he had executed the original martial technique, its might should not be weak. However, it was hard to say whether it would be able to injure Long Tuesday. Long Tu was in the void, and there was no way to track him. After executing the move, their pale faces turned even paler, without the slightest hint of blood. The two blood-colored crescent moons whistled through the air, but they disappeared in a flash and actually entered the void. Poochie! In the void, there was a violent explosion. A pitch-black hole was torn open and a red light shone out. Bang! The instant the red light shone, the spatial crack rapidly expanded. A red full moon broke through the space and leaped out. In an instant, The scarlet light illuminated the entire Lingyun mountain range. The cultivators with better vision could see an azure figure moving quickly in the black hole in the sky. If they looked carefully, they would discover a trace of blood leaking out of the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock. Peerless blood shadow. Unexpectedly, not only did it stop Long Tu's attack, but it even injured him. The black hole quickly closed. The instant it completely closed, a resplendent purple light appeared out of nowhere in the sky. Long Tu was about to break through space and come out. Ximening and Juoyan's gazes were like lightning. The instant the purple light appeared, they quickly formed hand seals. Strands of perception locked onto each other. Long Tu's figure had just appeared when the scarlet full moon in the sky charged at him with a startling state of massacre. The speed of the full moon reached its peak. Everywhere it passed, space turned blurry and ripples appeared. Bang! Long Tu did not have any chance to dodge. His face filled with shock. The tip of his spear shone brightly as he thrust it forward, wanting to shatter this scarlet moon. However, the energy contained within this full moon was simply too vast. The two of them exhausted their essence and forcefully condensed their states into strands of will, infusing them into the full moon. Such a secret technique that forcefully raised one's state would have severe side effects on the body. However, at this moment they could not care so much. Unexpectedly, Long Tu's successful will of wind could not block this move. His body was instantly covered by the scarlet moon as he crashed heavily into the ground. Rumble! A 1,000-meter-wide pit immediately appeared at the foot of Qingyun Peak. Dust flew into the air and a huge force spread out. The entire Qingyun Peak started to shake violently. It was easy to imagine how terrifying this power was to be able to shake an entire mountain. Ximenying's complexion paled. He could not help but vomit another mouthful of blood. He ignored his injuries and said coldly, "Attack!" Right after he spoke, the 7 scarlet warships in the sky released a scarlet pillar of light that soared into the sky, connecting with the scarlet clouds in the sky. The trump card of the divine saber camp was finally going to be revealed. The endless red clouds began to tumble and surge, becoming brighter and brighter, as if blood was flowing through them. In an instant, a horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the entire Lingyun mountain range. It caused all the cultivators present to tremble. At the same time, the martial kings of the various noble clans in the Shihe province all felt this aura. They all soared into the sky and looked at the boundless scarlet clouds in the direction of the heavenly saber pavilion. Their expressions all changed. What's going on? The divine saber camp's heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation has been executed. What's happening in the heavenly saber pavilion? I have not seen the divine saber camp for hundreds of years. Now they are making a move. What is going on? Many figures gathered in the sky. They could not resist the curiosity in their hearts as they quickly flew towards the heavenly saber pavilion. The great Qin nation's imperial capital, where everyone was preparing to sleep in the middle of the night, suddenly discovered 10 huge golden warships had appeared in the sky at an unknown time. They were flying quickly to the west. A golden flag fluttered on the bow of the warships. There were 9 golden dragons embroidered on the flag, and the word Qin was written in the center. Among the 10 warships there was one that was especially huge. It was 1,000 meters long and 100 meters wide. Golden talisman scripts flickered around the hull of the warship. There was a person standing on the bow of the warship. He was 7 meters tall and looked very energetic. His aura was like a rainbow as he soared into the sky. The light he gave off was so dazzling that it seemed like it lit up the night sky. This was the leader of the Imperial Dragon Legion, the leader of the 10 martial monarchs of the Great Qin Nation, the Nangong clan's clan head, Nangong Lai. The entire Imperial Dragon Legion actually turned out in full force. In a secret room 1,000 meters below the imperial capital's imperial palace, an old man with white hair and beard suddenly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed, as though he could see through the essence of this world. It is actually the people of the boundless sea. Ha. However, is the divine weapon really that easy to obtain? If it were so easy, this old man would have made a move long ago. How foolish. After a while, the golden light scattered and the old man closed his eyes again, ignoring him. Long Tu slowly stood up in a deep pit at the foot of the heavenly saber pavilion's Qingyun Peak. His azure robes were already in tatters. His hair was disheveled, and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. You actually managed to injure me. It looks like you are seeking your own death today. I want the divine weapon. I will kill everyone in the heavenly saber pavilion, not leaving a single person alive. Long Tu looked at the boundless churning scarlet clouds above him and wiped the blood off his lips. Then he laughed maniacally. Long Tu's aura soared continuously. A horrifying might spread out into the surroundings without any concealment. His aura did not stop growing until it reached peak superior grade martial monarch. When the might of a martial monarch spread out, the grass grew stiff and the trees broke from the ground. The boundless aura crushed them into dust. Several heavenly saber pavilion disciples vomited a mouthful of blood under this horrifying might and fainted. Unexpectedly, this Long Tu was a peak superior grade martial monarch. When everyone saw this, their expressions changed greatly. When the first elder Jiangqi saw Long Tu unleash his full aura, his expression changed slightly. He had not expected Long Tu to be a peak superior grade martial monarch. What should we do now? Long Tu is actually a peak superior grade martial monarch. First elder, get the supreme elders out. Otherwise, the heavenly saber pavilion will suffer great losses, the people at the side said in unison. Jiangqi's gaze was deep as he looked into the distance. There were countless experts from various places watching from a distance. Jiangqi withdrew his gaze and shook his head. We can't do it yet. Let's hold on for a while. Let's see if the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation can suppress him. Suddenly, the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky started churning very quickly. After a while, a blurry face formed in the scarlet clouds. Only half of the face appeared. The other half merged with the scarlet clouds. A huge scarlet hand suddenly appeared. The palm of the scarlet hand was the size of a small mountain, and half of the arm was over 1,000 meters long. It smashed towards Long Tu, who was on the ground with a soaring aura. Long Tu's expression turned grave. Although he was arrogant, he was not a fool. When the huge hand landed, his figure flashed and quickly retreated. Bang! The scarlet hand left a huge handprint on the ground. The outline of the 5 fingers was very clear. The deepest part of the handprint was more than 100 meters deep. Hu Qi! The scarlet hand gently raised its hand and used the back of its huge hand to move towards Long Tuesday. Long Tu moved like lightning, moving quickly in the air. Bang! The back of the scarlet hand gently touched a desolate mountain. Half of the mountain immediately turned into powder, and half of the mountain was gone. With such a huge force, no wonder Long Tu did not dare to clash head-on. Instead, he chose to avoid it. The scarlet hand was like a human arm. When it moved, it was incredibly fast. It was no slower than Long Tu, who had comprehended the will of wind. Furthermore, under the suppression of the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation, the baleful aura in the air affected Long Tu's speed. He could not shake off the scarlet hand. A purple light appeared on the tip of the spear, and Long Tu tore open a spatial tear in the air. When the spatial tear closed, he entered it. Long Tu hid in the spatial tear, and he immediately disappeared from the night sky. The blurry face on the scarlet clouds frowned slightly. Then it roared. Although it was a roar, it was as intense as thunder. When it opened its mouth and breathed, it formed an intense tornado in the air. The huge scarlet hand pulled back slightly, and its 5 fingers clenched the air. In that instant, a spatial tear appeared, and half of the arm entered it. Chapter 345. Bang! 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 Loud sounds came from the spatial crack. An intense shockwave exploded in the air. Many black cracks appeared out of nowhere, spreading out like black streams in the air. Long Tu tore open a spatial crack and quickly emerged from it. His expression turned even more grave. Clearly, he had not expected this scarlet hand to be so difficult to deal with. The instant Long Tu emerged, he suddenly felt a chill on his face. When he turned his head back, he saw a huge scarlet hand crashing into him. It was the scarlet giant's hidden second arm. It shot out at lightning speed and opened its huge hand, grabbing Long Tu in an instant. The huge hand grabbed Long Tu's body and smashed him into the ground. It did not stop at all, causing the entire Lingyun mountain range to shake. Some of the old buildings could not withstand this force and collapsed. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, spreading out in all directions. The mountain peaks were directly blasted apart by the cracks, forming a huge crack in the sky from the center. Did he succeed? He was caught. With such horrifying force, he should have been smashed into meat paste. A few elders said joyfully. Jiang Qi shook his head slightly. He could sense that the other party's aura had not weakened at all. Instead, it had become even more vigorous. Pa! The other scarlet hand also emerged from the void. Then the two palms clapped ferociously. When the two palms merged, they had the strength to smash a small mountain into powder. When the two palms merged, even if the other party was an impregnable fortress, he should have been smashed into meat paste. Boom! Right after the palms clapped, an even more intense sound rang out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to burn and their internal organs to tremble. The sky was filled with bloody light exploding. Specks of bloody light sprinkled on the ground like raindrops. The two huge bloody hands were completely blown to pieces. 9 azure flood dragons circled around Long Tuesday. He smiled coldly and said, "Is that all you have? The heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation is only SOSO. Ha ha ha. Watch me break this formation." It turned out that Long Tu had not made a move all this while, because he wanted to test the limits of the Scarlet Hands. Now that he knew their limits, he no longer feared them. Hu Qi. Without the interference of the huge Scarlet Hand, Long Tu's speed completely recovered. He was so fast that the human eye could not even react to it. In the eyes of a regular cultivator, it was like teleportation. Xiao Chun brandished his spear, and 9 azure flood dragons circled around and roared. Then, he headed for one of the scarlet warships. A scarlet light descended from the sky and enveloped the scarlet warship, forming a thick, solid scarlet light. Break! Long Tu roared, and 9 azure flood dragons merged into the spear. The purple spear immediately lit up with a resplendent, fiery light. It was like a purple sun in the night sky, so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Xiao Chen's figure instantly vanished. A moment later, a huge bloody hole appeared in the blood-colored pillar of light. The pillar of light shattered, and the blood-colored warship inside broke in half and fell to the ground. Break, 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 break. Long Tu roared 6 times. His figure appeared and disappeared unpredictably in the void. His dazzling purple spear carried a destructive force as it pierced through the 7 blood-colored warships in an instant. No matter how powerful your magic skills are, how profound your formations are, or how vast your killing chi is, I only need to use one spear to stab you. I will use absolute strength to form an overwhelming attack. After the 7 warships were destroyed, the boundless scarlet clouds in the sky immediately dimmed. The scarlet giant sighed and slowly faded from the sky. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly saber pavilion is so useless, yet you dare to speak such arrogant words, looking down on the divine dragon palace. What other abilities do you have? Bring them all out. I Long Tu will break them with one spear. After destroying the 7 warships, Long Tu laughed maniacally. His voice was like rushing thunder, resounding everywhere. The entire heavenly saber pavilion could hear this arrogant voice. Such humiliation caused the blood of the heavenly saber pavilion disciples to surge. As one of the 3 great sects, when had they ever been humiliated like this? However, even though they were hot-blooded, they did not have the strength to back it up. They could only feel sullen in their hearts. After the heavenly profound blood-slaughtering formation was broken, the 100 elite divine saber camp disciples surrounding the other 6 sage envoys immediately showed flaws in their formation. The 6 sage envoys grasped the flaws and used their strength to charge around. In an instant, they broke through the encirclement of the 100 divine saber camp disciples. Most of the disciples died from severe injuries. Big brother, do you need our help? Let's just destroy the heavenly saber pavilion together. The 7th sage envoy of the divine dragon palace said coldly, his eyes filled with hostility. Long Tu said indifferently, there's no need. The 6 of you go and retrieve the divine weapon. That side is the main point. I can handle this alone. The 6 of them nodded and immediately rushed to the top of Qingyun Peak at lightning speed. When the peak masters and elders saw this, they said anxiously, First Elder, if the Supreme Elder still does not come out and the divine weapon is stolen, the heavenly saber pavilion will perish. The first elder had a resolute gaze as he said sullenly, "It is not time yet. The true enemy has not appeared yet." Boom! Two figures soared into the sky from the ground. It was Shimening and Juoyen. They rushed over again and blocked Long Tu, who was preparing to destroy the heaven viewing platform's main hall. Dang! 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 The two of them gave off a red light and their eyes turned scarlet. Their strength increased wildly. They had actually used the minor heavenly demon body separating technique, which burned their life force. Their state of massacre was forcibly raised to the state of massacre. Their cultivation also soared to peak medial-grade martial monarch. When the two of them worked together, they managed to block Long Tu's surging attacks. How dare you clash with the righteous sex with unorthodox sex? Long Tu snorted coldly. His spear sent out blurry spear images, like countless azure-flood dragons roaring in the air. Even though the two of them executed the minor heavenly demon body separating technique, they could only hold on bitterly. This Long Tu was a peak superior grade martial monarch, only a step shy of becoming a martial sage. He was simply too strong. Unless a martial sage appeared, no one could defeat him. Pooh! The 6 azure-robed sage envoys landed firmly on the summit of Qingyun Peak. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock at the summit. His wrinkled face opened slightly when he felt the 6 of them land. His gaze was calm. He looked like an old man with a serene expression. A wooden box stood quietly beside him. The words "like the emperor descending personally" were carved on it. The 7th of the 7 sage envoys cursed. I was wondering who the person guarding the divine weapon was. It turns out that it is just a cripple with a shattered martial spirit. Old man, hand over the divine weapon, and this Lord 7 will not make things difficult for you. I will send you on your way, and not let you feel any pain. Otherwise Pusii. The 4 wooden boards on the wooden box shattered and fell to the ground. The divine weapon, the heavenly universe saber, floated quietly in the air. Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand and grasped the hilt of the divine weapon, the heavenly universe saber. His calm gaze suddenly lit up, and his aura soared into the sky. In an instant, he revealed his sharpness. With a ka sound, the divine weapon was unsheathed. A dazzling light dazzled the eyes of the 6. A saber light flashed by. Before the 7th of the 7 sage envoys could finish speaking, a bloody wound appeared on his neck. His head flew into the air. He died without knowing why. There was no pain at all. The other 6 were astonished. When they saw the unsheathed divine weapon, they fled for their lives. They were shocked. Didn't the Dragon King say that the divine weapon could not be completely unsheathed? How did this old man manage to completely unsheath the divine weapon? This was completely beyond their expectations. The might of the divine weapon could even kill a martial sage. They were only martial monarchs. How could they dare to be impudent? They used all their means to flee. Long Tu, who was suppressing Shimening and Lu Tianyu, changed his expression. He forced the 2 back with one move. Then he moved as fast as lightning, heading for the summit. In the blink of an eye, Long Tu arrived at the summit of Qingyun Peak. When he saw the unsheathed divine weapon, he revealed an expression of shock. Xiu! Lu Tianyu remained expressionless as he watched Long Tu fly over. He gently brandished the heavenly universe divine weapon, and a simple resplendent saber chi flew at Long Tu's day chi. Chi! Everywhere the saber chi passed, space was sliced in half. The empty space was like a piece of tofu, sliced in half from the middle. Long Tu's expression changed drastically. This was no longer a power that he could control. Even if he used his full power, he could only tear a crack in space. If he were to view space as a rock, he could make a crack on the rock, but the other party could easily cut the rock in half like tofu. The will of the divine weapon had already locked onto Long Tuesday. He had no chance to dodge this saber strike. Ha! The purple spear lit up with a resplendent light. A crescent-shaped azure energy appeared. The will of wind in the energy was condensed to the extreme. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Long Tu used all his strength to block this move. Pusii. There was no earth-shaking sound or overwhelming energy fluctuation. That strand of saber chi that sliced through space easily destroyed Long Tu's full-powered strike. At the critical moment, a jade pendant on Long Tu's chest burst out with a bright light. It emitted a solid light barrier that encased him. It was not strange for a martial monarch expert to have one or two life-saving secret treasures. Bang! The light barrier instantly shattered, and the jade pendant on Long Tu's chest shattered into tiny pieces. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth as he flew back a kilometer. The sharp saber chi did not lose any momentum. It flew quickly towards the horizon, flying all the way to the distant starry heavens before disappearing from everyone's sight. "Big brother, are you all right?" Long Tu asked anxiously as the other 6 caught hold of him in midair. The 6th of the 7 sage envoys said, "Big brother, are we still going to retrieve the divine weapon?" 7th brother is already dead. The situation had changed too quickly. Just a moment ago, Long Tu was still in high spirits, wanting to sweep through the entire heavenly saber pavilion. Now, he was easily defeated with one saber strike and severely injured. Kasie. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu still sat cross-legged on the rock. His body did not move at all, and his expression was calm. The divine weapon returned to its scabbard with a huang-dang sound. The first elder Jiang Qi had a suspicious expression. He could not understand how Lu Tianyu managed to draw the divine weapon. Boom! Chapter 346. Lu Tianyu held the divine weapon in his right hand as he stood upright on the ground. Then he pointed with his left hand. Several dozen strands of saber chi revolved around his fingertips. The saber chi spun continuously, shooting at the 6 people in the air like an awl. In the pitch-black night sky, the awl-like rotating saber chi tore a spatial crack that was even darker than the night sky. The 6 people immediately scattered in the air. They executed their movement techniques and moved around, trying to avoid this strand of saber chi. Lu Tianyu's right hand, which was holding the divine weapon, flipped his palm over and faced it downwards. The divine weapon spun quickly and the condensed saber chi immediately scattered, chasing after the 6 people. The sharp saber chi danced wildly in the air. It was so fast that it was like silver lightning tearing open spatial tiers. The 6 people executed their movement techniques to their limits. The people below could not see them at all. They could only see a blurry light flickering in their vision. Miserable cries came from the air. The sharp saber chi was hard to defend against. It broke through the protective essence of the 6 people and left horrifying wounds. Using the might of the divine weapon, Lu Tianyu toyed with the 6 people in the palm of his hand. Hu Qi. Just as the 6 people were covered in injuries and were bitterly holding on, there was an intense spatial fluctuation. Suddenly, an intense spatial fluctuation appeared. Above the 6 of them, a huge spatial gate suddenly opened. Seeing the spatial gate open, the 6 of them immediately became overjoyed. A huge azure dragon image peeked out from the door. It opened its huge mouth and swallowed the 6 people. After that, the huge dragon head quickly retreated into the spatial door. Lu Tianyu snorted coldly. "You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think my heavenly saber pavilion is?" Boom! Lu Tianyu held the divine weapon in his right hand and threw his left hand into the air. His ordinary arm immediately grew infinitely large. Just as the azure dragon was about to enter the spatial door, Lu Tianyu exerted force with his left hand and grabbed the dragon head. He exerted force with his left hand and grabbed the dragon's head. The dragon's head shook and roared, causing the sky to tremble as it tried to break free. The scabbard of the divine weapon gave off a bright light. Lu Tianyu's left hand seemed to have the power to tear the sky apart. No matter how the dragon shook and roared, it did not move. "Get back here!" Lu Tianyu shouted and pulled with his huge hand, pulling the huge blue dragon out of the spatial door. Bang bang bang! The huge azure dragon image's 1,000-meter-long body tumbled in the air, shattering countless mountains and pavilions in an instant. Boom! Lu Tianyu had a grave expression on his face as he swung his huge hand behind him, tossing the horrifying dragon image towards the desolate back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range. A towering mountain peak was smashed into smithereens by the dragon. The ground in the distance was covered in dust and rocks flew everywhere. The image of the dragon slowly dissipated. The 6 people in the dragon head vomited blood from the immense force. Their injuries worsened as they struggled to stand up from the ground, wanting to escape. The first elder's expression turned cold. He said, "Divine Saber Camp, heed my orders. Do not let a single one of them off." "Roger." The red figures on the ground quickly leaped towards the back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range and surrounded the 6 severely injured people. After Lu Tianyu pulled the huge dragon out, he looked at the spatial door that was about to close. A murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he drew the heavenly universe saber again. A strand of resplendent golden saber chi shot out from the saber. Just as the spatial door was about to close, it shot into it. Hu Qi. Millions of kilometers away in the boundless sea, a strand of golden saber chi suddenly appeared in the sky above an island. Then, it headed for the splendid palace on the island. Everywhere it passed, the buildings of the palace crumbled. The golden saber chi directly chopped them in half. Several unlucky green-robed cultivators were chopped in half for no reason. The golden saber chi cut through everything like a hot knife through butter. It immediately flew to the main hall of the palace. A middle-aged man in azure dragon robes sat on a dragon throne in the main hall. This person looked very majestic with a high nose and large eyes. He exuded the air of a ruler. With one look, one could tell that he was a person of high status. His chi and blood flourished and his eyes shone brightly. When the middle-aged man saw the golden saber chi breaking through the palace and flying towards him, his expression turned grave. He clenched 2 fingers on his right hand and shouted. A strand of azure-colored dragon chi came from his fingertip. The dragon head on the fingertip roared ferociously. It finally blocked this indestructible and unstoppable golden saber chi. Bang! The azure-colored dragon chi and the golden saber chi clashed, giving off an intense explosion. The raging energy immediately reduced the entire main hall to rubble. Only a lonely dragon throne remained in the vast palace. Blood leaked out of the middle-aged man's lips as he sat on the dragon throne. His complexion was somewhat pale. That strand of golden saber chi had not scattered yet. It clashed continuously with the azure-colored dragon chi at the fingertip. The middle-aged man shouted and suddenly stood up. Then he pushed his arm forward. There was a melodious explosion, and the golden saber chi turned into countless motes of light. The motes of light were like a torrential storm as they spread out in all directions. The cultivators that rushed over were covered in wounds, their bodies mangled. 7 strong figures blasted the motes of light into nothing and landed beside the middle-aged man. When they saw the blood leaking out of the middle-aged man's mouth, they were astonished. The Dragon King, who was like a god to them, was actually injured. All of them quickly knelt down and said in fear and trepidation, "This subordinate is incompetent and caused the Dragon King to be injured." The middle-aged man known as the Dragon King took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the blood off his lips. Then, he looked at the handkerchief and entered deep thought. Then he casually tossed the handkerchief into the air. There was an explosion of energy, and the handkerchief immediately turned into countless pieces of cloth. He said softly, "Get up. From today onwards, the 7 of you are the new holy envoys of the Divine Dragon Palace." The hearts of the 7 people kneeling on the ground trembled. They did not feel any joy. They knew that the 7 holy envoys that went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion probably would not return. 7 martial monarchs had died. The Divine Dragon Palace had suffered a heavy loss. The Dragon King looked into the distance, his eyes filled with infatuation. He muttered to himself, "The strength of the divine weapon is indeed strong. Unfortunately, this person did not even bring out 1/10 of its might." Back in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lu Tianyu, who had just executed his shocking saber strike, immediately sheathed the divine weapon. The scattered wooden boxes pattered back together, completely covering up the aura of the divine weapon. Under the rock, countless black tentacles extended all over Lu Tianyu's body, making his face look very sinister. Lu Tianyu frowned and closed his eyes. Then he started an endless battle with the tentacles. Reporting to the First Elder, the 6 people who barged into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion put up a stubborn resistance. The Divine Saber Camp suffered heavy casualties and could not capture them alive. "We could only kill them," a Divine Saber Camp high official reported in a sullen voice as he flew to Jiang Qi's side covered in injuries. Even though the martial monarchs were severely injured, the destructive power of the Divine Saber Camp still shocked this high official. Jiang Qi looked at the scene of desolation, the dead and injured Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, and the rubble of the Lingyun mountain range. He said with a sullen expression, "Chop off their heads and hang them on the city walls of Saber City forever." Roger. That person replied and immediately left to carry out the order. Not long after the man had left, the first elder's expression suddenly changed. The expressions of the peak masters and the members of the elders' council, who were following behind the first elder, all changed at the same time. They saw 10 golden warships outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's restrictions flying towards the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they were about to touch the restrictions, they accelerated. Bang! 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 The golden horn of the ship was like a sharp knife. 10 sharp knives slowly broke through the tough restriction, and a deafening explosion resounded between heaven and earth. The Imperial Dragon Legion's flagship is actually flying over. What is Nangong Lai trying to do? A few of them exclaimed. Jiang Qi said calmly, "Pass the orders to the Supreme Elders. Tell them to come out and welcome them." After Jiang Qi spoke, he led the group towards the warships in the sky. They were as fast as the wind and arrived before the flagship in the blink of an eye. Jiang Qi looked at Nangong Lai, who was clad in golden battle armor and had an exuberant qi and blood soaring into the sky. He said coldly, "Nangong Lai, what are you trying to do?" Under the fluttering golden banner, Nangong Lai looked at the devastated Lingyun mountain range. He smiled gently and said, "Brother Jiang, there is no need to be anxious. I just saw that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is facing a great enemy, so I came to help. With the Imperial Dragon Legion's help, we will be able to eliminate the remnants." Jiang Qi smiled coldly. "Many thanks for General Nangong's kind intentions. The enemy has already been dealt with by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. General Nangong can return now." Nangong Yen laughed loudly. "I have good intentions. Brother Jiang, why are you chasing me away in such a rush? Today's enemies have already been defeated. What about tomorrow and the day after? Such a huge loss. I'm afraid the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not be able to endure it for long. How about this? Our Imperial Dragon Legion will send a warship to guard the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for a long time, helping the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to defend against the enemy. The Imperial Dragon Legion is still quite strong. Hu Qi! Hu Qi!" Right after Nangong Yen spoke, aside from the largest flagship, the other 9 warships opened their cannons on both sides. Ancient demonic energy cannons revealed their malevolent faces. Countless golden talisman scripts appeared around the warship, flickering with a dazzling light. The few elders behind Jiang Qi all had sullen expressions. Rage burned in their hearts. Nangong Lai was blatantly threatening the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after seeing the heavy losses. The royal clan and the 3 great sects had always been on guard against each other. The royal clan of any empire did not wish to see a power that could threaten the royal clan. However, aside from being on guard, the sects and the royal clan relied on each other to a certain extent. There had to be strong sects within a nation. The more sects there were, the stronger the nation would be. However, there was a precondition. The royal clan had to have absolute power to suppress these sections. Otherwise, they would always be a hidden danger in the eyes of the royal clan. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which possessed a divine weapon, was such a sect. 20 years ago, the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was an absolute genius. The sect was filled with talents and experts. The sect was the strongest of the 3 great sections. With the might of a divine weapon, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was a peak power in the entire Tianwu continent. The people of the royal clan felt immense pressure. However, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was not very lucky. When the demonic calamity broke out, nearly all the experts of the older generation died. The genius pavilion master even died in battle. The strength of the entire sect was greatly reduced. Chapter 347. In order to prevent the resurgence of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the royal court had been looking for an opportunity to make a move. Now, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was in trouble again. The Qin Emperor decisively made a move, wanting to station a warship in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was like stabbing a sharp knife into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It could greatly restrict the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's development. Jiang Qi's expression remained calm when he saw the golden warships firing on all cylinders. He said indifferently, "Nangong Lai, it looks like you really like to play with fire. In that case, I will play with you." Nangong Lai's eyelids sank. He thought to himself, could it be that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion still has some trump cards? Impossible, Nangonglai shook his head and said indifferently, if they really had a trump card, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not have been reduced to rubble. How could a great sect watch as their own sect was destroyed like that? Even if they had won, they would have used it already. After the consecutive battles, they probably did not have much combat prowess left. Nangonglai continued to smile indifferently. Brother Jiangqi, it was not my idea to station a warship in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. You should know whose idea it is. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. Jiangqi said indifferently. In that case, get him to come and talk to me personally. Before Nangonglai could say anything, an adjutant at the side shouted, How dare you speak to His Majesty like that? Is the Emperor someone you can meet whenever you want? How dare you speak to Elder Jiangqi like that? Why are you still not apologizing to Elder Jiang? Nangonglai pretended to reprimand the adjutant. After that, he turned to Jiangqi and smiled. My subordinate did not know the rules. I will teach him a lesson for Brother Jiang later. Jiangqi's expression was very calm. His eyes did not change. He said indifferently, There's no need. He is already dead. Nangonglai's expression changed. He looked to the side and saw a tiny wound on the adjutant's neck. The faint wound looked negligible to the naked eye. The adjutant did not feel any pain. He did not even notice the wound on his neck. You want to take my life? You cannot do that, the adjutant said indifferently as he looked at Jiangqi. However, the adjutant saw shock in Nangonglai's eyes. The adjutant turned his head to look suspiciously. However, he saw a headless corpse wearing golden battle armor standing behind him. Why does this corpse look so familiar? The adjutant's last thought as his head flew into the air. Bang! Nangonglai punched the air in front of him to his right. This punch was clearly in the air, but it produced a deafening sound. The huge battleship shook uncontrollably under the force of this punch. The void shattered, and a blood-red figure emerged from the crack. He wore a ghostly mask with a faint smile on his face, and his right hand held a cold mask. The scarlet figure gently floated and appeared at the top of the ship like a ghost. When Nangonglai saw this person, his expression turned grave for the first time. He exclaimed in shock, Shimenjan, you are actually not dead yet. Shimenjan was the previous commander of the Divine Saber camp. Now he was more than 190 years old. Before he went into seclusion, he was already a peak medial grade martial monarch. Shimen smiled faintly. Little brat Nangong, do you really wish for this old man to die? Boom boom boom. From the east, south, west, and north, four powerful auras rose one after another. These auras soared into the sky, spreading out endlessly. They were all the auras of peak superior grade martial monarchs. When Nangonglai saw these people, his expression changed drastically. He muttered to himself, Shan Manjun, the previous two peak masters of Jade Maiden Peak, Xiaofeng, the previous peak master of Qinduan Peak, Songbai, the previous peak master of Biyun Peak, and Lu Xiaohe, the previous peak master of Gongyu Peak. Not only were these people not dead, but their auras were also flourishing. Their qi and blood surged. Clearly, they had not gone through a huge battle. They were all at their peak. Among the four, a white figure slowly floated over. It was the Jade Maiden Peak's Shen Manjun. Nangonglai looked at the otherworldly Shen Manjun and did not dare to be impudent. Before he became famous, she had already become famous throughout the entire Great Qin nation. When Nangonglai was young, he had even secretly worshipped Shen Manjun. Originally, he thought that she had died long ago. He did not expect her to appear before him in one piece. Nangonglai Jiangqi said that the Qin emperor cannot come personally. In that case, can I make the request? Shen Manjun asked indifferently as she looked at Nangonglai. Nangonglai cried bitterly in his heart. He had not expected the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to have 5 martial monarchs in perfect condition. Furthermore, there was a martial monarch who was even more horrifying than him. With the strength of the Imperial Dragon Legion, it was not impossible to defeat these people. However, the price they would have to pay would be too high. Furthermore, the Qin Emperor did not intend to destroy the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He only wanted to take advantage of the situation and suppress the other party's strength, taking things step by step. It was not an all-out war with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Starting a war with a sect would have too many implications. It would be hard to avoid the suspicions of the other two great sections. Nangong Lai's expression kept changing. After a while he slowly calmed down. He smiled gently and said, "Senior Shun, this is really just a misunderstanding. Since the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has resolved its crisis, the Imperial Dragon Legion has no intention of remaining." After Nangong Lai spoke, he took out a row of wooden chests and said, "There are 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones here. Consider it compensation for the Imperial Dragon Legion for breaking the restrictions. Goodbye." Jiang Qi received the wooden chests and felt humiliated in his heart. He wished he could smash the wooden chests into smithereens. Shun Manjun, who was beside him, placed her hand gently on his shoulder. A gentle wave of essence spread over, calming his agitated heart. Jiang Qi quickly thanked her. "Many thanks, ancestral martial aunt. Jiang Qi is useless, causing the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be humiliated several times." Shun Manjun smiled gently and said, "You have already done very well. Don't blame yourself. There is still hope for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The news of the 3 Holy Masters should arrive tomorrow." The 10 golden warships of the Imperial Dragon Legion immediately turned around and left. Before the gazes of the experts of the Shiha province, they slowly withdrew from the Lingyun mountain range. He came and went in and out in a hurry. Many people scratched their heads as they watched, not knowing what was going on inside. The Imperial Dragon Legion came out in full force. It was clear they wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, not long after they entered, they retreated safely. It did not seem like there was a dispute. Halfway up Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chan saw all this. He shook his head and thought to himself, in the end, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has declined. Although the Imperial Dragon Legion left behind 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones, they could come and go as they pleased. In the eyes of the world, it was easy to tell who was strong and who was weak. Lu Ruyue looked at her ruined courtyard and shook her head. She smiled bitterly and said, "Yi-chan, I am homeless now." Xiao Chan collected his thoughts and smiled gently. "You can come to my place and stay for a while. There are still empty rooms in the courtyard. You can come back after the courtyard is repaired." Lu Ruyue smiled and said, "It is settled then. I will go to the summit to see my father first. I will see you tomorrow." Xiao Chan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Ruyue to agree so straightforwardly. Originally, he was just saying it casually. By the time he recovered his wits, Lu Ruyue had already gone far away. Xiao Chan revealed a faint smile and shook his head slightly. Then, he quickly headed to his courtyard. This unprecedented battle gave Xiao Chan a lot of thoughts. This was the first time he saw the true destructive power of a peak human cultivator. The so-called splitting mountains, moving rivers, and draining seas were not just legends. In the past, he had only heard of it. Now that he saw it for himself, he truly felt the shock in his heart. Furthermore, this was only the strength of a martial monarch. There was still the martial sage Emperor Wu. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. I still have a long way to go. Sooner or later, I, Xiao Chan, will become such an expert. No, I will be stronger than these people. I will rise to the heavens and reach the peak of cultivators. My name will be spread through the ages, just like the Tianwu Emperor from 10,000 years ago, and the Thunder King from 1,000 years ago. Xiao Qin's emotions surged. He swore in his heart that he would definitely achieve this. The sun was high up in the sky. The weather was pleasant. There were no clouds in the sky. In a place with abundant spiritual energy in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chan sat cross-legged on the ground. He slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple essence circulated quickly in his meridians, breaking through all the obstacles along the way. It was an endless cycle. There were 9 main meridians in a cultivator's body. When a cultivator condensed their martial spirit, they would instantly open up. The 9 main meridians were very important. They were the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. The so-called essence circulating in the meridians was actually a cycle in the 9 main meridians. After that, as a cultivator's cultivation realm increased, there would be new branch meridians outside of the main meridians. The number of branch meridians in the human body could be said to be as many as the stars in the sky. With every increase in cultivation realm, there would be many more branch meridians. These branch meridians were the expansion of the main meridians. It was like the countless branches of a tree. The more branch meridians there were, the more flourishing the tree would be. It was the same principle for cultivators. The more branch meridians there were, the more vigorous and surging the essence in the body would be. The so-called essence circulating in a great cycle referred to the essence circulating in the 9 main meridians once before going to the various branch meridians and returning to the dantian. It grew and multiplied endlessly, forming a virtuous cycle. After every cycle, the quality and quantity of essence qi would increase. This was the essence of cultivation. However, Xiaochan felt a headache over this branch meridian. He felt very depressed. Not long ago, Xiaochan relied on the rich spiritual energy of the Lingyun mountain range to finally reach the peak of the 5th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Just as he was preparing to break through to the 6th layer, suddenly, he discovered that the branch meridians required to cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation were not fully opened. 4 of them were still sealed. This way, the path of the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation would be incomplete. There was no way to form a cycle, and he would not be able to cultivate the 6th layer. Now there were 2 solutions. The first was to temporarily give up on cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. He would wait until his cultivation realm increased and these branch meridians opened up before he attempted to break through. In reality, most of the cultivators in this continent did the same. This was because many cultivation techniques had very strict requirements on cultivation realms. Furthermore, the person who created the cultivation technique did not do it on purpose. Only when one reached the corresponding cultivation realm and cultivated the corresponding cultivation technique could the cycle progress gradually. It would not result in a situation of spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Chapter 348. There was another method, which was to use essence to forcefully open these minor meridians. Once the minor meridians were opened, he could cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. This way, Xiaochan's strength could increase rapidly in a short period of time. However, the difficulty of breaking through was not mentioned. Forcefully opening 4 minor meridians in one go would definitely leave behind some hidden dangers. If not dealt with properly, it would greatly affect his cultivation in the future. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a major cycle in his body, Xiaochan opened his eyes. A purple light flashed in his eyes, illuminating the dark forest for an instant. The light flashed for a moment before it was hidden in the depths of his eyes. As he looked at the purple lightning-attributed energy in the air, Xiaochan casually waved his hand. The purple energy instantly formed a whirlpool and gathered on his palm, forming a clump of purple flame. Xiaochan pushed his hand forward and purple flames shot out. The trees in front of him were silently burned to ashes without a sound. Bang! In the end, the purple flames crashed into a mountain wall and immediately blasted open a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters. The mountain gently shook a few times and a piece of rock fell down with a crashing sound. A casual strike could have such an effect. In the past, Xiaochan would have been a little proud. However, after seeing the strength of a peak martial monarch, Xiaochan knew that this was not worth mentioning. In the eyes of a true expert, it was like child's play. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiaochan stood up and muttered, "I am now a peak medial grade martial saint. I need to open 4 minor meridians. When I advance to superior grade martial saint, I will open one of the minor meridians. When I advance to peak superior grade martial saint, I will open another one. When I advance to martial king, I will open the remaining 2. That is to say, I can only truly cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation when I advance to martial king." This was a difficult choice. Forcefully breaking through would be risky. If I waited until I advanced to martial king, it would waste too much time. Never mind, I will not think about it for now. I will go back and discuss it with Lu Ruyue and hear her opinion. Xiaochan shook his head slightly and stopped thinking about this problem. Then he walked towards his courtyard. At this moment, 3 days had passed since the startling battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. During these 3 days, everyone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was very busy. They repaired the destroyed palaces and buildings, and also treated the unlucky disciples who were affected by the aftermath of the battle. As for the elders, they were even busier. Not only were they busy giving orders to these trifling matters, but they were also very busy He also had to calculate how great the loss was this time, comfort the people, compensate the families of the deceased, and so on, a series of things that he had to worry about. In these 3 days, all sorts of rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion spread throughout the Shiha province. Many experts had personally witnessed the sudden heavy losses. Furthermore, the Imperial Dragon Legion could enter and leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion as they pleased. There was no way to hide this. As the rumors spread, they became even more ridiculous. Someone said that the Supreme Elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had all died in battle, more than half of the core disciples were dead, and the first elder was killed by the enemy. All sorts of rumors magnified the losses of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Chan thought about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's decision to postpone the inner disciple ranking competition at the end of the year, he could not help but think that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined. A portion of the small sects and clans that maintained a subordinate relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion also felt uneasy. What made Xiao Chan feel strange was that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not provide any explanation for these rumors. They did not care about the rumors in the outside world. They focused all their attention on repairing the destroyed buildings and treating the disciples. In Xiao Chen's opinion, although the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had declined, it was still the strongest power in the Shiha province. They had 5 supreme elders who were martial monarchs. This already left the other powers far behind. Furthermore, there was a mysterious expert who wielded a divine weapon. Furthermore, they firmly controlled a spirit vein that could continuously produce spirit stones. With such accumulations, their position as the strongest sect in the Shiha province could not be shaken. In this disaster, the only one that suffered a greater loss was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Divine Saber Camp. However, although the 2 commanders were severely injured, they survived in the end. However, Xiao Chan could not be bothered with these things. He only thought about them when he was bored. He spent most of his time cultivating. Even without circulating his movement technique, Xiao Chan moved very fast. Before he knew it, he had arrived at his courtyard. Lu Ruyue and Bai were currently playing Gamoku at the stone table in the courtyard. Gamoku was something that Xiao Chan had created when he was bored. It could be considered a nostalgia for that world. Whenever he had free time, he would play a few rounds with Bai. Bai was very intelligent. She only needed to explain the rules to learn it. Furthermore, she improved very quickly. It would not be easy for Xiao Chan to defeat her now. Xiao Chan walked over quietly and looked at the situation on the board. Unexpectedly, Lu Ruyue had the upper hand. Bai was busy thinking of countermeasures. She looked very adorable. Lu Ruyue looked at Xiao Chan beside her and smiled gently. "You're back. Seems like your strength has improved again." Xiao Chan smiled and replied, "I ran into some trouble. You play first, I will discuss it with you later." When Bai saw Xiao Chan arrive, she immediately smiled joyfully. "Elder brother Yi-chan, quickly teach me how to play. Elder sister Ruyue is too incredible. I have not been able to defeat her even once." Ever since Lu Ruyue arrived, Xiao Chan told Bai to call him by his alias. Although Bai did not understand why, she still did as she was told. Xiao Chan gently patted Bai's head and smiled. "Use your own brain. You cannot rely on others to guide you when playing Go. You have to train your thinking." Bai pouted and said, "Elder brother Yi-chan just likes to side with elder sister Ruyue. He is not willing to help Bai." Xiao Chan shook his head and smiled faintly. He ignored Bai's words and walked to the side to rest. After a while, Bai, who had lost to Lu Ruyue again, put away the Go board and said, "Woo, elder sister Ruyue is too incredible. Bai will not play with you anymore. Bai, go and look for elder sister Xiao Meng." Even if Xiao Meng and Xiao Yang worked together, they would not be able to defeat Bai. After she spoke, she put away the Go board and skipped out of the courtyard. She did not seem dispirited at all. Clearly, she did not care about winning or losing. After Bai left, Xiao Chan opened his eyes and walked over to Lu Ruyue. Lu Ruyue asked, "What trouble did you run into? Let me see if I can help you." Xiao Chan nodded and told Lu Ruyue about the difficulties he faced when cultivating the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in detail. After Lu Ruyue heard it, she frowned slightly. Her face, which was filled with a mature charm, revealed a contemplative expression. After a while, Lu Ruyue relaxed her frown and revealed a smile. She said softly, "Let's see if we can do it this way." Opening 4 minor meridians in one go is indeed risky. However, if we only open 2, the risk will not be as high. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. He said, "Are you saying that I should wait until I become a peak superior grade martial saint before forcefully opening the other 2 minor meridians?" Lu Riyue nodded and said, "That's right. At that time you will be breaking through to Martial King. If you can cultivate the 6th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, breaking through to Martial King will be much easier. When preparing to open the minor meridians, remember to prepare some spirit herbs for nourishing the meridians. If you can buy medicinal pills for nourishing the meridians, that would be for the best. A forcefully open meridian is much weaker than a naturally open meridian. If it is not well protected, this minor meridian will slowly be crippled in the future. On the other hand, if you take good care of it, there will not be any hidden dangers in the meridians." Xiao Qin's mind suddenly became clear. Although he still needed some time to cultivate to peak Martial Saint, it was much faster than cultivating to Martial King. Furthermore, according to Lu Riyue's method, breaking through to Martial King would be much easier. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart. He thanked her. "Rua, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have helped me greatly again." Lu Riyue smiled gently. When she saw Xiao Qin's happy smile, she felt happy for him as well. "That's right, my father wants you to go to the summit tonight. He has something to discuss with you," Lu Riyue suddenly said, as though she recalled something. The night sky was dark and filled with stars. Xiao Qin looked at the summit of Qingyun Peak. His eyes were filled with hesitation. If there was one person in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that could make Xiao Qin feel fear from the bottom of his heart, that person would be Lu Tianyu. Regardless of whether it was someone as strong as Song Ke or someone as powerful as the First Elder, although Xiao Qin feared them, he did not feel any fear. This was because he could see through these people. He could tell where their limits were. Since he knew their limits, naturally he had nothing to fear. However, there was only Lu Tianyu. If Xiao Qin could avoid meeting him, he would do so. When Xiao Qin first arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this person gave him a scabbard to help him cover up the traces left by the Thunder King on the Lunar Shadow Saber. With one glance, Lu Tianyu saw through Xiao Qin's identity as the Thunder King's inheritor. After that, he half-coerced and half-bribed Xiao Qin into sending him into a different dimension. He had narrowly escaped with his life. Before Lu Tianyu, Xiao Qin did not have any secrets. Such a person was terrifying. No matter how unwilling he was, Xiao Qin had to go. This person could not even afford to hide. Xiao Qin calmed his emotions and pushed off the ground. He dashed up the steps leading up the mountain. When he arrived at the cliff, he used the gravity spell and soared into the air. After a while, he landed firmly on the ground. A strong wind blew endlessly at the summit. Xiao Qin's hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. He could not even keep his eyes open. Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on that strange rock. When the wind blew past him, it was like he was air. There were no ripples at all. The two of them stood on the summit, one quiet and the other moving. The difference in their cultivations was clear. Lu Tianyu opened his eyes. His somewhat turbid eyes looked at Xiao Qin quietly. Lu Tianyu's face was filled with wrinkles. He looked even older than before. There were signs of aging between his eyebrows. Lu Tianyu's gaze made Xiao Qin's hair stand on end. He quickly asked, "Senior, why are you looking for me? I hope you can tell me." Chapter 349. Lu Tianyu was not in a rush to reply to Xiao Qin. He looked at Xiao Qin and revealed a smile on his aged face. He said in a drawn-out manner, "There is something I would like to ask for your help with." Xiao Qin smiled faintly. "Senior must be joking again. You can even draw the divine weapon. Is there anything in this world that you can do? I am just a mere martial saint. How can I accept such a favor?" Without hesitation, Xiao Qin rejected Lu Tianyu's request immediately. Now that he no longer owed Lu Tianyu a favor, there was no need for him to put himself in danger. Lu Tianyu's favor was not that easy to help. Lu Tianyu was not surprised at Xiao Qin's rejection. He stared at Xiao Qin without saying a word. Lu Tianyu's gaze did not contain any irrelevant thoughts. He allowed Lu Tianyu to roar, not saying a word as he looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin felt very uncomfortable being stared at by Lu Tianyu. After a while he could not take it anymore and said, Tell me what you need help with first. Lu Tianyu squinted his eyes and revealed a smile on his face. He said, I just know that young hero Yi is young and promising. You have the heart of a bodhisattva and love to help others. You will take pity on an old man like me. Xiaochen interrupted. Please don't flatter me. Just say it directly. Lu Tianyu waved his hand and the wooden box with the words like the emperor descending personally was sucked over by his palm, rolling around in the air. I would like to give this divine weapon to you, Lu Tianyu said seriously as he withdrew his smile. Xiaochen's heart trembled. It felt like waves were surging in his mind. No matter how resilient he was, when he heard that Lu Tianyu wanted to give him a divine weapon, he could not help but feel excited. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaochen calmed down. An innocent man would get into trouble because of his wealth. Without the corresponding strength, trying to obtain the divine weapon was akin to seeking death. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu would not give him the divine weapon for no reason. This was the foundation of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. How could they give it to someone else so easily? Help me pass this to someone. When he sees the divine weapon, he will know everything. As expected, Lu Tianyu quickly replied. Xiaochen smiled bitterly in his heart. Senior, can you finish your words in one breath? Handing over the divine weapon to me, aren't you afraid that I'll pocket it for myself? Lu Tianyu said indifferently. Even if you want to use it, you won't be able to pull it out. To you, it is just a piece of scrap metal. Within the strong wind, Xiaochen closed his eyes and entered deep thought. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said, Sorry, I really cannot do this. There are many experts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Why did Senior choose me? The incident from 3 days ago was still fresh in his mind. The temptation of a divine weapon was too great. The other party did not even care about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and directly charged over. What ability did he have to protect the divine weapon? Not to mention a peak martial monarch, even a superior grade martial king would be able to defeat him easily. Lu Tianyu said indifferently. There was a sorrowful tone in his voice as he said, Who in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would agree to hand the divine weapon to someone else? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion is currently plagued with internal and external problems. A storm is brewing. This is the most dangerous period since the establishment of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This is also the last wish of this old man. I hope little brother will not reject it. Xiaochen did not understand. Leng Liusu advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. The 3 holy masters will send people to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the support of the Holy Lands, who would be foolish enough to oppose the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Lu Tianyu shook his head and said, If this old man could move freely, I would do my best to prevent this from happening. There would not be a good result from interacting with the 3 holy masters. Xiaochen shook his head and said, The 3 holy masters are detached from the world. They possess absolute strength and are not under the jurisdiction of any royal clan. Their methods are heaven-defying. There will only be benefits to having them backing us. There will not be any benefits. Lu Tianyu smiled coldly and said, How foolish. There are many peak powers in this continent. Do you know who, aside from the 3 holy masters, is the true ruler of the world? Do you know how big this world is? You can imagine how dangerous the competition between the peak powers is. Everyone in the world is motivated by benefits. If they cannot obtain something, they will not let others obtain it. There has never been a true savior of the world. As for how big the world was, how many peak powers there were in the continent, and who was the true ruler of the world, Xiaochen did not know. Lu Tianyu's series of questions rendered Xiaochen speechless. He could not think of any rebuttal. Cough. Cough. After Lu Tianyu spoke, his expression suddenly turned extremely unsightly. He could not help but cough. Black lines appeared on his face. He looked like he was in great pain. Xiaochen was startled. He quickly went forward and asked, Senior, what's wrong? Don't come over. Lu Tianyu's expression turned sinister as he shouted. A horrifying death chi emanated from his body. Xiaochen's expression sank. He placed his right hand on his saber hilt and retreated, landing at the edge of the cliff. That death chi penetrated deep into one's heart. Xiaochen had never seen such a pure death chi before. It made him tremble in fear, as though death was just around the corner. Countless black tentacles appeared on the cliff, entangling Lu Tianyu's body. Lu Tianyu's expression remained calm as he endured bitterly. After a long time, the black tentacles slowly faded away. Lu Tianyu's expression calmed down again. However, his face seemed even more aged, as though he had aged 10 years in an instant. Lu Tianyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. I originally thought that I could still hold on for a while. I did not expect that I would be unable to hold on so soon. Little friend, this is the last time this old man will ask of you. Please help me pass the divine weapon to that person. Hu Qi. Lu Tianyu waved his hand, and the wooden box containing the divine weapon flew towards him. Xiao Chan could not dodge in time, so he could only stretch out his hand and receive the wooden box. The wooden box felt heavy in his hand. It was clearly very heavy. Xiao Chan placed the wooden box at his feet and asked, "What happened earlier?" Lu Tianyu waved his hand and said, "It was just a high-ranked demon that occupied my body for 20 years. You don't have to bother about it. Unless the divine weapon is of the Saber Emperor's bloodline, it will not be able to bring out its true strength. It will not even be able to draw the saber. When the previous pavilion master handed it to me, he left behind a holy seal. Now I am passing it to you. When you need it, you can draw this divine weapon." Hu Qi. Lu Tianyu stretched out his hand and pointed. A resplendent holy seal appeared on his fingertip and flew into Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen was shocked. He could feel the resplendent holy seal in his sea of consciousness with his spiritual sense. When he looked carefully, he discovered that it was a drop of golden blood. "It looks like this hot potato has fallen into my hands." Xiao Chen withdrew it and sighed to himself. "Where is this person? How do I find him? What is his name?" Xiao Chen asked. Lu Tianyu replied, "He is the younger brother of the previous pavilion master. His name is Lung Tianhe. He left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion several decades ago. I do not know where he is either." Xiao Chen really wanted to curse. He did not even know where this person was. How was he going to find him? Lu Tianyu smiled and said, "I believe you will find him. Let's go quickly. After using the divine weapon recklessly, I have exhausted too much energy. I can no longer suppress him. Now I have to seal myself in ice." A strong force pushed Xiao Chen down without any explanation. Frost slowly covered Lu Tianyu's body. The cold qi quickly spread out. Soon he turned into an ice sculpture. The cold qi continued to spread out and soon covered the entire summit. In the next moment, the entire summit, including Lu Tianyu, was completely sealed in ice. Xiao Chen hugged the wooden box and quickly descended. A strong wind blew by his sides. When he saw the summit covered in frost, he felt very complicated. Xiao Chen placed the wooden box into his universe ring and quickly returned to his courtyard. Lu Ruyue had not gone to sleep yet. She was standing quietly in the courtyard. Xiao Chen hesitated for a while before he told Lu Ruyue everything that happened at the summit in full detail. Who knew that after Lu Ruyue heard this, her expression did not change. She did not seem surprised. Lu Ruyue smiled bitterly and explained, "Back then when he handed Qingyun to me, he told me that the high-ranked demon was a demon second only to the blood demon general. The demon's soul had been attached to his body for close to 20 years. Actually, he had been in pain all this while. He was just unwilling to tell me. Sealing him in ice might be the best outcome." Lu Ruyue paused for a while before continuing. "You don't have to worry too much about the divine weapon. If you place it in the wooden box, no one will sense it." Xiao Chen smiled gently and said, "That is all I can do. There are so many people here. It is too difficult to find a person. You should sleep early. If there is a way to save your father in the future, I will think of a way to help." Lu Ruyue nodded and said, "In that case, thank you in advance. You should rest early as well. Don't give yourself too much pressure." Early the next morning, Xiao Chen continued to cultivate as usual. He did not put too much pressure on himself because of the divine weapon. However, he was not in a rush to cultivate the Purple Thunder divine incantation. Instead, he focused on the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Since the Purple Thunder divine incantation met with resistance, he might as well focus on cultivating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. In the back mountains under a gushing waterfall, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in the surging water. He used the strictest method to cultivate the final layer of dragon essence and tiger fierceness. The body tempering art was much more arduous and difficult than the cultivation of cultivation techniques. Aside from the endless loneliness, the body had to endure tremendous pressure at all times. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion used a lot of manpower to repair the destroyed buildings. Within 7 days, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion completely restored the buildings to their former glory. At the same time, they released a piece of shocking news. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's young pavilion master, Lung Liusu, advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. The Phoenix's Passion Palace, one of the 3 holy masters, would be sending experts to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the beginning of the next month to help the Heavenly Saber Pavilion seal the spatial crack. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be holding a grand welcoming ceremony on the Heaven Ascending platform. At the same time, they would send out invitations to the various sects and clans within the Great Qin Nation to attend the ceremony. Unexpectedly, the legendary 3 holy masters would be coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, they had produced an absolute genius who advanced to peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. In an instant, the unfavorable rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion vanished like smoke in thin air. The restless subordinate sects of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion immediately sent people to present gifts to show their loyalty. There were also many leaders of the major powers who personally paid a visit. They brought valuable gifts, hoping to form an alliance with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, which had many visitors, immediately became crowded. Chapter 350. This was the influence of the 3 holy masters. Just the news of them coming to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion immediately eliminated all the unfavorable rumors about the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When they passed by Saber City and saw the heads of the Divine Dragon Palace's 7 holy envoys, the shock in their hearts was indescribable. They became even more determined to form a good relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Chun, who had heard this news from Lu Suifeng, did not feel any change in his emotions. He only responded indifferently and ignored it. Seeing Xiao Chen's calm expression, Lu Suifeng said somewhat depressedly, "Yi-chan, why do you not seem surprised at all? The Phoenix's Passion Palace is one of the 3 holy masters' lands. This is one of the few big things that happened in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in recent years." Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "Don't get agitated yet. Your sister told me about this long ago. I was already agitated once. Do you want me to be agitated again?" Lu Suifeng became even more depressed. "Why is my sister so biased? She actually hid it from her little brother and refused to tell me." Xiao Chun smiled and said, "After I tell you, Chu Xinyun will know immediately. After that, the people of Jade Maiden Peak will know. After that, the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion will know." Lu Suifeng said innocently, "Do I look like someone who likes to be in the limelight?" Xiao Chun countered with a question, "Is that not the case?" Lu Suifeng was speechless. "Never mind, let's not talk about this. I heard that aside from the royal court, almost all the major powers in the Great Qin Nation will be there for the welcoming ceremony. All the outstanding youths of the Great Qin Nation will gather. At that time, there will be an even more exciting competition than the inner disciple competition." Xiao Chun felt suspicious and asked, "Why? There are no prizes. What is the point of coming to the competition?" "Prizes?" Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "What kind of prize would be more enticing than being chosen by the Holy Land? Such things have happened before. The Holy Land has always been searching for genius cultivators. This is something that everyone knows. The Holy Land is the only power that systematically grasps ancient martial techniques. It is rumored that the place where the Holy Land is located is the place with the densest heaven and earth spiritual qi. If you cultivate there, your cultivation will skyrocket. Once you enter the Holy Land, your family and sect will be protected." Xiao Chun frowned slightly. If that was the case, Duamyuking, Shifeng, Hua Yunfei, Ji Chongkong, Chu Chaoyun, and the others would probably come. For the sake of their respective clans, they would definitely show off in front of the Holy Land. "I feel that you should work hard to fight for it. With your talent, it is very likely that you will be chosen by the Holy Land," Lu Suifeng said seriously. Xiao Chun thought for a while and said, "It's not realistic to think about this. It's better to cultivate on your own." It's better to advance steadily and surely. There are no shortcuts on the path of cultivation. Lu Suifeng thought about it and agreed. He said, I will not disturb you anymore. Continue cultivating. Even if you do not enter the Holy Land, you should still work hard. If you can perform well in the competition, it would be more useful than getting first place among the inner disciples. When Xiaochun heard this, he entered deep thought. I want to get first place among the inner disciples because I want to make a name for Qingyun Peak. It looks like I have a better way to do so. Representing Qingyun Peak in the Great Qin Nation. Defeating the outstanding talents of the various places, and obtaining first place would have a better effect. Yes, it's decided, Xiaochun thought to himself. This is the last thing I should do before I leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With a goal in mind, Xiaochun worked even harder on his cultivation. He spent all his time on breaking through to the final layer of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He would do his best to completely cultivate the dragon tendon tiger bone before the end of the month, allowing his body to undergo a complete rebirth. The waterfall rushed down with a force of tens of thousands of kilograms. Xiaochun sat cross-legged at the bottom of the waterfall. The rapid waterfall struck Xiaochun at every moment. Every time it struck, the force would reach 5,000 kilograms of force. Even a regular martial king would not dare to try such a relentless attack for a long period of time. However, Xiaochun was as calm as a rock. He closed his eyes and allowed the torrent to strike his body. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously in his body. Only under such high pressure could his body be in an excited state. Only then could the dragon and tiger body sculpting art make a breakthrough in a short time. Otherwise, if he relied on normal methods, he would need at least 3 months to succeed. After consuming the fasting pill, Xiaochun no longer needed to eat or rest. He just sat under the waterfall day and night. The sun rose and set in the west. It was like Xiaochun had forgotten about time. He cultivated bitterly day by day, day by day. He was already numb to the pain. All that was left was the thought of victory in his heart. He did his best to persevere. In the forest outside the waterfall, Lu Riyue watched as Xiaochun cultivated bitterly for 15 days without eating or drinking. Her eyes turned slightly moist and her heart ached. Pa! 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 Lu Riyue clenched her right fist and punched Lu Suifeng's back repeatedly. It's all your fault, you bastard. Who asked you to talk about a competition with him? He is working so hard now. What if something happens to him? Lu Suifeng begged for mercy. Sis, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. I was really just saying it casually. I did not expect Yi-chan to work so hard. Pu Ci. Bai flew over and joined the group beating up Lu Suifeng. She pouted and said, Elder brother Suifeng is too bad. Elder brother Yi-chan has not eaten for 15 days. It's all your fault. Seeing the enraged Bai, Lu Suifeng wanted to cry but no tears came out. He thought about the days Bai messed with him. He knew he could not stay here any longer, so he quickly left. How could Bai let him go so easily? She chased him through the forest, causing him to flee. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? Indeed, offending women is the most horrifying thing. Unexpectedly, I offended 2 in one go. As Lu Suifeng dodged Bai's attacks, he sighed. Yi-chan, wake up quickly. If you still don't wake up, elder brother will die soon. Boom! Just at this moment, Xiaochun, who was below the waterfall, suddenly opened his eyes. He shouted and his chi rushed to the sky. The torrential waterfall actually flowed in reverse under this roar, forming a wave that soared into the sky. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached great perfection. Bang! Bang! The final 2 acupoints on Xiaochun's right arm opened. From now on, all 16 acupoints on his right arm were opened. Beams of azure light came from the Laogong acupoint on Xiaochun's palm. Following that was the Daling acupoint, the Naguan acupoint, and the final 16 acupoints. The azure light gathered and formed an azure dragon. The azure light blasted the clothes on his arm into pieces, revealing Xiaochun's smooth arm. After a while, all the azure light gathered in the flesh on his arm, forming a blue dragon tattoo on his right arm. The dragon's head was on his wrist, the dragon's body was on his arm, and the dragon's tail was on his shoulder. When Xiaochun looked carefully, this blue dragon tattoo seemed to be alive. Every scale was very lifelike. The pitch-black eyes were tightly shut. as though they could open at any moment. The dragon's aura was very serene, as though it was in a deep sleep. However, Xiao Chan could feel the surging energy. When the blue dragon opened its eyes, it would be able to overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and split rocks. He would be able to overturn rivers and seas, move mountains and crack rocks. Even the heavens and earth would not be able to contain him. Hualala! After Xiao Chan exhausted his qi, the waterfall above him came crashing down again. The higher it flew, the greater the weight and force of the fall. This time it was probably 25,000 kilograms of force. Xiao Chan did not show any fear. He looked at the waterfall above him and smiled gently. Then, he opened his palm and clenched it into a fist. The instant Xiao Chan clenched his fist, the bones in his hand crackled. With a thought, the vital qi in his meridians surged. Boom! Xiao Chan punched at the sky. A berserk fist wind carried a boundless aura as it surged forward. A formless energy split the waterfall in half. The surging waterfall immediately split into two halves on either side of Xiao Chen's body. The energy did not lose any momentum. After it split the waterfall, it soared into the sky. The energy pierced through a passing flying spirit beast. It cried out miserably and fell to the ground. When Xiao Chan saw the might of this punch, he said indifferently, "In the past, a casual punch from me could reach 25,000 kilograms of force. That should have been enough to break through this waterfall. However, it was impossible to refine pure energy like essence. Now I have done it. This way it will produce a huge might in actual combat." The waterfall grew endlessly. After it was split in half, it quickly mended again. Xiao Chan pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of purple light. Then, he landed firmly on the riverbank. All the essence in Xiao Chen's body trembled. All the water on his body and in his clothes immediately evaporated. His entire body became very dry. This caused Xiao Chan, who had been soaking in the water for the past half-month, to feel incredibly comfortable. He felt an indescribable carefree feeling. When Lu Suifeng saw Xiao Chan leaping out of the water, his face immediately filled with a smile. He quickly ran over to Xiao Chan and smacked Xiao Chen's shoulder. "Yichen, you finally came out. If you still did not come out, your elder brother Suifeng would have died. Ayo, why is your shoulder so hard?" Before Lu Suifeng could finish speaking, he immediately cried out in pain. He held his right hand, which he used to smack Xiao Chan, and flung it around. In the heat of the moment, Lu Suifeng used 70 to 80% of his strength. In the end, it was like he had struck a heavy piece of frost iron. His entire palm was red and swollen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He checked his body with his consciousness. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art was still circulating on its own. Xiao Chan had already been reborn. His meridians were like dragon veins. His bones were tougher than a tiger's. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated, his body could be said to be even harder than steel. He could not control his strength. It would automatically rebound back to the person who attacked him. After Xiao Chan checked the situation, he immediately stopped circulating the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He smiled apologetically. "Sorry, I forgot to stop earlier. It's fine now. How about you punch me again?" Lu Suifeng looked at his swollen palm. How could he dare to continue? Wasn't that just seeking trouble for himself? Lu Suifeng shook his head vigorously and smiled embarrassedly. There's no need. I appreciate your kind intentions. I'll leave first. This time I nearly died because of you. Elder brother Yichen, you finally came out. Bai was so worried about you. Lu Ruyue, who was following behind Lu Suifeng, immediately flew over and hugged Xiao Chan. When Xiao Chan felt the girl's soft body, he felt slightly embarrassed. This was especially so since he was in front of Lu Ruyue. He blushed slightly and put Bai down. Don't hug me like this in front of so many people. The pressure is too great. Chapter 351. Bai's eyes were filled with doubt. He asked curiously, "There's a lot of pressure. Is Bai very heavy?" Lu Ruyue slowly walked over and smiled gently. How could Bai be heavy? It is just someone who is embarrassed. Xiao Chen smiled awkwardly. He looked at the two of them and said, "Sorry for making you worry." While cultivating, although Xiao Chen's mind was completely immersed in cultivation, his divine sense had always spread out in the surroundings. so he knew the situation outside like the back of his hand. Lu Ruyue's actions caused Xiao Qian to feel somewhat apologetic. If such a dangerous matter was seen by someone who cared for him, they would definitely be worried. At that time, he would not be able to consider everything. Lu Ruyue said softly, "There is no need to be so pretentious between us. Come, let's go back and rest first." The three of them slowly walked back. Along the way, Bai was the most active among the three of them. He talked about all kinds of things and asked questions that made people not know whether to laugh or cry. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Time flew and soon it was the end of the month. During this period, Xiao Qian was not as crazy as before. Every day, Xiao Qian would only spend half a day cultivating. He would spend the rest of his time with Bai and Lu Ruyue, wandering around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After being in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for such a long time, Xiao Qian had not taken a good look around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion yet. Perhaps he would not have the chance to be as free as he was now. Thus, when Lu Ruyue suggested walking around, Xiao Qian did not hesitate and immediately agreed. As it neared the end of the month, the atmosphere of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was extremely busy. Occasionally, experts from various places would come over. These were all solitary cultivators or some of the smaller sects or clans. They did not receive an invitation from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xiao Qian had brought many gifts, hoping that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would give him an invitation. He wanted to show his face at the welcoming ceremony, to see if he could leave an impression on the people of the Holy Land. Some sects had especially outstanding disciples, so they were even more eager for an invitation. If the people of the Holy Land were interested in their disciples, they would definitely be able to enter the Holy Land. That clan or sect would immediately become a first-rate or second-rate faction in the Great Qin nation. According to tradition, every time a Holy Land took away a person, the Holy Land would not be able to take them away. Most importantly, they would receive the protection of a Holy Land, and no one would dare to cause trouble for them. Xiao Qian's Holy Land would protect them, and no one would dare to make trouble for them. The endless stream of people made the disciples at the foot of the heaven viewing platform with their flying spirit beasts earn so many spirit stones that their hands went limp. Almost as soon as he picked up one person, another customer came to his door immediately. The sky-gazing mountain was high and steep. If one walked up, even if they ran at full speed, it would take a regular cultivator at least half a day. How could these anxious people bear it? Naturally, they all fought to become flying spirit beasts. Xiao Qian looked at the foot of the heaven viewing platform and the people holding on to hope. He sighed ruefully. The charm of the Holy Land is truly extraordinary. Just one news can shake up the entire Great Qin nation. Lu Ruyue, who was at the side, said softly, "It can't be helped. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Holy Lands are like gods. With tens of thousands of years of inheritance, this kind of reverence is already ingrained in their bones." When Xiao Qian heard this, he frowned slightly and said softly, "How can the path of a martial artist be pinned on the gods? Let's go somewhere else. There is nothing much to see here." Lu Ruyue could feel the sharpness and drive in Xiao Qian's words. She was mildly astonished. Xiao Qian did not seem to care much about the Holy Land. In that case, let's go and take a look at other places. There is still a good place in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion that you have not been to yet. Lu Ruyue smiled gently. After a while, the two of them arrived at the summit of a mountain. The mountain was more than 10,000 meters tall, which astonished even Xiao Qian. After walking 1,000 meters from the middle of the mountain, the entire mountain was shrouded in clouds. When they arrived at the summit, it felt like they were strolling in the clouds. After flying for so long, the two of them felt somewhat fatigued. When they arrived at the summit, they immediately sat down to rest. Looking at the boundless churning clouds, Lu Ruyue had a melancholic look in her eyes. She said softly, "Yi Chun, the people from the Holy Land will be here in 3 days. You will be leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion after the competition, right?" To Xiao Qian, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion was just a relay station. Lu Ruyue knew long ago that he would not stop at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After learning listening to the sword and communicating with it, Xiao Qian should have left already. However, he did not. Lu Ruyue clearly knew that it was because he wanted to repay her kindness. Perhaps he might even have some reluctance to leave. When Xiao Qian heard this, his expression did not change much. This was a problem that had troubled him for a long time in the past. However, when Lu Ruyue chopped down that tree that night, he had already thought it through. Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. If they suppressed it, a heart demon would appear. On the path of a cultivator, emotions were not a stumbling block for them. Xiao Chun did not know that when he thought of this, he had unknowingly cleared the biggest obstacle in a cultivator's life: emotions. Emotions were difficult to overcome. In history, there were many experts and geniuses. However, too many of them fell because of emotions. They suppressed their emotions in the depths of their hearts. There were even some resolute people who cut off their emotions and walked the path of cultivation alone. When they reached the bottleneck of the peak, a heart demon would appear. In the end, they would never be able to cross that bottleneck. In the end, they would never be able to reach the peak. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chun looked at Lu Ruyue and said seriously, "Ruyue, I like you. One day, I will not let Qingyun Peak become a burden to you. I will bring you along with me." When Lu Ruyue heard this, she blushed slightly. She did not expect the normally reserved and somewhat wooden Xiao Chun to say such bold words. Lu Ruyue was stunned for a long time, unable to say anything. Seeing Lu Ruyue lowering her head in silence, Xiao Chun suddenly laughed loudly. Lu Ruyue raised her head and looked at Xiao Chun. Her gaze was filled with doubt as she asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Chun did not stop laughing. He continued, "Ruyue, I really like you. I'm really an idiot. Only now do I realize that I like you even more than I imagined. Actually, I should have said this long ago. Whether you are willing or not, I like you. If you are willing to wait for me one day with my strength, I will not let Qingyun Peak become a burden to you. I like you, Lu Ruyue. I like you. I like you. I like your every word and smile. I like everything about you. I like how you treat me. I really like you." Xiao Chun suddenly said loudly. His voice was like rushing thunder, echoing 10,000 meters in the sky. The words "I like you" caused the boundless clouds to scatter. They lingered in Lu Ruyue's ears for a long time. Lu Ruyue blushed. She covered Xiao Chun's mouth and said, "Don't be so loud. I know you like me." Xiao Chun looked at Lu Ruyue, whose eyes were slightly moist. He gently removed her right hand from his mouth and held it tightly. Lu Ruyue held Xiao Chun's hand. When she felt the temperature of his palm, her tears turned into a smile. She said softly, "I believe you can do it. I will wait for you at Qingyun Peak until you return." Xiao Chun gently pulled Lu Ruyue's hand and pulled her into his embrace. The two of them did not say anything as they hugged each other tightly. 3 days later, the grand welcoming ceremony finally began. The entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion was immersed in a joyous atmosphere. All the inner disciples woke up early on this day. Xiao Chun was the same. Before the sky brightened, he had already put on his clothes and started practicing his saber techniques in the courtyard. There would definitely be a huge battle today. Be it Duanyuking Mu Changxue Shifeng, Yin Qixue Hua Yunfei or Ji Changkong. They were all outstanding talents whose names shook the region. Although Xiao Chun was confident that he could defeat them one by one, he did not dare to be careless. A cool breeze rustled and saber lights flickered. Xiao Chun executed all the martial techniques he knew. Of course, he only executed them once and did not use too much essence. Otherwise, if he executed them all, this courtyard would probably be destroyed. When Xiao Chun finished executing them, Lu Ruyue, who had appeared at an unknown time, held a folded white robe in her hands. She had a faint smile on her face as she looked at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun looked at the white robe in Lu Ruyue's hands and felt a strange energy coming from it. He asked suspiciously, "Ru, what is this?" Lu Ruyue explained, "This is a secret treasure, one of the treasures of Qingyun Peak. It is called the Clear Wind Robe. After you wear it, it can increase your speed by 10% in all aspects. Be it dodging speed, attacking speed, or running speed, they will all increase by 10%. The most important thing is that it does not require you to expend any energy. It will automatically display its effects at all times." Xiao Chun received the white clear wind robe and revealed a joyful expression. If he had only heard the first part, it would not have been a big deal. It would only increase his speed by 10%. However, with the last part, this clear wind robe was worthy of being called a treasure. It did not require any essence to display its effects at all times. It was equivalent to permanently increasing a cultivator's movement technique by 10%. Furthermore, it would increase as the cultivator's speed increased. There was no limit. When used together with Xiao Chen's windwalk shoes, it was a perfect match. Don't just stand there. Quickly put it on and familiarize yourself with it, Lu Ruyue said as she gently pushed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and nodded. He took the white robe and walked to the bedroom. Then, he took off his jacket and changed into the clear wind robe. After Xiao Chen put on the robe and fastened his belt, he looked at himself in the mirror. In the mirror, Xiao Chen was dressed in white robes. His complexion was pale and there was a blue strip of cloth tied around his head. After the Scarlet Throne's mark was covered, Xiao Chen's aura became very otherworldly. Compared to his usual aura, there was an additional scholarly aura. This completely covered up all of Xiao Chen's killing intent. This was only the change in appearance. What shocked Xiao Chen even more was the internal change when he put on the robes. When he put on the robe, thin energy lines that could not be seen by the naked eye immediately shot down from the surface of the white cloth. They entered his skin through his pores and quickly connected with all the cells and meridians in Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen waved his hand. He immediately felt that his waving speed was much faster than usual. He raised his leg and took a step forward. Who knew this step was much faster than he expected? He lost his balance and nearly fell over. This was because his speed had suddenly increased by 10%. Before his body could get used to it, Xiao Chen quickly understood the reason behind it. Chapter 352. Xiao Chen was not unfamiliar with this phenomenon. In the past, when the dragon and tiger body sculpting art advanced, his strength would increase as well. After that, his body needed some time to get used to it. However, an increase of 10% was not much. After 5 minutes, Xiao Chen had gotten used to this speed. He pushed open the door and slowly walked out. When Lu Ruyue saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, her eyes lit up. She smiled gently and said, "I did not expect white clothes to suit you. I feel that you should wear white in the future." Bai, who had just come out of the house, stretched his body. When he saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, he ran over and smiled. "Elder brother Yi Chen, you look better today." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. "Very well, I will listen to you. I will wear white in the future." After the three of them washed up and ate breakfast, Lu Suifeng led Xiao Meng and Xiao Yang to Xiao Chen's courtyard. When Lu Suifeng saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, he was about to step forward and pat him out of habit. However, he remembered the previous encounter and quickly withdrew his hand. He smiled and said, "Yi Chen, you look pretty good today. You will definitely be able to achieve victory. After you make a name for yourself, you might even obtain the title of white-robed bladesman." Lu Ruyue, who was at the side, said, "Don't just talk about Xiao Chen. You have to perform well today as well. Don't embarrass our Qingyun Peak." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he quickly changed the topic. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Don't say anything. Let's quickly go to the heaven viewing platform first." Lu Suifeng led the way, and Xiao Chen and the others followed closely behind. After they descended the mountain, they immediately headed for the heaven viewing platform. There was a lot of people along the way. They were all disciples heading for the heaven viewing platform. This time, almost all of them were inner disciples. This included those who were in closed-door training or those who went out on experiential training. They all returned to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. This was several times grander than the previous core disciple exam. The main road was very lively, and the sounds of discussion never stopped for a moment. Up in the sky, countless spiritual beasts flew towards the sky viewing platform, as though they were covering the entire sky. In addition to the disciples of the sect, most of them were small forces that had received invitations. Generally, large forces would have their own warships. He would definitely not ride a flying spirit beast. Even if he did, he would ride a flying spirit beast of rank 6 or above. Only then would he be worthy of his status. Occasionally, there would be a few strong auras flying over the heads of the crowd. The Martial King experts, who were normally hard to come by, were actually nothing more than street goods today. With a quick glance, Xiao Chen saw several peak Martial Kings. There were even quite a few peak Martial Kings. Suddenly, an extremely powerful aura flew over everyone's head. It was an old man in a black robe, and he flashed through the air with a young man. Sensing this powerful aura, Xiao Chun couldn't help but take another look. That person gave him the feeling that he was a long sword that could cut through the sky, radiating light in all directions, unstoppable. Even though this person had only released his aura unintentionally, Xiao Chun felt a horrifying pressure. The person who went over earlier seems to be Feng Shuani. I did not expect him to come personally. The young man he is bringing seems to be his grandson. I heard that his talent is very shocking. I guess he is here to try his luck. The attraction of a holy land is really great. I remember when the Misty Sword sect master wanted to take his grandson as his final disciple. He was rejected by this old man. Isn't that for sure? How can a sect like the Misty Sword sect compare to a true holy land? It is not even worth mentioning. The people beside Lu Suifeng watched the old man leave. As they walked, they discussed. When Xiao Chun heard this, he felt curious. He asked Lu Suifeng, "Who is this Feng Shuani? He seems very famous." Lu Suifeng explained. That person is a famous swordsman in the Great Qin nation. He is not even 70 years old, but he is already a martial monarch. I heard that he is the most likely person to become a sword sage in recent years. However, he is independent and does not belong to any power. No wonder Xiao Chun felt so much pressure. It turned out that Feng Shuani was a sword monarch. A holy land was indeed a holy land. Even cultivators who had the chance to advance to sword sage could not resist the temptation. As Xiao Chun continued forward, he met a few peak experts like Feng Shuani along the way. There were even more half-step martial monarchs. Xiao Chun saw at least 10 of them. It looked like it was as Lu Suifeng said. All the experts of the Great Qin nation were here. At the foot of the heaven viewing platform, there was no way to ride a flying spirit beast. There were simply too many people going up the mountain. Often, when a disciple with a flying spirit beast picked up a guest, a large group of people would immediately surround him. There was no way to snatch the spirit beast away. When Lu Suifeng saw all this, he sighed and said, "It looks like we can only walk up. The heaven viewing platform is high and steep. Even if we travel at full speed, it will take us at least 2 hours." Lu Ruyue said softly, "There is no need to go through so much trouble. Xiao Chun and I can just fly up with 2 people each. Although it is slower than flying at full speed, it is much faster than walking up." That was a good idea. Just like that, Xiao Chun carried Lu Suifeng and Xiao Yang. Lu Ruyue carried Xiao Ming and Bai. They slowly flew up together. After 1 hour, the 6 of them slowly landed on the heaven viewing platform. The crowd on the heaven viewing platform was much denser than at the foot of the mountain. The 6 of them were nearly separated by the crowd. There were several newly built arenas on the largest drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The arenas were all made of the hard heavenly mountain stone. Then, a layer of frost iron was poured on the surface. Only a large sect like the Heavenly Saber Pavilion could spend so much money to water the arenas with frost iron. The surroundings of the drill grounds were filled with spectator stands from low to high. The spectator stands were already filled with cultivators. Aside from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, there were even more cultivators who came from other places. The place was densely packed with people. The rostrum at the very front of the drill grounds had already been expanded. It was now twice the size of the previous rostrum. Behind the rostrum was a row of tables and chairs that were clearly higher than the previous ones. The elders of the Elders' Assembly had already taken their seats. If one looked carefully, they would discover that the first elder, Jiangqi, who usually sat in the middle, was not sitting in the middle. Instead, he was sitting on a chair at the side. On both sides of the rostrum, there were many simple but very grand tea tables. It would not be a problem to seat thousands of people. On the left side were the seats for the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Tianyue Peak was the closest to the rostrum. Next was Gongyu Peak, Jade Maiden Peak, and Qianduan Peak. The 7 peaks were arranged in order from strongest to weakest. Aside from Qingyun Peak, the people of the other 6 peaks were all present. These peaks had their own warships. It was not strange for them to be faster. There were even more tea tables on the right side. There were at least a dozen of them. The people seated there were all the clans of the Great Qin nation. The weakest of them was a power like the White Water City's Jiang clan. The few tea tables near the rostrum were empty. This was prepared by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for the noble clans and large sections. Without a certain amount of strength and resources, it was impossible to get close. Little brother Jiang, when will the people from the Holy Land fall? The one who spoke was the sword monarch Feng Shuani. His tea table was on the right side. Currently, he was the closest to the rostrum. Only someone of his status would dare to address Jiang Qi as little brother. Jiang Qi did not get angry at such a form of address. The other party was much stronger than him. Logically speaking, he should be a junior. Jiang Qi smiled gently and said, "Brother Feng, don't be impatient. The people from the Holy Land arrived yesterday. They are currently checking the bones of our young pavilion master." Feng Shuani picked up the teacup on the tea table and took a sip. He said, "Let me congratulate little brother Jiang Qi first. This time, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion has produced an absolute genius. At the age of 17, he became a peak inferior grade martial king. In the future, he will definitely regain his glory." "That's right. Congratulations, Elder Jiang Qi." The group of family heads and solitary experts on the right said in unison. Jiang Qi smiled faintly and responded to them one by one. He was clearly in a good mood. Just at this moment, a pure black warship flew over from the sky. A black banner fluttered on the bow of the warship. There was a flamboyant Ji character on the banner. "The people from the Nanling province's Ji clan are here." The person standing on the bow seems to be the genius of the Ji clan, Ji Chongkong. The people in the spectator stands around the drill grounds exclaimed. After a while, another warship slowly flew towards the platform. It was the Hua clan of the Dongming province's inherited noble clan. Not long after, a huge ice bird carrying an ice palace on its back slowly flew over everyone's heads. It's the Duanmu clan's profound ice palace. Duanmuking is here as well. The Gi Marquis of the royal court, Ing Shao, is here as well. The Gi Marquis is a genius with a holy weapon. I wonder how he will perform this time. The Night Spirit Palace's warship is here as well. The two geniuses of the Nanling province, Mu Changshu and Ji Chongkong, are here as well. Heavens! The Misty Sword Sect's King Grade warship is here as well. Could it be that their sect master is here as well? The three great sects are all here. This is definitely the first time in the history of the Great Qin nation. The crowd was completely excited. These strong noble clans and sects that normally dominated their regions were all here. More importantly, the geniuses of these sects were all here as well. More than 100 geniuses gathered in one place. Just thinking about it made the people below excited. Soon the tea tables on the right were filled with people. As expected, the table closest to the platform was occupied by the Misty Sword sect, followed by the Night Spirit Palace. In the end, the Misty Sword sect's sect master did not come. Instead, the Misty Sword sect's first elder Ling Chan came. He was a half-step martial monarch. His position in the sect was second only to the sect master. His status was similar to Jiang Qi's. Ling Chan glanced at Feng Shuani, who was not far away. He smiled gently and said, "Senior Feng, my sect master once personally came to take your grandson as his final disciple. However, Senior did not agree. Now that the Holy Land is here, you come uninvited. Isn't this a little too much?" Feng Shuani's old face glistened with divine light. He did not look old at all. When he heard Ling Chen's words, he said indifferently, "This old man admires the Misty Sword sect's sect master's attainments in swordsmanship. However, it is not to the point of reverence. My grandson's talent is even higher than mine. In the future, he will definitely become a sword monarch. If he does not have the confidence to become a sword sage, I will not let him enter any sect. I will teach him myself." Chapter 353. Beside him sat a green-clothed youth, about 17 or 18 years old. He had delicate features and looked like a youth. However, his temperament was very calm. When he heard the older generation talk about him, his expression did not change at all. He was like a silent sword. Ling Chan smiled gently and glanced at the silent youth. He ignored him, but he felt it was unfortunate. This youth's talent was only slightly inferior to Chu Chaoyun's. At a tea table at the back, Duanmuking's cold and beautiful face was expressionless. He was looking at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion tea table in front, searching for something. When Ji Chongkong saw Duanmuking's gaze, he smiled gently and said, "Miss Duanmu, who are you looking for?" Duanmuking withdrew her gaze and said indifferently, Are you still not clear who I am looking for? Hua Yunfei, who was at the side, took over the conversation and said, It seems like that person has not arrived yet. I did not see him make a move the last time. Who knows, we might be able to confirm his identity this time. In the past year, many outer disciples of the noble clans had died a violent death. Someone had chopped off their heads. It was clear that someone had taken them to the Flying Snow Mountain Manor to claim the bounty. To these noble clans it was not a serious matter. However, it caused the noble clans to lose a lot of their prestige. Furthermore, after more than a year, the noble clans had not even found a trace of Xiao Chan. They were a joke to the world. Duamiking said sullenly, Everyone should have no doubts about the agreement we made before we came, right? A murderous intent flashed in Hua Yunfei's eyes. He said fiercely, Don't worry, this fellow killed several elders of my clan. If we can confirm it, I, Hua Yunfei, will be the first to step forward. Ji Changkong's gaze was calm as he said indifferently, He killed my uncle. Mother already gave me the order to kill him. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the very front, saw all this. There was a look of mockery in the depths of his eyes. However, he hid it very well. Almost no one noticed it. At the tea table beside the Misty Sword sect, Mu Changxue gently held his teacup. Occasionally, he would glance at the empty tea table on the left. That was the tea table reserved for Qingyun Peak. Beside him, Mu Yanxue and Shi Feng sat quietly. In order to be closer to the people from the sacred grounds, Shi Feng didn't choose the Shi family's table this time. Instead, he wanted to bask in the glory of the Night Spirit Palace, so he sat at the second table on the right. Eldest senior brother, it seems that fellow hasn't come out yet. You promised to teach him a lesson on my behalf. You won't go back on your word, will you? Shi Feng said with a gloomy expression. Mu Changxue smiled faintly. The copper mirror in the depths of his eyes spun continuously. He placed the teacup on the table and said, Don't worry. You gave me 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. I will not take your things for nothing. The leader of the Night Spirit Palace this time was the first elder of the sect. He sat at the very front of the tea table. When he heard Mu Chengxue's words, he frowned slightly and said, Chengxue, whether the Night Spirit Palace can form a connection with the Holy Land or not depends on you and Mu Yanxue. Don't spoil the important matter because of your personal grudges. Mu Chengxue replied respectfully, First Elder is right. However, I will help junior brother Shi as well. I will help him vent his anger, and let the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion know that the people of our Night Spirit Palace are not so easily bullied. The first elder nodded and said, I heard about Shifeng's matter as well. He has indeed tarnished the reputation of the Night Spirit Palace. It would be good for you to teach this person a lesson. On the streets of the heaven viewing platform, Xiao Chan, who was bravely advancing through the crowd, did not know that before he appeared, he had already attracted the attention of countless people. Lu Rua looked at the crowd and said, Yi-chan, there are too many people. This is a waste of time. Let's work together to open a path. Xiao Chen already had this intention long ago. The crowd was so crowded that it made him feel frustrated. The two of them immediately released their energy and formed a cone-shaped shockwave. The two ferocious energies merged together and immediately opened a wide path through the crowd. The group ignored the curses of the people around them and increased their speed by several times. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, We should have done this long ago. When Yi-chan and I fight for Qingyun Peak and perform well, we will go to the Elders' Assembly to request a flying warship. In the future, we will not have to be so annoying. 10 minutes later, the group of 6 finally arrived at the gates of the drill grounds. Lu Ruyue handed over her golden identity token. After Lu Ruyue handed over her golden identity token, the disciples outside immediately led the 6 to a secret path. They did not lead them to the spectator stands like the others. The exit of the secret path was actually behind the platform. That disciple said respectfully, Marshal Aunt Lu, let's go up quickly. The elders have been waiting for a long time already. After Lu Ruyue expressed her thanks, she led the 5 of them to the limestone steps of the platform. Before they reached the platform, Xiao Chan could feel strong auras. There were even a few that he was familiar with. After climbing the long flight of stairs, the group finally arrived at the top. Xiao Chan immediately felt countless gazes filled with ill intent directed at him. Xiao Chun looked down and remained calm. He ignored all these gazes. Ruyue is late. First elder, please forgive me, Lu Ruyue said to Jiangqi, who was on the platform with a cupped fist salute. Jiangqi smiled gently and said, "You are not late. The people from the Holy Land have not arrived yet. Take a seat first. I am filled with anticipation for Yi Chun." After everyone sat down, servants immediately placed some snacks and fruits on the table. Then they filled the teacups with water. When Xiao Chun saw the figure of the Biyun Peak's peak master, Song Ke, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He gave Song Ke a deep look before withdrawing his gaze. Now was not the time to deal with this person. Without an elder's guarantee, if he killed this person, he would offend the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Song Ke, who had his back to Xiao Chun, felt like someone had used a sharp knife to carve his back. It was incomparably painful. It must be that brat's killing intent. To think it is so horrifying. Song Ke clenched his remaining fist tightly. His heart was filled with hatred. When Xiao Chun walked onto the platform, the delicate youth beside Feng Shuani raised his eyebrows slightly. A sharp gleam appeared in his calm eyes. He could not help but release his sword intent. What's going on? I can't control my sword intent. The youth was shocked. He looked at Xiao Chun with caution. Sword intent would only react like this when it felt danger or a strong killing intent, protecting its master from danger. However, the youth did not feel any killing intent from Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun was dressed in white robes and had a calm expression. There were no fluctuations in his emotions at all. The youth frowned slightly. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. So he whispered into Feng Shuani's ear. When Feng Shuani heard this, he felt it was strange as well. He looked at Xiao Chun with a deep gaze. It was like a sharp sword tearing through space trying to see through Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun moved his spiritual sense and immediately felt a strong mental energy sweep past him. The strong spiritual sense turned into a sharp blade and sliced through this mental energy. After that, he quickly formed a protective barrier around his body, preventing the other party's mental energy from probing him again. At the same time, he extended his spiritual sense along with the other party's mental energy, trying to find out who was spying on him. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Xiao Chun only needed a thought to complete it. It was shockingly fast. However, the other party had abandoned this strand of mental energy, making it impossible for him to track it. After Xiao Chun's spiritual sense scanned the air once, he could only return helplessly. However, he maintained the protective barrier formed by his spiritual sense. As Xiao Chun looked at the crowd, he felt somewhat suspicious. Who exactly was it that was spying on him? That strong mental energy from earlier was on a completely different level compared to a regular martial king. Only a half-step martial monarch or a martial monarch would have such an ability. Half-step martial monarchs and martial monarchs were not people that Xiao Chun could afford to offend. Even if he found them, it would be useless. I'll just keep an eye on them. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and ignored them. On the other side, when Feng Shuani saw Xiao Chun's reaction speed and his strong mental energy, he was shocked speechless. He had not expected Xiao Chun to react so quickly. However, he finally understood why his grandson's sword intent had erupted uncontrollably. Fengxin, when you meet this person later, be careful. This person is hiding an extremely strong state of massacre. Your will of the sword has already reached small perfection. You can feel a threat from him, which is why you automatically protected yourself. Feng Shuani projected his voice and told Fengxin everything he saw. Originally, he had intended to observe a little more. Who knew Xiao Chun's reaction was too fast? Furthermore, his mental energy was strangely strong. Feng Shuani only managed to see something related to the state of massacre. While waiting for the people from the Holy Land to arrive, the crowd at the tea table started chatting. After all, there were so many geniuses. Normally, it was rare for them to gather together and discuss the problems of martial cultivation. This would be beneficial to everyone. About an hour later, a red sun suddenly appeared in the clouds 10,000 meters high in the sky. When the crowd looked up carefully, they discovered that it was not a real sun. Instead, it was a huge fiery red bird connected from head to tail. Every feather carried a scarlet flame. It was blazing and boundlessly resplendent. With one glance it looked like another sun. The air in the drill grounds immediately turned scorching hot. It was like all the air had been burned dry, making breathing difficult. Chi! A melodious phoenix cry resounded. The vermilion bird spread its wings and soared. Instantly, the might of an ancient holy beast spread throughout the drill grounds. Many experts felt a wave of pressure. The martial spirits in their bodies stirred restlessly. They felt an instinctive fear from the depths of their hearts. Their essence became chaotic, rampaging through their bodies uncontrollably. Their meridians ached dully. The cultivators quickly suppressed the chaotic essence in their bodies and stabilized their minds, controlling their restless martial spirits. Who? The fiery red vermilion bird gently flapped its wings and withdrew its divine might. The crowd immediately felt the pressure on them lessen. All the discomfort they felt vanished, and they felt much more relaxed. This is the holy beast vermilion bird. What a horrifying pressure. Fortunately, it only lasted for an instant. Otherwise, I would not be able to suppress my martial spirit any longer. Even before the battle, my essence is in chaos, and my martial spirit is already out of control. If I clash with the people from the Holy Land, I will probably be defeated in one move. Chapter 354. The people of the Holy Land are indeed not people we can guess at. They are too strong. The crowd in the spectator stands all looked up to the sky. When they saw the beautiful scarlet vermilion bird, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and awe. Compared to the others, Xiao Chun did not feel anything. He did not feel any pressure at all. Song Ke had already shattered his martial spirit, and it was hidden in more than 300 acupoints in his body. There was only one chi whirlpool left in his body. Hence, his expression was calm. Everything was normal. Looking at the fiery red vermilion bird in the sky, Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a mocking smile. This is interesting. The moment he appeared, he used the aura of a holy beast to put on a show of strength. He wanted everyone to know who the main character was. Now it circled around in the air a few times but still refused to come down. Does it like the attention of the crowd that much? Boom! 5 minutes later, the vermilion bird circling in the sky turned into a beam of fiery light and landed on the platform. In a breath of time it landed firmly on the ground. 5 people wearing long red robes appeared before the crowd. There was a golden vermilion bird embroidered on their robes, covering their entire body. There was an old man and 4 youthful boys and girls. There were 2 males and 2 females. The males were handsome and elegant, and the females were beautiful and pure. They were very pleasing to look at. There was no aura scattered. The energy from the fall of 10,000 meters was perfectly merged into the ground, vanishing into thin air. This showed their strong control over their strength. Xiao Chun was rather impressed by this move. If it were him, he would not be able to do it so casually and naturally. The first elder Jiang Qi quickly stood up. He had a respectful expression and some anticipation as he asked the old man, "Elder Yen, how is our young master's talent?" The old man with the family name Yen smiled gently and said, "His aptitude is excellent. He can cultivate in the Phoenix's Passion Palace for 3 years. If his comprehension ability is high, he might even become a core disciple of the Phoenix's Passion Palace." The group of Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders all had smiles on their faces. Even the usually calm Jiang Qi had an excited expression on his face. "Many thanks, Elder Yen." Jiang Qi cupped his hands in thanks. "Greetings, Elder Yen." The clan heads and elders on the platform reacted and immediately stood up. They cupped their hands in greeting to the Phoenix's Passion Palace's elder. Elder Yen raised his hand slightly. The smile on his face did not diminish, making him look very amiable. However, there was an undetectable hint of arrogance in his words. He said, "Everyone, there is no need to be so polite. I am only an outer elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace." After everyone sat down, they discovered that the people from the Holy Land were much more amiable than they had imagined. Their favorable impression of the Holy Land increased even further. Xiao Chen's eyes were as sharp as lightning. He caught a flash of arrogance in the old man's eyes. The arrogance of the youths behind him was even more obvious. The Phoenix's Passion Yen slowly sat down and said softly, "The Phoenix's Holy Land. Sex Holy Land Sex Sect Palaces Sect." At the same time, I wanted to see if there were any geniuses that could be excavated in the Great Qin Nation. That was why I asked Elder Jiang to help me invite everyone here. Feng Shuani asked softly, Elder Yen, can you tell us more about the sacred ground selection criteria? Elder Yen replied, it is similar to what everyone is thinking. There will be a competition that will allow us to see the actual combat abilities of the cultivators. After that, we will measure their aptitude. However, there is a threshold before that. What threshold? Feng Shuani asked. Elder Yen glanced behind him and a young man immediately walked out. This person's name is Luo Li. He is ranked within the top 100 of our Phoenix's Passion Palace's outer disciples. As long as you can exchange 10 moves with him, you will be qualified to participate in the grand competition. Otherwise, if there are too many of them, it will be troublesome. When the crowd heard that Xiao Chan had only exchanged 10 moves with an outer disciple, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. This person was only a superior grade martial saint. He should have no problem exchanging 10 moves. Luo Li sneered in his heart when he saw everyone's expressions. This group of lowly people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do they really think that it's so easy to last 10 moves against me? Luo Li pushed his feet off the ground and moved through the air in a red arc. Then he landed firmly on an arena. Wherever it passed, the red sparks on the streamline would linger for a long time. It was a beautiful sight to behold. Elder Yen nodded and said, let's begin. If you are confident in your strength, you can come forward and give it a try. Those who can last 10 moves will be qualified to participate in the grand competition. Elder Yan's voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Every cultivator in the spectator stands could hear it clearly. As long as one could last 10 moves, they would be qualified to participate in the grand competition. When they heard this, almost all the cultivators were tempted. Their expressions were filled with excitement. Although they knew that the Phoenix's Passion Palace disciples were extraordinary, if it was only 10 moves, most of the cultivators felt that they could give it a try. Who? A gray figure descended from the spectator stands and landed firmly on the ground. It was a cultivator who was confident in his own strength and had come to test his moves. This gray-robed cultivator was no older than 20 years old. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. He looked very ordinary and had a sword hanging at his waist. However, his eyes were spirited and his steps were majestic. With one look, it was clear that he was an expert. This person performed a cupped fist salute and said, Shiha Province's Flowing Cloud Sect Yifan, please give me some pointers. So, it is the Flowing Cloud Sect Yilan. This Flowing Cloud Sect is considered a large sect in the Shiha Province. Yifan is the strongest person in this sect. If he makes a move, he should be able to test out the strength of the Holy Land's people. Yilan has been a medial grade martial saint for a long time. He should not have any problems enduring 10 moves. If even he cannot do it, then half of the people here will be eliminated. Some of the people who recognized Yilan started discussing in soft voices. Luo Li wore red robes and his long hair fluttered in the wind. A look of disdain flashed in his eyes as he said indifferently, You are not worthy. Let me give you some pointers. One move is sufficient to defeat you. Arrogant. I want to see how incredible the Holy Land's people are. When Yifan heard this, he became slightly angry. He placed his right hand on his sword hilt and drew it with a schwa sound. He brandished his sword and in an instant, he sent out thousands of sword lights at Luo Li like a torrential storm. The sword images flickered and the wind howled. Every strand of sword light contained a trace of cold qi. When there were thousands of sword lights, there were thousands of strands of cold qi. The temperature of the arena immediately plummeted. The surface of the arena, which was infused with frost iron, was soon covered in a layer of ice. This is the Flowing Cloud Sect's Ice Sword Shadow, a peak earth-ranked martial technique. I did not expect this Yilan to have practiced it to small perfection. He can send out thousands of sword lights in an instant. The sword qi covered in the state of ice is not easy to break. An elder leading the Misty Sword Sect's team commented from the platform. The Misty Sword Sect of the Great Qin Nation was an expert in using the sword. Their understanding of sword techniques was definitely higher than everyone else's. Everyone nodded to themselves at his comment. The only sword monarch present, Feng Shuani, also felt that this sword shadow was not easy to break. Although Yifan had not comprehended the state of ice, the ice on the ground showed that his understanding of ice was very close to that of a state. When the Phoenix's Passion Palace's elder Yen saw all this, he smiled faintly. He was not worried at all. He thought to himself, if I can't even break this sword technique, then why did I call Luoli out to embarrass himself? When Luoli saw the ice sword shadow filling the sky, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a mocking expression. You have not even comprehended the state of ice, and you are not embarrassed to come out and embarrass yourself. Melt. After Luoli spoke, a ring of red flames appeared under his feet. The flames rose up from his feet and circled around his body. Finally, they formed a fiery red vermilion bird image. Z. A heat wave invisible to the naked eye spread out from Ro Li's body. The ice on the ground was instantly evaporated into water vapor. After a while, the ice sword shadow slowly melted in the air. When it was 10 meters away from Luoli, the cold chi on the ice sword shadow had all evaporated into steam. With the disappearance of the cold chi, the ice sword shadow was completely broken. All the ice sword shadow automatically dissipated in the air. Everyone in the spectator stands had their mouths agape. They had never imagined that the thousands of sword shadows would be broken so easily. Everyone thought that the ice sword shadow would not be able to injure Luoli. However, they did not expect him to break it without even making a move. Feng Shuani suddenly understood. He muttered. One has not even comprehended a state, while the other has comprehended the state of fire to great perfection. Furthermore, he has the support of an ancient divine beast martial spirit. They are on completely different levels. Boundless steam spread out in the arena, covering Luoli's figure like a mist. Hu Qi. The steam filled the air and a fiery red figure soared into the sky. Then he turned into a beam of red light and flew rapidly towards Yifan. Pa! While Luoli was in the air, before he got close, he sent out a palm strike. When the palm wind struck the air, it gave off a boundless roar and formed an intense chi tornado. Flames surged out from the chi tornado. In an instant, the force of Luoli's palm strike brought out a large flaming tornado. The flaming tornado formed a strange formation in the air. It vaguely looked like the silhouette of a vermilion bird. While this palm strike looked simple, it was actually very profound. When Yifan saw the flaming tornado in the sky, his expression changed drastically. He placed 2 fingers on the bottom of his sword and quickly slid upwards. Every time his fingers slid upwards, the light on the sword became brighter. When his fingers slid past the tip of the sword, a boundlessly resplendent sword light soared into the sky. The sword light was 30 meters long and extremely sharp. Its aura was vast and mighty, trying to scatter all the flames in the sky. Suddenly, Luoli shouted in the air. The vermilion bird martial spirit above his dantian immediately gave off a melodious cry. A strand of holy might shot at Yifan at lightning speed. The vast holy might caused the martial spirit in Yifan's body to tremble involuntarily. His essence immediately became unstable. The incomparably sharp sword light immediately showed signs of loosening. That incomparably sharp aura disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 355. It's over, Yifan thought in horror as his complexion paled. He felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Bang! The flaming tornado instantly scattered Yifan's sword light, which had lost its sharpness. The horrifying energy struck Yifan's body without holding anything back. Yifan vomited a large mouthful of blood in the air as he was flung high into the air. His skin was already charred black. Just at this moment, a figure broke through the flames and ruthlessly smashed a palm strike on Yifan's chest. Yifan's injuries worsened as he vomited another mouthful of blood. His body fell outside the arena. When the boundless flames scattered, only an unharmed Luoli remained in the arena, standing proudly. I said I would defeat you in one move, so I will defeat you in one move. Next. Luoli's cold and arrogant voice resounded throughout the drill grounds. Under the blazing sun, the originally bustling drill grounds fell deathly silent. No one said a word. Luoli thought in horror as he watched the heavily injured and unconscious Yifan being carried away by the flowing cloud sect elders. How is this still an exchange of moves? Xiaochen frowned slightly. This person was too ruthless. If he could not withdraw the flames, then he did not even need to use the final palm strike. However, this person still attacked. It was clear that he wanted to beat the other party half to death, showing no mercy. After the crowd fell silent for a while, another person came down to challenge. There were always people who were confident in their strength. Enduring 10 moves did not seem too difficult. Once they passed, they might be able to enter the Holy Land. At that time, they might become as strong as the other party. This person was slightly stronger than Yi Fan. He had already comprehended the state of wind to small perfection. He managed to endure 9 moves after much difficulty. Luoli was slightly injured and exhausted a lot of his essence. However, he still had most of his strength. He thought joyfully, I just need to endure 1 more move. However, Luoli smiled coldly. He unleashed the holy might of his ancient martial spirit again. His opponent's martial spirit trembled, and his essence became unstable. An opening appeared, and he was sent flying in the final move. You can't even withstand a single blow. Next. You are full of openings. How embarrassing. Scram. Trash wants to enter the Holy Land to cultivate? Go down. For a time, more and more people came down to challenge him. However, all of them were defeated by Roli. Some did not even last 5 moves and were directly knocked down. Some managed to endure 9 moves. But Luoli immediately unleashed the holy might of his vermilion bird martial soul for the final move. Using the might of a divine beast, Xiao Chan caused the other party's martial spirit to tremble and essence to become unstable, forcefully breaking the other party's killing move. Just like that, dozens of people went down. Many of them were outstanding talents from various regions, and their strength could be said to be terrifying. However, none of them could last more than 10 moves against the other party. Furthermore, those who went up were all heavily injured, a tragic sight to behold. Luoli showed no mercy at all. When Feng Shuani saw this, he found it hard to bear. He said to Elder Yen, Elder Yen, isn't this threshold a little too strict? Since it is a threshold, can we not use sage might and test it with our strength? Feng Shuani's words were also what the others were thinking. If they did not use their holy might, there should be at least 10 people who could last 10 moves. However, once Luoli used the vermilion bird's holy might, he would be unrivaled within the same cultivation realm. Even an inferior grade martial king that was 1 grade higher would not be a match for him. Elder Yen smiled faintly and said, Everyone, this holy might is actually the most crucial part of the threshold. If one cannot even withstand the holy might, then what is the point of entering our sect? Furthermore, this Luoli's vermilion bird bloodline is not of the direct line of descent. It is already very diluted. It is not considered much in our sect. When the crowd heard what Elder Yen said, they could not find any reason to refute. Even if they could only keep it in their hearts. Who asked him to control the Holy Land's selection? How could they dare to refute him? As the crowd spoke, another disciple in the arena got his internal organs ruptured by Luoli's palm strike. He vomited blood and rolled off the arena. It was a tragic sight to behold. He was in a sorry state. When one looked carefully, this person was actually the 9th-ranked Liuza of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list. Unexpectedly, he could not last more than 10 moves against Luoli. The strength of the Holy Land's people is indeed horrifying. Unexpectedly, even the 9th-ranked Liuza of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Wind Cloud list could not last more than 10 moves. Many of the cultivators in the spectator stands recognized Liuza. They all exclaimed in astonishment. Luoli looked at this person indifferently and smiled coldly. With such strength, he can be ranked 9th in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's ranking is too worthless. Even trash like him can make it onto the ranking. When many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples heard this, their faces turned red. They felt humiliated and could not suppress the rage in their hearts. They wanted to jump down and teach this person a lesson. However, when they thought of his strength, they felt helpless. If senior brother Murong had not left, this person would not have the chance to be so arrogant, using the might of the Holy Spirit. This is too much. Many of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples said angrily. When Jiang Qi, who was on the platform, heard Luoli's words, his expression changed as well. Elder Yin smiled and said, Elder Jiang Qi, don't mind him. Youths always have their sharpness. Don't take it to heart. When Jiang Qi heard Elder Yen siding with Luoli, he smiled embarrassedly to indicate that it was fine. Then he looked at Xiao Chun below the platform. After thinking for a while, he said, Yi Chun, go down and exchange moves with this disciple from the Holy Land. 10 moves will do. 10 moves? In that case, 10 moves, Xiao Chun thought to himself as he looked at Luo Li, who was looking at him mockingly. Yi Chun, be careful, Lu Ruyue said worriedly as she held Xiao Chun's hand under the tea table. Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced at Lu Ruyue. There was no fear on his delicate face. He smiled gently and said, It's fine. He is not a match for me. I can defeat him in 3 moves. Hu Qi. Xiao Chun slowly stood up and pushed off the ground with his feet. He turned into a purple beam of light and instantly landed on the arena. It's Yi Chun. Yi Chun came out. Even without Murong Chong, Yi Chun will definitely take revenge for us. Indeed, how could we forget about Yi Chun? Yi Chun even defeated Murong Chong before. He will definitely be able to last 10 moves. Yi Chun, don't disappoint us. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples below the arena looked at the white-robed Xiao Chun, who had landed on the arena with a calm expression. Their originally powerless hearts became hot-blooded again as they cheered. Their blood had not turned cold yet, and their beating hearts could still burn. When the severely injured Li Yuza saw Yi Chun appear, he said unyieldingly, Is he Yi Chun? Recently I have been hearing this name a lot in the Shiha province. He was the one who killed the evil beast on the Black Dragon River. Not only did he kill the black tuna whale that time, he even killed the expert of the older generation, Yu Mingshan, who chased after them. Previously, I heard that there was a youth called Yi Chun wandering around and killing many high-ranked spirit beasts. It looks like he is the one. Now, Yi Chun's name was no longer as obscure as before. He represented the leading figure of the younger generation in the Shiha province. In many people's hearts, he was already the second Murong Chong. It could even be said that he had already surpassed Murong Chong. The white-robed Xiao Chun had a calm expression on his face. He turned a deaf ear to the voices around him, unfazed by honor or disgrace. An empty reputation would forever be an empty reputation. There was no need to be anxious or happy. The corner of Luo Li's lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression on his handsome face. He smiled faintly and said, It looks like you are extraordinarily popular. However, you are just a person from the lower realm. You will never know how high the heavens are. No matter how strong a genius is, they are not even comparable to dog shit in my eyes. Xiao Chun smiled gently and looked at Luo Li calmly. He said, You are just an unranked disciple of the Holy Land. Don't think that you are a god. In my opinion, you are the one who is looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, not knowing how big the heavens are. Xiao Chun's words seemed to have struck a chord in Luo Li's heart that he could not touch. A trace of anger flashed on Luo Li's face as he said coldly, I will make you scram off this arena within 3 moves. Is that so? I seem to have promised someone to defeat you within 3 moves. Xiao Chun smiled gently. Luo Li's expression turned sullen as he snorted coldly, Arrogant! Boom! Luo Li shouted, and a scarlet flame immediately soared up from his feet. It circled around and formed the image of a vermilion bird behind him. Then he sent out a palm strike. The wind in the air exploded. The force of this palm strike blasted out countless intense cyclones. Flames soared in the cyclones, forming many 100-meter-tall flaming tornadoes in the blink of an eye. The rings of flames of various sizes formed a strange formation in the air. From a distance, it looked like the rough outline of a vermilion bird. It was this move again. Many experts from before had fallen to this move. Xiao Chun used the power of the vermilion bird to create a destructive force that could sweep away all obstacles. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up, and his expression was resolute. He placed his right hand on the lunar shadow saber, and drew his saber at lightning speed just as the flaming tornadoes were about to hit him. Rumble! Suddenly thunder roared in the calm sky. Purple lightning tore through the air and infused into the lunar shadow saber. The snow-white saber immediately flickered with a purple light. Xiao Chun moved forward at lightning speed and hacked down. The saber passed right through the center of the vermilion bird's head. He wanted to break the power of this move with this saber strike. The sharp saber strike contained the purest state of thunder. Everywhere the saber light passed, it tore through everything. Pusiai! Everyone in the drill ground seemed to hear the mournful cry of a vermilion bird in their minds. Then the flaming tornadoes and the layers of horrifying tornadoes shattered. The scattered flaming tornadoes blew wildly in the surroundings, blasting the 4 fences of the arena until only 4 lonely pillars remained. The pillars were charred black. Kase, kase. After that, the 4 pillars shattered piece by piece. Unexpectedly, they were all charred from the inside out. This showed how tyrannical the power of this flame was. Seeing Xiao Qian easily break the martial technique that Luo Li was so proud of, countless people thought to themselves, good. When Luo Li saw his proud martial technique, the flaming phoenix chain burst, being broken in the most direct and decisive manner. His expression changed slightly. Luo Li pushed off the ground and soared into the air. The vermilion bird image behind him flapped its wings gently. As the vermilion bird flapped its wings, Luo Li's aura started to soar. Soon it reached its peak and his state of fire reached its peak. Chapter 356. A formless scarlet flame enveloped Luo Li's entire body. The temperature in the arena rose rapidly, and the frost iron under his feet became shockingly hot. Xiao Qian felt like his windwalk shoes were being roasted by a furnace. The soles of his feet felt extremely uncomfortable. Just as Xiao Qian was about to circulate his essence to resist, a cool breeze blew from the windwalk shoes. The temperature immediately dropped. Unexpectedly, the windwalk shoes had such a function. This inadvertently helped Xiao Qian a lot. When Xiao Qian saw the situation, he stopped moving. This move contains the vermilion bird sword chi that contains a peak state. Let's see how you break it, Luo Li said coldly as his aura reached its peak. Luo Li's entire body became like a sharp, bright red sword. He held 2 fingers on his right hand together and pointed at Xiao Qian. A scarlet sword chi quickly appeared. It gave off a piercing sonic boom as it shot toward Xiao Qian. Its speed was very close to the speed of sound. The scarlet flaming sword chi contained a state was extremely sharp. Before it got close, Xiao Qian could already feel its sharpness. Xiao Qian moved back gently and moved at lightning speed. He decided to avoid the sharpness for now. Z. A finger-sized hole immediately appeared where Xiao Qian originally stood. Unexpectedly, it pierced through the frost iron. The terrifyingly high temperature caused the frost iron to sizzle and steam to rise. Chi. Strands of scarlet sword chi rained down like arrows. Xiao Qian retreated again and again. You think you can retreat? Ha ha. I have a total of 999 strands of sword chi in this move. Let's see how you can retreat. Stand down and die. Luo Li laughed maniacally in the air as he watched Xiao Qian retreat. The vermilion bird image behind him flapped its wings continuously. When Xiao Qian saw the vermilion bird flapping its wings behind him, he entered deep thought. He muttered to himself, so that's how it is. Suddenly, Luo Li's feet left the ground. Half of his body was already dangling at the edge of the arena. The hearts of the spectators jumped. The entire place immediately fell eerily silent. Is Yi Cheng going to be defeated as well? Everyone thought unwillingly. The state of thunder that had already gathered in the air churned ferociously. Muffled thunder roared continuously. Arclight slash. With a shout, Xiao Qian swung his saber. The purple saber chi drew a long arc in the air. The end of the arc was pointed at the vermilion bird image behind Luo Li. Creak. With a painful wail, the vermilion bird stopped flapping its wings as if it had been struck by lightning. Bang! When the attacks landed on the vermilion bird, it was like they landed on Roly himself. Roly fell heavily to the ground with a pale complexion. The sword chi that filled the sky immediately disappeared above Xiao Qian's head. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he walked forward. Damn it! When Luo Li saw the relaxed Xiao Qian, he roared ferociously and smashed the ground with his right palm. Hu Qi! Hu Qi! Instantly, countless small red flaming birds flew out from the ground. They chirped continuously, filling the sky with red flaming birds. Each of these flaming birds could easily blast apart a small mound. With so many of them, they would be able to flatten a mountain. Wukuei transforms to Qi. Xiao Qian brandished his saber as he advanced step by step. The divine Wukuei tree appeared from nowhere and turned into strands of dense purple saber chi. The purple saber chi flew everywhere in the air, shattering the flaming birds into sparks and shattering them. Sparks filled the sky and deafening explosions resounded above Xiao Qin's head. Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He walked at a moderate pace as his white robes fluttered. He continued to walk towards Rowley, who was on the ground. "Ha ha! You actually dare to get so close to me. Do you really think this move is over? 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix combine." Rowley laughed maniacally from the ground. The countless sparks in the air immediately gathered at a certain point. A horrifying aura spread out, and a fiery red vermilion bird quickly formed in the air. "Chi breaks Wukuei break." Xiao Qin's expression did not change. He did not stop moving as he formed hand seals with his left hand. The drifting purple energy in the air quickly gathered together with Xiao Qin's hand seals. When the vermilion bird completely formed, a strand of dense purple saber chi flew out at lightning speed. In an instant, it shattered the vermilion bird that had just formed into dust. "Not good," Elder Yen, who was in the spectator stands, thought to himself as he watched Xiao Qin slowly walk over with a calm expression. Elder Yan's expression changed slightly, as he sent a voice projection to the other man behind him. "Luo Huang, Rowley might be defeated. Prepare to make a move at any time. 3 moves have passed. You are full of openings. You are here to embarrass yourself. I hope you can receive 3 moves from me." Xiao Qin said calmly as he looked at Rowley, who had an expression of disbelief on his face. This was not the first time Rowley had said this to the people he knocked off the arena. When he heard Xiao Qin return it to him, he felt humiliated in his heart. "Do you think you have one? I still have not used my holy might. How can an ordinary person like you understand the horror of a holy might?" Rowley said with a sinister expression. Originally, Rowley thought that he could defeat his opponent without using his holy might. That way, he would be able to humiliate his opponent even more. Now it looked like he was the one being humiliated. The vermilion bird above his dantian cried out. Immediately, a strand of vast holy might shot at Xiao Qin. Blue dragon cloud soaring art. Roaming dragons 9 transformations. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and instantly split into 9. 9 cool breezes blew in the arena. Xiao Qin's killing chi was completely gone. No one could even feel his killing intent. How can this be? My holy might, which has always been successful, is actually useless. My opponent's movements are perfect and flawless. It does not look like he is affected by the holy might at all. Rowley's expression changed drastically. This time he finally felt some horror. He quickly retreated, but the 9 figures had already surrounded him. The cool breezes hid a boundless killing intent. There was no way for him to retreat. The 9 silhouettes merged together in the air. The killing intent that had disappeared suddenly exploded, covering the sky and covering the earth, covering the entire arena, making it impossible for anyone to hide. This made Rowley feel that he was so close to death for the first time. Aside from the holy might, he was just a top-notch genius. His strength was close to that of Duamyiking and the others, perhaps even slightly weaker. Now that the holy might had lost its effect, Rowley's heart was in complete chaos. Furthermore, the overwhelming killing chi immediately made him lose his wits. A resplendent saber light immediately lit up on the snow-white saber. Then it stabbed into Rowley's chest, 10 centimeters away. This was Xiao Qin holding back. Otherwise, this saber would have stabbed into Rowley's heart. The vermilion bird embroidered in golden thread on the scarlet robes suddenly lit up with a golden light. The resplendent golden light prevented Xiao Qin's saber from stabbing into the robes. It is actually a secret treasure. The people of the Holy Land are really generous. Even an outer disciple has a defensive secret treasure. Xiao Qin thought to himself. Rowley's pale complexion immediately regained its color. He laughed loudly and said, "I nearly forgot. I have a secret treasure with me. You cannot injure me. This robe is an imitation of an ancient secret treasure, the golden jade robes. However, it is useless to tell you. You are just a lower realm bumpkin. You probably do not even know what a secret treasure is. Ha ha ha. Ignorant. The people of the Holy Land are actually so ignorant." Xiao Qin was speechless. With a thought, a strand of the state of massacre on the scarlet throne quickly flowed out. Rowley's smile froze very quickly. Suddenly, a red light appeared on the dazzling purple saber. With a chi sound, the tip of the saber easily pierced through Rowley's robes. Blood spurted out of the wound. Roly grabbed the saber with his hand and said in a fluster, "How can I be injured? A lower realm bumpkin actually injured me." One move. Xiao Chan quickly withdrew his saber. Drops of blood dripped from the tip of the saber onto the arena. Bang! Xiao Chan gently raised his right foot and stomped down heavily. After the dragon and tiger body sculpting art reached consummation, this was the first time he used the full strength of his physical body. Countless cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the arena, which was made of frost iron. The cracks spread rapidly, and countless pieces of frost iron flew into the air with a loud boom. The huge force sent Roly flying uncontrollably. His complexion paled, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. This kick contained 50,000 kilograms of force. If it landed on his opponent's chest, it would be sufficient to shatter his internal organs and severely injure him to death. For the third move, I will return a palm strike to you. You are not qualified to say whether the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is trash or not. As for you, without the Vermilion Bird martial spirit, you are just trash. On the platform, Luo Huang's expression changed slightly. He pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of red light, flying over quickly. He shouted, "Stop!" Xiao Chan could not be bothered with Luo Li. He stood up and sent a palm strike at Ro Li's chest. Ro Li's body immediately shot backward like a cannonball. Luo Huang caught Ro Li's body in midair. However, he did not expect the force in Ro Li's body to be so ferocious. It was like catching a mountain. A muffled sound came from Ro Li's chest. His body soared up and quickly spun in the air, trying to dissipate the force. Good. This time, the many cultivators in the spectator stands could no longer suppress the excitement in their hearts. They all shouted out loud. Many of the cultivators who went up earlier were all sent flying by Ro Li's palm strike. Then he spoke extremely humiliating words. Many people wanted to step forward and send out a palm strike. However, they did not have the strength to do so, so they could only suppress it in their hearts. Xiao Qin's palm strike and his words struck the bottom of their hearts. They vented the anger they had been suppressing in their hearts. On the platform, Lu Ruyue looked at Xiao Qian, whose white robes fluttered in the wind. There was an indescribable smile in her eyes. At a tea table not far away, Yun Kursen, who was similarly dressed in white, watched Xiao Qian. She revealed a faint smile on her delicate face and said softly, "This is the sharpness that a bladesman should have. Who cares what holy land it is? If you humiliate me, I will return it tenfold, 100-fold." A golden warship floated above the clouds 10,000 meters in the sky. A golden flag fluttered on the bow of the warship. This was the incomparably huge flagship of the Imperial Dragon Legion. The beautiful Princess Ingyu, who wore golden battle armor, was playing with a wooden sculpture on the deck. The girl depicted on the sculpture wore a long red dress. She was extremely beautiful and very lifelike. This was especially so for her intelligent eyes. They made the sculpture seem alive, showing the exquisite craftsmanship of the person who carved it. Chapter 357. It no longer looked like an inanimate object. Instead, it looked like an absolute beauty that could come to life at any moment. The girl in the statue was Princess Ingyu herself. Ingyu smiled gently and said, "Not bad. You hand in your homework every month. Furthermore, they are all different." Nangong Lai, who was not far away, had a wide smile on his face. He said, "This brat unintentionally helped us a lot this time. The legend of the Holy Land will become a joke." Ingyu withdrew her smile and put away the statue with a flip of her hand. She peered through the boundless clouds and saw the situation in the drill grounds. She muttered, "There is no such thing as a true legend in this world. However, this time he really helped us greatly." In the desolate back mountains of the Lingyun mountain range, where the reincarnation well was, 8 old men in red robes were carefully inspecting the seal in the reincarnation well. Suddenly, the expression of the leading old man changed. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the heaven viewing platform. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's 9th elder, who was beside him, asked cautiously, "Elder Luo, did something happen?" The 9th elder could not help but feel nervous. The old man before him was an inner sect elder of the Phoenix's Passion Palace, ranked 6th. His words already carried some weight in the inner sect. The outer sect elders could not compare to him. His cultivation was unfathomable. The person responsible for repairing the seal this time was this person. Elder Luo withdrew his gaze, and an imperceptible rage flashed in his eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. The seal is much better than I expected. Who knows, we might be able to repair this spatial crack. Even if we cannot, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not have to worry about a demonic calamity within 100 years. Luo Huang, who had finally recovered from the force, landed firmly on the heaven-viewing platform's drill grounds. He gently placed Luo Li down and glared at Xiao Chan angrily. "Friend, aren't you a little too heavy-handed? I already said to stop," Luo Huang said with a cold gaze and a sullen expression. "What a joke. Now you know that you are too heavy-handed and say to stop. Earlier Luo Li injured so many people. Why did you not say to stop? Seems like we are not humans in your eyes." Xiao Chan replied indifferently, "My skills are inferior. What's the point of saying so much?" Luo Huang laughed coldly and said in an icy voice, "What a good I am inferior to you. In that case, if I kill you now, you will have nothing to say, right?" When Xiao Chan felt the other parties killing Qi, he moved back slightly and adjusted his body's condition to its limits. He said softly, "You can't do it. How much stronger are you compared to him? Holy might is useless against me. In my eyes, you are just ordinary martial saint experts. Reckless fool." With a flip of his palm, a sword appeared in Luo Huang's hand. Killing Qi gushed out from his entire body. Sword light danced as he executed a killing move, flying towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was fearless. He held his saber with one hand and flew into the air. Clang, clang, clang. The two of them crossed each other in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Their weapons clashed, and the sound of metal clanging rang out continuously. After they parted, the two of them quickly turned around and started fighting again. Each move was more dangerous than the previous. They did not leave any leeway for themselves. Saber Qi and sword Qi flew everywhere in the arena. The strong frost iron was riddled with holes from the shockwaves of the two's attacks. It was beyond recognition. Soon, the arena that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had prepared meticulously shattered. It became a scene of desolation. There was no place that was even. The two of them were cultivators who comprehended states. Every move they made caused intense energy fluctuations in the surroundings. Occasionally, there would be sparks and lightning in the surroundings of the battle. However, Xiao Chen's state had merged with his blue dragon's holy might. Furthermore, it had undergone the baptism of the heavenly Das. It was much stronger than his opponents. After 200 moves, Luo Huang slowly fell into a disadvantage. Xiao Chen pressed on, not wanting to give his opponent a chance to go all out. He infused his strong state of thunder into the state of massacre once again. A red light appeared in the purple saber light. The sharp state of massacre instantly turned the berserk state of thunder sharp and horrifying. Bang! 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 Xiao Chan brandished his saber thrice, breaking his opponent's sword technique like breaking dead branches. When faced with Xiao Chen's sudden increase in saber technique, Luo Huang was clearly caught off guard. Luo Huang, who was already at a disadvantage, lost all his sword technique. He looked like he was about to lose. Ding! Xiao Chan knocked away Luo Huang's sword with his saber. Then he leaned forward and sheathed his saber. Then he sent a palm strike at his opponent's chest. Luo Huang vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew out of the arena. The second person from the Holy Land had been defeated by Xiao Chan with one palm strike. Senior brother Luo. The two Holy Land female disciples on the platform exclaimed. They flew over and caught Luo Huang. After the two girls treated Luo Huang's injuries, they did not say anything. They just drew their swords and flew into the arena, charging at Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, "If one is not enough, then the two of you attack together. However, if you are not strong enough, what is the point of having more people?" Kase. Xiao Chan drew the lunar shadow saber again and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Then he activated the windwalk shoes. Originally, Xiao Chen's heaven-ranked movement technique already allowed him to be much faster than regular cultivators. Now with the windwalk shoes and the clear wind robes, his speed increased by 30%, reaching Mach 2. Only a white figure could be seen in the arena moving around. Boundless saber chi appeared and disappeared mysteriously. By relying on his advantage in speed, Xiao Chun fought 1 against 2. Unexpectedly, he held a suppressive advantage. He suppressed the 2 Phoenix's Passion Palace female disciples to the point where they could not even retaliate. They could only bitterly endure and deal with Xiao Chen's unpredictable attacks. It was a one-sided situation. After the 100 moves were over, Xiao Chun infused in the state of massacre once again. Xiao Chen's saber technique immediately became twice as sharp as before. The strong force knocked away the swords of the 2 people. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chun sent out 2 palm winds, and the 2 female disciples from the Holy Land followed in his footsteps again. They were knocked off the arena with 1 palm strike. The spectator stands were deathly silent. They all looked at Xiao Chun with astonished gazes. Originally, they thought that it would be pretty good if Xiao Chun could help them vent their frustrations. However, he defeated 4 people from the Holy Land in one go. How strong was he? It was not just these people who did not expect this. The other people on the platform did not expect this either. Even Elder Yan's face was filled with shock. His eyes filled with disbelief. His brain short-circuited. Although these disciples were ranked in the top 100 of the outer sect, they were peak geniuses in the lower realm. How could someone defeat them all in one go? Mu Changxue, who was on the platform, took a sip of tea. Then, he slowly put down the teacup and looked at the white-robed Xiao Chun in the arena. Mu Changxue revealed a playful smile as he said indifferently, "I love watching people fall from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. The higher you fly, the more painful the fall will be. Today I will throw you to your death." After Mu Changxue spoke, the rapidly spinning copper mirror in the boundless depths of his right eye suddenly stopped spinning. A beam of white light tore through the air and shot out. The white light did not contain any killing chi. It was silent and did not give off any energy fluctuations. Before Xiao Chun could react, the white light struck him. In the next moment, Xiao Chun was startled. The bones in his face started to change rapidly. Xiao Chun wanted to stop it, but that strange white light turned all of his efforts into nothing. No matter what he did, he could not stop it. Xiao Chun used the shape-shifting spell and slowly recovered his appearance. His originally delicate and ordinary face, aside from his fair complexion, had turned into a handsome and elegant young man with well-defined features. The people in the spectator stands were no stranger to this face. This was because there was a wanted poster of this person in every big city within the Great Qin nation. As long as one entered or exited a big city, they would be attracted by this huge wanted poster. Many of them even had thoughts of capturing this person and claiming the reward. On the platform, the various noble clans' heirs were no stranger to this face. If this person was not the Xiao Chun that they had been searching for more than a year, who else could it be? On the platform, the Gi Marquis Duamuqing Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei Shifeng, and Yin Qishua's expressions all changed greatly. The noble clan elders behind them all had sullen expressions as well. Although they had already expected this, when the result appeared before their eyes, they were still caught unprepared. The person who had been wanted for such a long time was actually hiding in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Furthermore, he had become the strongest of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's third-generation disciples, his name shaking the Shiha province. Lu Ryue's expression changed slightly. She was somewhat astonished as she said, "Yi-chan? How could it be Xiao Chun?" Everyone in the spectator stands could not accept this fact. Earlier, Yi-chan was a genius disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had become a wanted criminal of the noble clans. Who? After Duanmuqing Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, and the Gi Marquis recovered their wits, their figures flashed, and they landed firmly on the ground. Hua Yunfei looked at Xiao Chun and smiled coldly. "You killed my clan's elder and hid for more than a year. So, you were hiding in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. No wonder I could not find you. Even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protects you today, you will not be able to escape death. You killed my uncle. You have to stay here today," Ji Chongkong said expressionlessly as stars flickered in his eyes. There was no expression on Duanmuqing's cold face. She said indifferently, "Between you and me, we can only fight." The Gi Marquis wore golden battle armor and slowly drew his holy weapon. the sky-splitting sword. He pointed it at Xiao Chen and said, "No one has ever survived after injuring me." Who? Who? A figure flashed over. It was the Shiha province's Yin clan's Yin Qixue. Yin Qixue looked at Xiao Chen and said indifferently, "My second brother's whereabouts are unknown because of you. I will not make things difficult for you. I will just leave behind an arm." Ha ha ha. A burst of maniacal laughter came from the sky. It was Shifeng flying over quickly. He said in a loud voice, "Xiao Chen, you did not expect such a day to come, right? Back then, you humiliated me in Shiha City. Today, I will trample on you ruthlessly." Xiao Chen closed his eyes and looked at Shifeng flying over. He thought to himself, "It seems like anyone can step on me. However, who do you think you are, Shifeng? How dare you shout at me?" Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A murderous intent appeared on his sharp face. Chapter 358. Xiao Chen's originally reserved aura was no longer hidden. His sharpness was unrestrained. He pushed off the ground and soared into the air. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated at full force. The roars of dragons and tigers came from the acupoints in his body. Dragons and tigers circled around him as Xiao Chen opened his fingers. His knuckles crackled. Xiao Chen's figure shifted slightly and he dodged Shifeng's attack. Then he punched Shifeng's chest. "Kasie! Kasie!" The rock in front of Shifeng's chest shattered. He vomited a mouthful of blood in the air and flew back. He landed on the tea table in the Night Spirit Palace. Mu Changxue was about to place the teacup down when Shifeng smashed the tea table into smithereens, leaving it hanging in the air. When Mu Changxue saw the pale Shifeng in a sorry state, he smiled and said indifferently, "Junior brother Shi, you are so weak. Why do you like to join in on the fun?" Shifeng felt very depressed. He felt that at least 5 of his ribs were broken. His internal organs were also injured. He had internal injuries and external injuries. He had completely lost his combat prowess. What a disgrace. "Stand back. Don't embarrass the Night Spirit Palace," the Night Spirit Palace's first elder said with an extremely sullen expression. Shifeng struggled to stand up. He felt guilty in his heart. He lowered his head and did not dare to retort. Mu Changxue gently let go of the teacup in his hand. The teacup immediately fell to the ground. However, it did not shatter like Mu Changxue expected. Instead, it did not move at all. It is a little lively. Not just anyone can join in. Mu Changxue picked up his beauty under the moon sword and leaped into the air. Then he appeared in the arena. Mu Changxue looked at the white-robed Xiao Chen, who had already recovered his true appearance. He smiled gently and said, "There is still an unfinished battle between you and me. Let's end it today." Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he looked at Mu Changxue quietly. He did not expect this person to be so shrewd. Mu Changxue had discovered his true identity long ago, but did not expose it. Today, his identity was exposed before the world, forcing him into a dead end. The people in the spectator stands were all shocked. The 6 noble clans worked together to put out a bounty on Xiao Chen's head. This was already unprecedented in the history of the Great Qin nation. At this moment, another great sect had appeared. The chief disciple of the Night Spirit Palace, Mu Changxue, also had a grudge against Xiao Chen. If he were to include the fact that he had just injured the people from the Holy Lands, then he would have offended even the Holy Lands. There would definitely not be another person with such boldness in the future. Even if the Heavenly Saber Pavilion wanted to protect Xiao Chen, they would have to think twice before doing so. The 3 strongest aristocratic clans, the Guy Marquis, who held a high position in the prince's residence, and the Night Spirit Palace, one of the 3 great sections. With so many strong powers, they could sweep through half of the world. Who would dare to offend all of them? Only Xiao Chen would dare to do so. "If you want to kill Xiao Chen, ask me, Lu Riyue first." A pretty figure on the platform drew a small saber in her hand. A strong aura of a martial king surged out and blocked in front of Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw Lu Riyue's back, he could not help but feel a warmth in his heart. Only Lu Riyue would protect him at the first moment. "Although I, Lu Suifeng, am not strong enough, if anyone wants to kill my brother, they will have to ask me first." Lu Suifeng had rushed over as well. "The noble clans also want to kill people in my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I Muchan Zhonglai will not allow it." Zhang Lai and Mu Chan, who were in the spectator stands, flew over as well, blocking in front of Xiao Chan. Bai, you have to protect elder brother Xiao Chan as well. If anyone wants to kill elder brother Xiao Chan, Bai will make a move on him. On the platform, the originally excited Bai was stunned when he saw the sudden situation. He did not know what was going on. After he figured out that someone wanted to kill Xiao Chan, his delicate face immediately sank. Hu Qi. Another white figure flew over in a flash. It was as quiet as a falling leaf. It was Yun Kursen standing on the platform. She placed her right hand on the saber hilt at her waist, blocking in front of Xiao Chan. She did not say anything, but her actions clearly showed her attitude. If you want to kill Xiao Chan, you will have to ask for my saber's permission first. On the spacious arena, the scene of the two sides facing each other appeared. Boundless killing intent filled the air. Boundless killing chi spread out in the air above the arena. Both sides did not give way, clashing with each other. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. Before the previous wave had settled, another wave rose. The crowd originally thought that Xiao Chan had entered a dead end. They did not expect so many people to come out to protect him. At this moment, if one asked who was in the happiest mood, it would be Song Quebec. The others felt conflicted in their hearts, but Song Ke felt carefree. Originally, they thought that Xiao Chan had outstanding talent and had caught the attention of the elders' assembly. However, now they discovered that Xiao Chan was a wanted criminal. Furthermore, he was wanted by the big powers of the Great Qin nation at the same time. His chance had come again. Heavens will made a fool out of people. There was a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. What else was worth being happy about? When Song Ke thought of this, he could not help but laugh. He said loudly, "First Elder, this Xiao Chan hid his identity and entered our heavenly saber pavilion. He has ulterior motives. He wants to draw the conflict between the heavenly saber pavilion, the Holy Lands, and the noble clans to the heavenly saber pavilion. He is simply trying to destroy our heavenly saber pavilion, destroying our 10,000 years of foundation. His intentions are sinister and vicious. He must be killed." Song Ke used his identity as the Biyun Peak's Peak Master to throw a few hats at Xiao Chan. He wanted to consign him to eternal damnation. Jiang Qi looked coldly at Song Ke and ignored his words. He projected his voice and sent a voice transmission to Xiao Chan. "I don't care what your identity is. I only have one question. Are you going to join the Divine Saber Camp? As long as you say the word, my Heavenly Saber Pavilion will deal with this for you." Jiang Qi's words rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. He shook his head slightly. He could not stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. "Many thanks for Elder's kind intentions. Sorry, I cannot accept it." "In that case, you are asking for it. Don't blame me for being merciless. If Xiao Chan could not stay in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, then no matter how talented he was, his glorious future would have nothing to do with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Chan to deal with this unexpected calamity." Jiang Qi said sullenly, "All Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples on the platform, listen up. Quickly withdraw. My Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not interfere in personal grudges." After Jiang Qi spoke, the people in the arena did not move. Instead, when the elders of the noble clans on the platform heard Jiang Qi's declaration, they all became restless. However, just as they stood up, they felt a formless killing intent heading for them. Let the youths deal with their own matters. Elder Ji, Elder Hua, what do you think? Jiang Qi looked at the elders of the noble clans and smiled faintly. However, the killing intent in his smile was not released. In the end, Jiang Qi still wanted to protect Xiao Chan, so he did not push things too far. Feng Shuani, who had been silent all this while, also smiled faintly and said, "I also feel that the youth should deal with their own matters. We old fellows should just watch. It has been a long time since such an interesting youth appeared in the Great Qin nation. This old man is willing to help him. As for the outcome, it will depend on his luck." As Feng Shuani spoke, the strong sharpness of the sword monarch instantly encased the elders of the noble clans on the platform. A sword hovered above each of their heads. The elders of the noble clans smiled bitterly to themselves. They wanted to stand up but did not dare to. Even though they were dissatisfied, they did not dare to voice their dissatisfaction. When Xiao Chan felt the situation on the platform, he felt a warmth in his heart. I will definitely repay this favor in the future. Suifeng Ruyue Kursen Mu Chan and Zhonglai I Xiao Chan, thank you all. You may leave. Today's matter is a personal grudge between my noble clans. I have to settle this personally. Xiao Chan performed a cupped fist salute and persuaded Mu Chan, Zhonglai, and the others to leave. Before Yun Kursen left, she said softly to Xiao Chan, Yi Chan, after this battle, I believe you will become a true bladesman. Xiao Chan smiled faintly and said, Are you so sure that I can clear this stage? Yun Kursen's delicate face was incomparably calm. She smiled gently and said, I said it long ago. My judgment of people has always been very accurate. After sending off Yun Kursen, Xiao Chan went over to Lu Riyue's side. He felt somewhat guilty and said with much difficulty, Sorry Riyue, I lied to you for so long. The corners of Lu Riyue's eyes turned slightly moist. She said, Idiot, why did you not tell me earlier? Why would I blame you? Whether you are Xiao Chan or Yi Chan, in my eyes there is no difference. The last knot in Xiao Chen's heart was untied. His sharp face immediately revealed a joyful smile. You may leave first. This is my karma. I have to settle it personally. Trust me. Lu Riyue knew that Xiao Chan had made up his mind. She nodded silently and left. After everyone left, aside from the noble clans, only Xiao Chan remained. Xiao Chan was dressed in white robes and had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He swept his gaze across the faces of these people. Duanmuking Ji Chongkong, Hua Yunfei, Mu Changshua, Yan Qishua, and the Gi Marquis. For the past year or so, in order to hide from these people, Xiao Chan had changed his appearance, hiding his true appearance. No matter how quiet or low profile a person was, who would be willing to hide their true appearance and hide? Who did not want to walk openly in the world? These noble clans had had enough of it. He, Xiao Chan, had had enough of it as well. Today he would put an end to this. He would make Yi Chen's name become history. He would make everyone only remember Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen's gaze returned to the front. His expression did not change. He tightened his grip on his saber and said indifferently, Are you all coming at me together or one by one? Qi. When Duanmuking Ji Chongkong, the Gi Marquis, Hua Yunfei, and Mu Changshua heard Xiao Chen's words, they all jumped off. These people were proud and arrogant. It was impossible for them to practice with others against Xiao Chan. Only Yan Qishua and Xiao Chan remained in the previously bustling arena. Yan Qishua felt depressed in his heart. His strength was considered the weakest among these people. Originally, he had intended to work together with the others to deal with Xiao Chan. Even if they did not work together, they would at least wait for everyone to finish fighting first before they went up. However, with the current situation, they could not retreat even if they wanted to. Otherwise, they would lose their face. There is no need to worry. He has fought many battles. He must have exhausted a lot of essence. I should be 50% confident, Yan Qishua consoled himself. Chapter 359. Yan Qishua looked at the white-robed and calm Xiao Chan and said indifferently, Today I will seek justice for my second brother. Dragon seizing hand. Yan Qishua clapped his hands, and a huge black palm appeared in the sky. This was the Yin clan's inherited martial technique, the dragon seizing hand. The huge hand was 100 meters wide, and the patterns on the palm could be seen clearly. When it descended, it felt like it covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, and Xiao Chan leaped into the air. Electric light flickered on the snow-white lunar shadow saber, and a saber light appeared. Chop! Xiao Chan shouted and swung his saber. The huge black palm was instantly chopped in half, splitting it in the middle. Yan Qishua's expression did not change. He flipped his palm, and the huge black hand in the air immediately healed. The huge black hand grabbed at Xiao Chan, who was in the air. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he moved 100 meters to the side before landing on the ground. Bang! The huge black hand that had just landed clenched into a fist and punched at Xiao Chan. The might of the huge hand was very strong. If Xiao Chan clashed head-on, he would exhaust himself. Furthermore, this was just an appetizer. It would be disadvantageous for the later battles. I'll dodge it first. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's figure flickered continuously. The huge black hand smashed the arena, causing it to tremble continuously. However, it could not catch up to Xiao Qian's speed. Instead, it drained its essence continuously. After a long time of not being able to take down Xiao Qian, its momentum started to weaken. Right now, Xiao Qian found an opportunity. He felt that the speed of the huge black hand had slowed down significantly. Xiao Qian quickly sheathed the lunar shadow saber and raised his right hand to the sky. A similar huge black hand appeared, and its 2 fingers formed a sword. It pierced through Yan Qixua's huge black hand. Isn't this the inherited martial technique of my Yin clan? He does not have an inherited martial spirit. Even if he had a secret technique, he would not be able to learn it. When Yan Qixua saw the sudden appearance of the huge black hand, he was stunned. Xiao Qian's expression turned grave. He did not give Yan Qixua any chance to hesitate. The giant black hand clenched into a fist and slammed into Yan Qixua's body. Poochie! Yan Qixua's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was slammed to the ground, and he still could not understand what was going on. Xiao Qian gently waved his hand, and the giant black hand slapped Yan Qixua's body out of the arena with tremendous force. He actually defeated Yan Qixua in one move. And he even used the Yin clan's inherited martial technique. This Xiao Qian is too surprising. They both used inherited martial techniques, but Yan Qixua actually lost to an outsider. How embarrassing. Several cultivators in the spectator stands commented. They were not optimistic about Yan Qixua and Xiao Qian's duel in the first place, so they were not too surprised. However, he did not expect that Yan Qixua would not even last 10 moves from Xiao Qian and would lose just like that. Look, the Gi marquee is going up. I wonder who will win this time. The surrounding cultivators perked up again. The Gi marquee was wearing golden battle armor. He held the 2-meter-long holy weapon, the sky splitter, in his hand. He looked at Xiao Qian and said, "You have been fighting continuously and have exhausted a lot of essence. I will give you a handicap of 3 moves. After 3 moves I will make my move." Xiao Qian smiled faintly. "There is no need for you to give me a handicap. We will talk after you can block 3 moves from me." Rushing thunder roars, 10,000 horses gallop. The Gi marquee was not Yan Qixua. He was much stronger than the latter. Xiao Qian did not have any intention of testing the other party. He was prepared to end the fight quickly. He did not wish to drag it out. That would not be good for him. Hence he immediately used his big move. Thunderclouds churned in the sky and a huge electric whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Instantly the clear sky turned dark. As the whirlpool spun, electric light flickered. The lightning attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered. Rumble, rumble. The sound of thousands of horses galloping resounded from the electric whirlpool. The sound resounded throughout the entire drill grounds, reaching the ears of every cultivator. What martial technique is this? Why is the mysterious phenomenon so shocking? When the cultivators in the spectator stands felt the horrifying energy from the electric whirlpool, their expressions all changed. The Gi marquee's expression turned grave. With a dang sound, he stabbed the sky splitter into the ground in front of him. Zzz! Ripples appeared in the surrounding space. They were like water, causing the figure of the Gi marquee to turn blurry. Xiao Qian felt that the other party was thousands of kilometers away from him. Furthermore, the Gi marquee's figure was floating without a definite location. The Gi marquee had used the might of the holy weapon to change the natural laws of the arena, causing everyone's senses to turn chaotic. However, in the end, you are only using the holy weapon to change the natural laws. It is not your own strength. In front of absolute strength, the natural laws are useless. Xiao Qian shouted, and all the lightning-attributed knights in the whirlpool gathered together. Then, a knight flickering with golden electric light walked out. The golden knight roared ferociously. It held up its spear and broke through the obstruction of space, charging at the Gi marquee at lightning speed. When the golden knight was 100 meters away from the Gi marquee, his body turned blurry. His lightning-fast speed turned into slow motion, allowing everyone to see him clearly. Who? It was like the golden knight had run for tens of thousands of meters. Time seemed to last forever. However, the flickering golden knight could not touch the Gi marquee. It was still 100 meters away. However, this situation did not last for long. The rippling space started to crack. Soon the entire small world shattered. There was a limit to how much the holy weapon could change the natural laws. It could not be extended indefinitely. After the electric knight ran for tens of thousands of meters, the golden light of its spear had already dimmed. However, it was still resplendent and dazzling. Dang! The Guy Marquis held his sword horizontally in front of him. The broad blade of the sword pressed against the tip of the spear. A huge force pushed the Guy Marquis back continuously. The Guy Marquis's feet sank deep into the ground. After a while, 2 deep ditches appeared on the ground. The Guy Marquis retreated to the edge of the arena. Half of his feet were in the air. Unable to retreat, the Guy Marquis shouted and leaned back slightly. Then he swung the sky-splitting sword with both hands. Just as the tip of the spear was about to pierce him, the sword struck the electric knight. Xiao Chun knew how horrifying the Guy Marquis' strength was when he was in the ink forest. The electric knight, which had already run for tens of thousands of meters, had exhausted a large portion of its energy. Naturally, the outcome was easy to imagine. There was a loud sound and the force of the sword blasted it into purple electric currents that scattered into the air. Wukuei shakes the heavens. Everything was within Xiao Chun's control. He had already stored up energy and executed the rare move of the Wukuei saber technique. The ancient divine Wukuei tree appeared from nowhere. Its branches were luxuriant, covering the sky and sun. It gave off a resplendent purple light. It was like a mountain made of lightning as it pressed down on the Guy Marquis. The Guy Marquis, who had lost the initiative, had yet to recover his wits from the first killing move. He could only place his left hand on his sword, hoping to block this divine Wukuei tree. Bang! The Guy Marquis had no way to resist. The absolute force crushed a corner of the arena into rubble. The Guy Marquis's feet slipped and he fell off the arena along with the rubble. The lightning-attributed energy of the divine Wukuei tree did not show any signs of dissipating. It tore through the Guy Marquis's defenses and pressed down on his chest. Pussy-eye. The huge force caused the Guy Marquis's internal organs to tremble. He could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Xiao Chun's figure flashed and stood above the arena. He looked calmly at the Guy Marquis on the ground. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to continue?" The Guy Marquis felt extremely dissatisfied. He still had many killing moves that he had not executed. If he had attacked from the start, he would not have ended up in such a passive position. He could not even receive 2 moves. However, it was already too late. Against Xiao Chun, he still dared to be arrogant. His fate was sealed long ago. Unfortunately, this Guy Marquis's defeat is too unjust. To think he was so arrogant, giving Xiao Chun the opportunity to execute his killing move with his full power. Otherwise, he would not have lost so easily, getting knocked off the arena in 2 moves. He dealt with Yan Qixue in 1 move and the Guy Marquis in 2 moves. Furthermore, he fought in consecutive battles and defeated the people from the Holy Lands. What is the limit of this Xiao Chun? Could it be that the noble clan heirs could not defeat him in a continuous battle? After consecutive battles and consecutive victories, Xiao Chun displayed startling strength, shocking everyone. At this moment, there were already people who suspected that he might become famous in one battle, shocking the world, trampling on the geniuses of these noble clans and climbing to the peak that belonged to him. That is impossible. The 2 killing moves earlier exhausted a lot of essence. In the end, he is only a peak medial-grade martial saint. At most, he would have half of his essence left. The remaining people are all noble heirs with high-ranked inherited martial spirits. Each one is stronger than the last. His essence will only decrease. I guess that he will be defeated soon. Furthermore, don't forget that there is still Mu Changxue, whose strength we do not know. The moment these words were spoken, there were immediately people who retorted. They felt that it was impossible and that Xiao Chun would definitely lose today. Xiao Chun turned a deaf ear to the heated discussions outside the arena. His mental state had already reached a state where he would not be affected by praise or humiliation. The discussions of the outside world did not affect him at all. Hua Yunfei is going up. I heard that he awakened an ancient evil soul. This is the true showdown. Up in the arena, Hua Yunfei looked at the dilapidated arena. He frowned slightly and said, "Let's go to another place." The 2 of them flew up and landed firmly on a brand new arena. Hua Yunfei quickly drew the scarlet sword in his hand. Xiao Qian revealed an evil smile on his handsome face. Although I have only comprehended the state of massacre to small perfection, it is sufficient to deal with you now. Puxi. Without giving Xiao Qian a chance to speak, Hua Yunfei sent out a scarlet sword qi. His figure followed the sword qi and quickly pressed forward. Clearly, Xiao Qian did not want to make the same mistake as the Guy Marquis. Glittering Wukuei. Xiao Qian gently swung the lunar shadow saber and sent out a strand of dense purple saber qi. This was the first move of the Wukuei saber technique infused with the state of thunder. Hua Yunfei smiled faintly and said, "The state of massacre is on a higher level than all other states. No matter how powerful your state of thunder is, it is useless." Puxi. The incomparably ferocious state of massacre on the scarlet sword qi easily shattered the purple saber qi that Xiao Qian sent out. Bloody World, Shadowless Sword Passing. Chapter 360. Taking advantage of the time when Xiao Qian dodged the scarlet sword qi, Hua Yunfei's killing move followed closely behind. Scarlet light filled the air. There seemed to be countless scarlet figures executing sword techniques in the arena. Strands of scarlet sword qi moved at a strange frequency, fluctuating like the sea. A horrifying state of massacre spread throughout the entire arena, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Dang! 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 Activating the windwalk shoes, Xiao Qian moved about in the sky filled with sword images. He brandished his saber and chopped apart the sword qi flying at him. Every sword shadow seemed to be a real martial artist wielding a long sword to attack, stab, chop, hack or flick. The angle of the attacks was random, and they came and went without a trace. It was tiring to deal with them. Hua Yunfei actually managed to completely learn an ancient martial technique. He truly lives up to his reputation as a rare genius of the Hua clan. This time Xiao Qian is in danger. Indeed, ancient martial techniques and current martial techniques are not of the same system. Normally, even if one obtained an ancient martial technique, it would be very difficult to truly master it. It would be very difficult to use it in actual combat. Look at this arena. There are endless sword images rising and falling one after another. Even a martial king would find it hard to block them. When the cultivators in the spectator stand saw the scarlet sword images filling the arena, they recognized that this was an ancient martial technique. They could not help but worry for Xiao Qian. Hua Yunfei's figure was hidden among these sword images. Occasionally he would send out a sharp sword attack, catching people off guard. In an instant, Xiao Qian's arms and legs suffered from several sword wounds, no matter how fast he was. Even if he was fast, he would not be able to dodge these unending and unpredictable sword images. Xiao Qian could only do his best to avoid any injuries to his vital points. Furthermore, there was a state of massacre that interfered with Xiao Qian's heart. There were killing moves hidden within the killing moves one after another. This martial technique was truly unimaginable. Haha, Xiao Qian, this move must not be easy to take, right? Thanks to you, I awakened the ancient evil soul in my body. This martial technique is the inheritance of the ancient evil soul. In the ancient era, the evil soul used this move. The continuous stream of sword shadows could cover an area of 100 meters, encompassing heaven and earth. If a god blocked it, it would kill a god, and if a demon blocked it, it would kill a demon. Hua Yunfei looked at the tired Xiao Qian and laughed arrogantly. He wanted to strike a blow to Xiao Qian's fighting spirit and make him collapse prematurely. His mind was clear. Xiao Qian kept his heart calm. He was not worried, not confused, and not afraid. Xiao Qian ignored Hua Yunfei's words and wandered around the arena, exhibiting the state of thunder to its peak. Xiao Qian blocked the red sword shadows that came from all directions. At the same time, he did his best to discern the pattern of these sword shadows. The state of thunder infused with holy might could only barely knock these sword shadows back. It could not completely destroy them. The state of massacre is indeed not easy to deal with, Xiao Qian thought to himself. However, it is fortunate that I have the state of massacre as well. After blocking for a while, Xiao Qian finally figured out the pattern of the sword shadows. It was time to make a move. Xiao Qian gently removed the blue strip of cloth from his forehead. A scarlet mark appeared on his forehead. Xiao Qian's angular face immediately turned strange. The scarlet throne mark on his forehead released a strand of red light. Under the illumination of the red light, Xiao Chen's face looked even more strange. Wukuei transforms to qi. Xiao Chen shouted and merged the state of massacre with the state of thunder. Occasionally, a red light flickered among the hundreds of purple saber qi formed by the divine Wukuei tree. Bang! 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 In the arena, the scarlet sword qi and the purplish-red saber qi clashed in the air. A series of explosions rang out, ringing out endlessly in the sky above Lei Tian. Hua Yunfei's expression changed slightly. He grasped the scarlet sword tightly and said in disbelief, "How did you comprehend the state of massacre as well?" The continuous sounds of explosions created violent air currents in the air, and the surrounding railings of the arena were immediately smashed into pieces. Xiao Qin's hair fluttered and his white robes fluttered. He smiled gently and said, "Who made the rule that you are the only one who can comprehend the state of massacre?" Qi breaks Wukuei. The purple and red saber qi contained the berserk state of thunder and the state of massacre. It pierced through the boundless shockwaves and headed for Hua Yunfei. Hua Yunfei brandished his sword and gathered the scattered scarlet light on his sword. He thrust the tip of his sword forward and a spot of scarlet light appeared, blocking the tip of the saber qi. Z. The two states clashed intensely in the air, neither giving way to the other. They gave off crackling sounds and scarlet ripples appeared in the air. The states surged forward. Boom! Just as the two states clashed with each other, thunder suddenly roared in the sky. An electric light suddenly shot out from the purple and red saber qi. Hua Yunfei's state immediately broke. He quickly dodged backward. However, the saber qi still pierced through his right shoulder, leaving behind a finger-sized bloody hole. So, I was only clashing with the pure state of massacre earlier. I did not even use the state of thunder, Hua Yunfei thought in horror. You are far from being able to compare states with me. I don't care what ancient martial technique you have. Break. Xiao Chun leaped up gently and his figure flashed. He infused the state of massacre into the state of thunder and brandished his saber qi, forcing Hua Yunfei to defend. The situation immediately reversed. Xiao Chen's figure danced around. Strands of purple and red saber qi easily destroyed all of Hua Yunfei's killing moves. Blood shadow chop. Break. Sea of blood and mountain of corpses. Break. Blood illuminating the mountains and rivers. Break. No matter how many powerful moves you have, my two states, the state of thunder and the state of massacre, will break them with one saber strike. Break. 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 Hua Yunfei vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Chun broke all 3 of his killing moves with one saber strike. The surging energy was like a tsunami, forcing Hua Yunfei to retreat. Ding! The ferocious energy surged over again. The sword in Hua Yunfei's hand was immediately knocked away. Xiao Chun stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Hua Yunfei's chest, sending him flying. Hua Yunfei's body slid quickly across the arena. Soon he reached the edge of the arena. His complexion was pale as he struggled to stand up. Suddenly he felt a chill on his neck. It was Xiao Chun moving over and pressing his saber against his neck. Xiao Chun said expressionlessly, "Hua Yunfei, you have lost." "I did not lose. How could I lose to trash like you? Back then I could easily kill you with one finger. This is impossible." Hua Yunfei pulled the saber away from his neck and leaped up. Then he launched himself at Xiao Chun. Reckless fool. Xiao Chun kicked Hua Yunfei's face. The huge force caused Hua Yunfei to flip several times in the air. He landed head first outside the arena. He won again. Xiao Chun won again. Who can end him? Hua Yunfei's strength is at the peak of martial saints. He has grasped an ancient martial technique. Even a regular martial king would be able to kill him easily. However, he still lost to Xiao Chun. How many trump cards does Xiao Chun have? I think the state of massacre is his final trump card. However, even if he knows it, it will still be difficult to deal with. Another overwhelming victory caused the crowd to erupt into an uproar. Some people even firmly believed that Xiao Chun would be able to defeat all his opponents. Today, on the heaven viewing platform, Xiao Chun had fought many battles. Regardless of whether his opponents were from the Holy Lands or the geniuses of the noble clans, none of them were mediocre. However, without exception, Xiao Chun defeated his opponents in an overwhelming manner. With such strength, even if he lost the next few matches, there was no need to doubt his talent and strength. As long as Xiao Chan could escape this calamity, he would definitely rise up in the future. At that time, the noble clans would be like floating clouds in his eyes. High up in the clouds, Nangong Lai watched the scene on the heaven viewing platform. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like there is no need for us to make a move. This brat might be able to escape this calamity." And you looked around and said softly, "Now it all depends on the people from the Holy Lands. These noble clans might not be able to stop him." On the platform, the elders of the noble clans had unsightly expressions. They wanted to move but did not dare to. They felt very sullen. The Misty Sword Sect's first elder said softly, "Chaoyun, how confident are you of dealing with this brat?" Chu Chaoyun carried his sword on his back and smiled gently. "Victory will be decided in one move. What do you think, first elder?" "Ha. In that case I can rest assured." The Misty Sword Sect's first elder laughed happily. Up in the arena, Xiao Chun looked at Duanmiking Ji Chongkong and Mu Changxue. He said softly, "The three of you come at me together. Otherwise you will not stand a chance against me." The moment Xiao Chun said that, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Is this Xiao Chun crazy? He actually took the initiative to ask them to attack together. Ji Chongkong smiled coldly and said, "Xiao Chun, if you are really seeking death, I am not afraid to grant your wish." No expression could be seen on Duanmuking's cold face. He said coldly, "Do you really think that you are qualified?" Mu Changxue held the holy weapon, Beauty Under the Moon. He revealed a playful smile on his handsome face. He said softly, "If you only have this much strength, you are not even qualified to force me to draw my sword." The three of them were proud and arrogant people, dragons and phoenixes among men. Since they were young, they had enjoyed the limelight of everyone. They had all sorts of halos above their heads. When had they ever been looked down on like this? Boom! 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 Three strong auras soared into the sky. A resplendent starlight and countless stars flickered. That was Ji Chongkong's state of stars. A bone-chilling coldness spread in the sky. A cold light shone brightly, and a boundless cold qi spread in the air. It was Duanmuqing's peak great perfection state of ice. A gentle and warm moonlight scattered down, moving one's heart like a cool breeze. This was Mu Changshua's strange state of bright moon. Under the calm surface, there was an overwhelming aura. When the three auras merged, they shattered the clouds in the sky. Winds blew, clouds churned, and the sky changed color. All the cultivators in the drill grounds felt a strong pressure on their shoulders. It was like a mountain pressing down on them. Dressed in white robes, Xiao Chan held a saber with a sharp saber light. He smiled faintly at the strong aura. He gently raised his right leg and stomped it down. With the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at peak great perfection, Xiao Qin's pure strength could reach 50,000 kilograms of force. With his full power, he could reach 50,000 kilograms of force. When infused with essence, he could reach 100,000 kilograms of force. More importantly, this force could be freely controlled and perfectly manipulated. Chapter 361. Xiao Chan merged his essence and strength with this one kick and stomped on the ground gently. The wide arena made of heavenly mountain stones and frost iron slowly sank into the ground. Bang! 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 The ground of the drill ground could not withstand the pressure of the arena sinking into the ground. Deep cracks formed and quickly spread out. The cracks continued to spread, and the other arenas on the drill ground were torn apart and smashed into pieces. The 1,000-meter-long drill ground shook incessantly, and even the surrounding spectator stands were shaking. The shaking continued for a long time before it slowly stopped. The arena under Xiao Qin's feet was now level with the ground. A surging aura surged out from Xiao Qin's body. It clashed with the auras of Duanmuking's group of three, giving off a sharp aura. "Now, do I have the qualifications for the three of you to attack me together?" Xiao Qin said calmly. His handsome face, which was like a scabbard, revealed its sharpness. It was like an unsheathed treasured saber. He only wanted to find someone to test how sharp this treasured saber was. Xiao Chan had long wanted to test his true strength, to see how strong he was. He had not had enough in the previous few matches. This feeling was like getting more and more excited. Just as you were about to unleash your full power, the other party was already lying on the ground, leaving you with nowhere to exert your strength. This happened over and over again. Xiao Chun had had enough of it. Now, he only wanted to fight to his heart's content and fight with all his might. Suddenly, the silent Feng Shuani on the platform said, "If this fellow can win this match, then he will snatch away all the luck of these noble heirs. Who knows, he might really become a legend in the future." The strength that Xiao Chun displayed in his strong aura caused the expressions of the three to change. They were greatly startled. "Silence? In that case, I will take it as your tacit agreement," Xiao Chun said indifferently. He pushed off the ground and relied on pure force to shoot towards the three like an arrow. Ji Chongkong shouted coldly, "If you are seeking death, then I can't be bothered to talk about morality with you." Astral sword technique, resplendent starlight. The sky above the arena suddenly turned pitch black. Countless stars twinkled in the sky, and the day turned into night in an instant. Countless starlight descended, and a deep starry sky appeared in Ji Chongkong's eyes. He raised his sword and used the starlight to clash. Ding! At the same time, Mu Changshua unsheathed his sacred weapon, Beauty under the moonlight. The blade of his sword reflected a golden full moon. In that moonlight there seemed to be another world. A long and drawn out, like a woman's beautiful and pleasant voice, rang out, tugging at the heartstrings of those who heard it. Duanmuking, who had been silent for a long time, also made his move at this moment. His jet-black hair turned white, and his eyes completely lost all human emotions, becoming incomparably cold. A slender sword appeared in her hand. It carried a bone-chilling state of ice as it stabbed fiercely at Xiao Chun. At this moment, even if she was not willing to admit it, she was not a match for Xiao Chun alone. When Xiao Chun saw the three attacking at the same time, he smiled faintly. He suddenly stopped and landed firmly on the ground. Xiao Chun brandished his saber and the image of a flower bud appeared under his feet. After a while, the Wukuei flower bud flickered with alternating purple and red light, enveloping Xiao Chun. Bang! 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 When the attacks of Duanmuking and the other two landed on the flower bud, it did not budge at all. The purple electric light and scarlet light flickered continuously, looking very strange. The three exchanged glances and the essence in their bodies quickly surged. Then they launched an even more ferocious attack. The strong sword techniques infused with the states of the three struck the ground, creating deep trenches. However, that strange flower bud did not budge at all. Within the flower bud, Xiao Chun's expression did not change. He suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and quickly formed hand seals. Wukuei blossoms. When the three of them were about to launch their third attack, the alternating purple and red flower bud suddenly blossomed. A surging shockwave spread out in all directions. The three of them were caught off guard and were swept back by the shockwave. Countless flower petals danced in the air within the shockwave. The entire sky of the drill grounds was filled with alternating purple and red flower petals. It was incomparably beautiful. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and caught up to the slower Ji Chongkong. After passing through the sky full of flower petals, Xiao Chun's speed increased explosively. In an instant he caught up to Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong's expression turned grave. Suddenly he grew 100 meters taller and turned around. The star that belonged to him in the boundless starry sky suddenly lit up. A resplendent pillar of light descended from the distant sky. Astral swordplay, eternal light. A majestic sword light shot out from the sword at Xiao Chun, who was behind him at lightning speed. Boom! The sword light was like a pillar. It was resplendent and dazzling. When it struck the ground of the drill grounds, it created a deep black hole that made one's heart palpitate. This series of actions happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. It was so fast that no one could keep up with it. Did I hit him? Ji Chongkong frowned slightly and took a deep breath. To be able to execute this move in such a short period of time, Ji Chongkong was already doing very well. The might is pretty good. Unfortunately, I can't hit him. In the end, it is useless. Suddenly, Xiao Chun's calm voice came from behind Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong's expression immediately changed. He quickly turned around and held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. Dang! Ji Chongkong chopped down with his saber and was knocked back several meters. His right hand, which was holding the sword, felt numb from the impact. He quickly switched to a two-handed grip. The petals filled the sky and there were invisible motes of light. When the motes of light landed on Xiao Chun's body, His speed increased by 30%. Ji Chongkong had just retreated when Xiao Chun arrived at his side again. His saber light flickered, following him like a shadow. In an instant he sent out more than 100 attacks. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat again! Ji Chongkong barely managed to block Xiao Chun's attacks. He was suppressed to the point where he did not even have a chance to breathe. In one breath, he retreated several hundred meters. Hu Qi! A strand of killing qi came from behind. Xiao Chun dodged to the side. It was Mu Changxue charging over with the beauty under the moonlight. Ji Chongkong took a deep breath and retreated 100 meters. Just as Xiao Chun dodged Mu Changshue's attack, an extremely cold aura came from above. Duamuqing was charging over as well. Xiao Chun smiled gently and swept his saber forward, knocking away Mu Changshue's sword. After that, he quickly somersaulted and dodged the attacks of the two. Dang! 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 The attacks of the two were relentless. They brought out the state of ice to its limits. The cold qi penetrated Xiao Chun's skin and entered his body, causing him to slow down slightly. Occasionally, a soft hum came from Mu Changshue's sword. Everyone could not help but turn their ears to listen, disrupting Xiao Chun's state of mind. The state of massacre infused into his saber technique. Xiao Chun maintained his original state of mind. He blocked left and right, blocking the attacks of the two. She was able to block the sword, but she could not block the sword light on the sword. Her white robes were torn, and blood appeared on her fair skin. Duanmuqing and Ji Chongkong were not in a good state either. Xiao Chun's sword light contained two states at the same time. When it struck them, the damage they caused was even more obvious. Ha! A beam of starlight descended behind Xiao Chun. Ji Chongkong had finished resting and rejoined the battle. The three of them formed a large circle surrounding Xiao Chun. The three of them fought among the petals that filled the air. They kicked up dust, ice, starlight, moonlight, and the occasional flickering of scarlet lightning. Dust filled the air, and energy spread everywhere. Everyone in the spectator stands opened their eyes wide as they watched the battle anxiously. The intensity of the battle completely surpassed their expectations. Xiao Chun fought 1 against 3, surrounded by danger. He was like a lone boat on the sea in a violent storm. It swayed back and forth, looking like it would be swallowed by the waves at any moment. However, it stopped and did not sink. Just when everyone thought that he would be killed, he strangely dodged their killing moves and launched a sharp counterattack. His white robes had already turned red from the blood. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. I finally feel carefree this time. However, the price I paid is rather high. However, I am a cultivator. I am born in a great age where geniuses appear in large numbers. If I do not go against the heavens and face the difficulties head-on, how can I stand out from the crowd? How can I reach the peak of cultivation in the future? Xiao Chun reared his head back and laughed loudly. A heroic spirit rose in his heart. He could not help but speed up his movements, deflecting the attacks of the three. Let's see how long you can last. Again. Ji Chongkong roared ferociously. Starlight flickered around him as he quickly charged forward again. Up until now, both sides were truly enraged. At this moment, it was no longer a competition of strength. It was a competition of willpower. The one who could persevere and not collapse first would be the one who had the last laugh. Duamuqing's white hair fluttered in the wind. His expression did not change at all. There were no visible fluctuations. A cold qi surged from his entire body, chilling everyone to the bone. Even Mu Changxue and Ji Chongkong were unwilling to get close. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Chun, who was the target of this cold qi, could persevere. The cold was bone-piercing. However, Xiao Chun had already cultivated dragon tendon tiger bone long ago. His body was reborn, and the cold qi could not penetrate his meridians. Although it was unbearable, he could persevere. Dang! 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 The seemingly never-ending battle continued for another hour. Under the sharp attacks, the four of them were covered in wounds of various sizes. However, the weapons in their hands did not stop. Such a high-intensity battle was a great test of their willpower. Xiu! A fierce flame started burning in Xiao Chun's right eye. Finally, all the flames gathered together and elongated into a purple arrow. The arrow headed for Duanmuqing, who posed the greatest threat among the three. Duamyuking's expression changed slightly. He felt a dangerous aura in his heart. He quickly retreated and ice formed around his body. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He did not care about the might of the purple light. He looked around and immediately attacked Ji Chongkong, who was behind him. Xiaochen had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Of the three, Ji Chongkong was the weakest. Xiaochen could only look for an opening. Xiaochen first diverted the strongest, Duamyuking, and broke their encirclement. Then he quickly made his move. After Duamyuking left, the cold qi in Xiaochen's body immediately dissipated. His ghostly movement technique reappeared. He turned around and stabbed his sword into Ji Chongkong's chest. Chapter 362. Wukuei supporting the heavens. The purple-red petals that filled the air formed a mottled whirlpool as they quickly entered the wound. Bang! Ji Chongkong's body fell backward rapidly. The purplish-red flower petals quickly took root in his body. A purplish-red wukuei tree trunk grew out of his wound. Countless branches slowly extended from the trunk of the tree. After a while, the branches became luxuriant, covering the sky. On every branch, there were strange purplish-red barren sunflowers. Mu Qingshua's expression turned grave and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Taking advantage of this opening, his sword hummed and filled the air with killing qi. Under the gentle moonlight, it quickly stabbed at Xiaochen. Xiaochen could not split his attention with this attack. He had no chance to dodge. In reality, Xiaochen had no intention of dodging. He continued to focus on forming hand seals, controlling the growth of the wukuei tree. The wind created by the sword already hurt Xiaochen's face. The tip of the sword was only 10 meters away from him. Boom! A jade pendant on Xiaochen's chest lit up with a dazzling light. A formless barrier enveloped Xiaochen. This was the secret treasure that Xiaochen had won the bid for. When Mu Changxue struck the barrier with his full strength, he was reflected back 30%. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked back. After the barrier blocked the attack, it slowly shattered. After Xiaochen finished forming his hand seals, he turned around and quickly chased after Mu Changxue. The wukuei tree behind Xiaochen was completely formed. Countless roots extended into Mu Changxue's meridians, firmly suppressing him. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Mu Changxue wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the approaching Xiaochen. He smiled coldly and the moonlight on his sword suddenly rippled. The surrounding space immediately turned blurry. As Xiaochen flew through the air, it seemed like Mu Changxue was always a distance away from him. He could not get close. Right now, I have used my holy weapon to change the laws to create a miniature world. It is already more than 500 kilometers wide. Let's see how you break it. You can forget about catching up to me in your lifetime. Mu Qingshue's voice reverberated throughout the space. It seemed as though it was right beside their ears, yet it also seemed as though it was far away. Xiaochen smiled faintly. I've said it before, as long as it's not a law that you've comprehended yourself, in the face of absolute power, laws are ineffective. Hearing the sword, Xiaochen shouted, and the lunar shadow saber formation in his hand flashed. The snow-white saber turned pitch black, and its sharpness wantonly turned into a true heavenly weapon. Wukuei breaks the heavens. I can even break the heavens. Why would I fear your insignificant laws? An ancient divine tree quickly formed above Xiaochen's head. Thunder roared incessantly in the sky above the drill ground as the state of thunder circulated to the extreme. Boom! A deafening clap of thunder descended from the sky. When the divine tree finished growing, Xiaochen's saber lit up with a resplendent pillar of light. The pillar of light quickly elongated, rushing towards Mu Changxue. With the aid of the state of massacre and the heavenly weapon, whatever laws of heaven and earth, they immediately shattered. The moonlight on the sword in Mu Changxue's hand quickly dimmed. The pillar of light did not even have time to blink before it struck his chest. The crowd in the drill ground only saw a beam of light. Then Mu Changxue's body flew to the distant horizon, disappearing from everyone's sight. Before Xiaochen could rest for a while, he immediately felt a cold qi spreading rapidly in the drill ground. Duamyuking had completely dodged that lightning-fast purple thunder true fire. He was currently executing his killing move. Boom! 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 The cold qi on the ground quickly gathered and formed a huge ice prison. It surrounded the entire drill ground. In an instant, everyone could only see thick walls of ice. They could not see what was happening inside. Within the ice prison, a pitch-black saber rested on Duanmuking's neck. Xiao Chun wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and said indifferently, "Give up. I still have one move of my Wukuei saber technique that I have not executed. You have no chance." The instant the ice froze, Xiao Chun executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art to its limits. He executed the blue dragon tail whip. He managed to arrive just as Duanmuking was about to execute his killing move. Xiao Chun placed his saber on Duanmuking's neck. Rumble. After a moment of silence, the ferocious ice-attributed energy in Duanmuking's hand finally scattered. The ice prison immediately melted and Duanmuking's white hair turned black. There was no blood on Duanmuking's pale face. A trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. He said softly, "Actually, you won from the very start. Duanmuking is not as skilled as you. In the future, the grudge between you and the Duanmu clan will end here." After Xiao Chun spoke, he slowly walked out of the drill ground. After a while, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He bounced a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. It was Mu Changxue, who had been blasted into the clouds by the Wukuei breaking the heavens. He was already injured. Now that he fell from a height of a few thousand meters, he vomited blood on top of his injuries. He found it difficult to even speak. His vision was blurred by the blood. He was in a sorry state. The entire drill ground was deathly silent. Xiao Chun fought 1 against 3 and obtained the final victory. First, he defeated the Holy Land experts. Then, he defeated the various noble clan disciples. Along the way, Xiao Chun did not stop to rest. None of his opponents were mediocre. They were all famous outstanding talents. However, they were all defeated by this white-robed bladesman. No one was a match for him, not even 3 against 1. After this battle, Xiao Chun's name would shake the world. He would become the true leader of the younger generation of the great Qin nation. Xiao Chun was the true main character of today's grand occasion. He had completely overshadowed Lung Liusu, who became a peak inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. Many people felt excited in their hearts. Perhaps many years later, they might be the ones to witness the start of a legend. As Xiao Chun walked, the shattered ice on the drill ground gave off a loud pung-pung sound. Every step he took made him feel dizzy. However, he had to continue moving forward. There were some things he had to say to the person lying on the ground. He had to say them personally to the person who forced him into a dead end. Mu Chengshua's vision was blurry as he coughed continuously. When he heard footsteps, he struggled to stand up. However, a scabbard ruthlessly stabbed him. "You once said that the higher you fly, the more painful it will be when you fall. Look at you now. Looking at you now, I believe this sentence even more. Thank you. I will always remember this sentence. I will not allow myself to be in danger of falling." When Mu Changxue heard this, he coughed violently a few times. He smiled miserably in his heart. He had just fallen from the clouds. He finally understood the saying, "The higher you fly, the more painful the fall will be." Perhaps I should not have made an enemy of this person. Some people are destined to soar to the sky. Even if you manage to pull them down temporarily, you would only become a stepping stone for them, allowing them to fly higher and higher. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun defeated them all. This is too inconceivable. First, he eliminated the Holy Land experts and forced them back with 4 palm strikes. Then he defeated the noble clan heirs. No one can withstand his sharpness. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation is a match for him. Our great Qin nation has always been the weakest among the 5 great nations. This time we might have produced a demonic genius. After a moment of silence, the crowd in the spectator stands erupted. They were all very excited and discussions could be heard without end. On the other side, Lu Ruyue and the others all had sincere smiles on their faces. They quickly headed for Xiao Chun. At this moment, only the noble clan elders on the platform had the most heavy moods. If they could not take him down in this battle, this Xiao Chun might become a shadow that would haunt them for life. Just thinking about such a talented opponent made them tremble in fear. It made it hard for them to breathe. If one had to say who was the most depressed, it would be Song Ke. At this moment he felt incredibly depressed. Originally, he thought that he would definitely die. However, Xiao Chun managed to pull through. Furthermore, his reputation became even more famous. No, this brat's strength is already sufficient to threaten me. There is a death grudge between us. He will definitely come back to settle the score with me. Song Kei's expression was uncertain. It was like he was making a difficult decision. He was very hesitant. Forget it if I just kill him. He is currently at his weakest. This is the best opportunity. He is no longer a Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciple. With my status as the Peak Master, I can definitely avoid the death penalty. Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in Song Kei's eyes. He looked at the defenseless Xiao Chan, who was walking towards Lu Ruyue, and clenched his fist tightly. Die! Song Kei shouted and used his remaining arm as a saber. He carried a sharp killing chi and soared into the air, flying towards Xiao Chan at lightning speed. When the smiling Lu Ruyue saw Song Kei, her expression immediately changed. She shouted, "Xiao Chan, be careful!" When Xiao Chan felt the killing chi, he wanted to circulate the blue dragon cloud soaring art to dodge. However, he discovered that the essence in his body had already dried up. There was nothing left. He was startled. Bang! Lu Ruyue flew over at lightning speed and used her palm to block Song Kei's peak martial king strike for Xiao Chan. Pu ci. There was an insurmountable difference between an inferior grade martial king and a peak martial king. Furthermore, this was a peak strike that Song Kei had stored up power for a long time. Lu Ruyue vomited a large mouthful of blood. She felt an intense pain in her chest as she flew backwards. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly sank. He quickly caught Lu Ruyue and placed his hand on her pulse. He sent a strand of spiritual sense into her, and discovered that her heart meridians were shattered. Her life force was rapidly draining away. The sudden turn of events caused everyone present to be in a daze. They had never expected things to turn out like this. "Xiao Chun, don't be rash," Lu Ruyue said weakly as she lay in Xiao Chen's embrace. Her complexion was pale. It was like lightning struck Xiao Chen's mind. His eyes turned scarlet, and the scarlet throne in his sea of consciousness trembled continuously. Strands of scarlet state of massacre spread out. When Xiao Chan turned his head back, he saw that Song Kei was still unwilling to let go. He was rushing towards him, trying to kill him. Seeking death. Xiao Chan felt a chill in his heart. Killing chi filled his entire body. The blue dragon tattoo on his right arm started to move quickly. A horrifying energy accumulated continuously. After a while, the vivid tattoo came to life. A realistic blue dragon coiled around Xiao Chen's arm. Roar! A dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. The white clouds in the sky were scattered. The holy might of an ancient holy beast spread throughout the drill grounds. Song Kei, who bore the brunt of it, had a drastic change in expression. Chapter 363. Song Kei felt an overwhelming holy might pressing down on him like a small mountain. The martial spirit in his body trembled continuously, and his essence became unstable. He could not even walk properly. Before Song Kei could react, he was struck by the blue dragon. The clothes in front of his chest were torn apart, and a bloody hole the size of a bowl appeared. His body flew back 100 meters. The blue dragon circled around and returned to Xiao Chen's arm. Its luster was dim, leaving only a blurry image. On the platform, the Silent Phoenix's Passion Palace's Elder Yan's expression changed greatly when he saw the Azure True Dragon. He exclaimed in his heart, "Blue Dragon Martial Spirit. How can it be the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit?" Xiao Chan took a few steps and arrived before the heavily injured Song Quebec. His eyes were bloodshot as he lifted Song Kei up with a sullen expression. "Song Kei, I have no enmity with you. You are a bona fide peak martial king. Yet you have tried to kill me time and time again. I have tolerated you until now, yet you are still unwilling to let me off." Xiao Chan continued to question Song Kei as he grabbed him by the collar. "Don't kill me. I am the Biyun Peak's Peak Master. If you kill me, you will die as well," Song Kei said with a horrified expression. The fear of death in his heart caused him to give up all his dignity. "Xiao Chun, stop." The first elder, Jiang Qi, shouted from the platform. No matter what, Song Kei was the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's peak master. He could not die in the hands of an outsider. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him. He clenched his right hand and punched, turning Song Kei's head into mush. Lu Ruyue's heart meridians were shattered because of him. She had a slim chance of survival. No matter who pleaded on her behalf, Xiao Chun had to kill this person. Hu Qi. A red light flashed on the platform. It flew over at lightning speed and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chun. "Old thing, if you dare to come any closer, I dare you," a delicate voice shouted. Just as Elder Yan's palm strike was about to land on Xiao Chun, a fiery red meteor descended from the sky. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that it was a golden spear with a golden dragon formed from pure golden flames coiling around its body. Sensing danger, Elder Yan immediately stopped what he was doing. When he saw the item clearly, his expression changed drastically. A subdivine weapon, the Grand Sovereign Spear, and a complete dragon flame. Is the Qin Emperor here? Retreat. Without any hesitation, Elder Yan's body flickered as he retreated. His speed was inconceivably fast. However, that long spear followed him like a shadow, hot on his heels. Everywhere the spear passed, a visible black hole appeared in space. The dragon flame circling the spear burned fiercely, expanding the black hole rapidly. My life is over, Elder Yan thought to himself in despair as he looked at the spear that he could not dodge. Dang! Just when he was in complete despair, there was a sudden fluctuation in space. Elder Luo, who was in the reincarnation well, appeared out of thin air with 7 people. Shoving Elder Yan aside, Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly on the Grand Imperial Spear, which could easily tear through space, and a formless shockwave appeared beneath his feet. Xiao Chun diverted the boundless force of the spear into nothingness, displaying his strong control skills. Ying Yu, who had descended from the sky, stretched out her hand and retrieved the Grand Imperial Spear. Elder Luo, that person is the inheritor of the Blue Dragon martial spirit, Elder Yan, who had narrowly escaped death, said as he looked at Xiao Chun. Elder Luo waved his hand and said, "I know. There is no need to say anything more. Don't bother yourself with this matter." Boom! 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 The hidden Heavenly Saber Pavilion's supreme elders all revealed themselves at this moment. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up when he saw Shen Manjun among them. Xiao Chun immediately carried Lu Ruyue and ran over. He said anxiously, "Martial Grand Aunt, please save Ruyue. She is about to die." Shen Manjun sighed gently and said, "I owe you a favor. Furthermore, Lu Ruyue is the son of an old friend. No matter what, I have to save her." When Xiao Chun heard this, his expression relaxed. He said, "Martial Grand Aunt, can she be saved?" With a flip of her palm, Shen Manjun took out a medicinal pill and fed it to Lu Ruyue. The medicinal pill melted in her mouth. Soon, Lu Ruyue's life force started to recover. She is still in time. This is Jade Maiden Peak's rank 9 medicinal pill for treating injuries. It can protect her from death, Shen Manjun said calmly as she infused a strand of gentle essence into the medicinal pill to speed up its effects. When Lu Ruyue and the others heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Ruyue did not die, it was fine. "Xiao Chun, you killed my Heavenly Saber Pavilion's peak master Song Quebec. You should be executed according to the sect rules. However, Song Kei attacked a fellow disciple first. That is also a capital offense. Your contributions offset your mistakes. From today onwards, you are not allowed to take half a step into my Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Do you agree?" Shen Manjun said softly after Lu Ruyue's condition stabilized. Although she was not the sect master, she was the most senior. To a certain extent, her words held more weight than Jiang Qi's. "Idiot, why are you still not agreeing? She is protecting you. Can't you see that the people from the Holy Land are glaring at you?" Just as Xiao Chun was about to retort, Lu Ruyue's voice rang out in his mind. He could only nod and say, "I promise Martial Grand Aunt that I will not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the future." Shen Manjun nodded gently and looked at Elder Luo. "Elder Luo, what do you think?" The Phoenix's Passion Palace's inner core elder scolded Elder Yan, who had sent a voice projection. He smiled gently and said, "Elder Shen is too polite. This is a private matter of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It has nothing to do with the Phoenix's Passion Palace. I only hope that your young pavilion master will go to the Holy Land as promised." Since Lu Ruyue was fine, Xiao Chun relaxed. Just because he did not take half a step into the Heavenly Saber Pavilion did not mean he would not return. When his strength reached a certain level, he would definitely bring Lu Riyue away from this place. He would not forget this promise. After bidding farewell to everyone, Xiao Chun especially thanked Princess Yingyu. Then he slowly led Bai out. Xiao Chun did not know when he would return after leaving this time. However, he would definitely return. This was because he had to complete the promise. After Xiao Chun was far away, Elder Luo walked over to Yingyu and smiled. "Little girl, you are very similar to your grandfather. You are equally tyrannical. Unfortunately, your strength is far inferior." Yingyu grasped the Grand Imperial Spear tightly and smiled faintly. "Then do you want to give it a try?" Elder Luo smiled gently, ignoring Yingyu's mockery. "Go back and tell your grandfather that he still lost this time." As Yingyu watched the people of the Phoenix's Passion Palace leave, she thought to herself, as long as Xiao Chun is still around, we have not lost. Following the departure of several important figures, the crowd on the drill ground also left the place. The Holy Land selection was completely ruined. However, the cultivators who came did not feel any regrets. Witnessing the start of a legend was a form of luck. Not long after, the noble clans on the platform left as well. The previously bustling drill grounds became quiet once more. Even the most glorious and grand occasion would come to an end. Jiang Qi sighed to himself and led the Heavenly Saber Pavilion elders away from this place. However, no one would have guessed that the end of this event was the beginning of the glorious stage of the Tianwu continent. The true curtains had just been drawn. Shihe Province, in a tavern on a desolate road. This was the only road from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to the Black Dragon River. Aside from the Devil Savannah, there were many cultivators coming and going. In this desolate wilderness, the only tavern within 500 kilometers became a good place for many cultivators to stop and rest. The tavern was not big. It did not even have a main floor. It was just a building with a bedroom and kitchen. There were a few tables outside and a simple signboard by the side of the road. However, business was very good. Out of the few tables, only one was empty. The rest were occupied by cultivators on their way. Outside the tavern, there was a white-clothed girl about 14 or 15 years old. She had a pretty face and held a wine gourd in her hand. She smiled at the tavern owner and said, "Boss, fill up my gourd with some wine." The tavern owner was an old man over 50 years old. When he saw the girl's pure face and her charming smile, he immediately became distracted. After a long time, he recovered his wits. He took out a funnel and placed it on the mouth of the gourd. Then, he picked up a ladle from the wine jar and slowly poured the wine. When the girl smelled the fragrant wine, her cute eyes squinted. She smiled and said, "Thank you, boss. Fill up more." The tavern owner smiled and said, "No problem. I guarantee I will fill it up to the brim. This little one has always done business honestly. I will not skimp on weight." However, after filling up the gourd for a while, the tavern owner started muttering to himself, "Why does this small gourd look like it is not full?" When he looked down, he discovered that the gourd was completely filled. There was no sign of it leaking out. At a table at the side, there was a white-clothed youth eating. There was a blue strip of cloth wrapped around his head. He had fair skin and a delicate and handsome appearance. When he saw this scene, his expression changed and he nearly spat out the food in his mouth. He quickly ran over and picked up the gourd. Then he handed over a piece of gold and said, "Boss, there is no need to fill it up. This gold word is a reward for you." "Thank you, young hero." When the tavern owner saw the gold word, a smile bloomed on his face. However, he still muttered to himself, "Strange, it is such a small gourd. Why is it not full?" The white-clothed youth smiled bitterly to himself. "It would be strange if you could fill it up. This wine gourd is a small spatial magic treasure that I specially refined. It would be more than enough to fill a 100-meter-wide pool of water. There would be no problem." Needless to say, these two people were naturally Xiao Chun and Bai, who had left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun boarded the silver warship and quickly left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's territory. He recuperated in a small city for half a month before continuing on his journey. In the current Great Qin nation, aside from two people who could fight with Xiao Chan, there was no one else worthy of him going all out. In the Tianwu continent there were 5 great nations. Not to mention the strongest, the Great Jin nation, whose spirit veins had not changed much. As for the other 4 nations, the Great Tang nation, Chu nation, Xia nation, and Qin nation, the Great Qin nation was the weakest. The spiritual energy in their nation was also the thinnest. They only had 3 large sections. As for the other 3 nations, each of them had at least 4 or 5 sects that could rival the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. As for the Great Jin nation, it went without saying. Xiao Qin's vision had never been limited to the Great Qin nation. From the very start, he had set his sights on the entire continent. Thus it was imperative for him to go abroad. The Tianwu continent was vast and boundless. Aside from the 5 great nations, there was also the mysterious and chaotic ancient desolate land, the 100,000 great mountains occupied by the barbarians in the north, and the countless small nations occupied by the ancient races. Chapter 364. Just the continent itself was already boundless, not to mention the countless islands of various sizes in the boundless sea, the ice continent in the extreme north, and the legendary fiery abyss where the sun rose. The world was so big, many people could not even travel half of it in their entire lives. Perhaps one was a super genius of a nation. However, when one left the nation, one might discover that one was still as insignificant as a speck of dust. Xiao Chun maintained a humble and calm heart. No matter what the outside world said, no matter how talented he was or what his future prospects were, they were all empty in Xiao Chun's eyes. Only the strength that he truly grasped was the most real. He could not allow the words of the outside world to affect his heart. He had to be calm, not worried, not confused, not afraid, not arrogant. Didn't I tell you not to use this bottle gourd to buy wine? Why don't you listen? Xiao Chun said as he gently patted Bai's head. Bai lowered her head and said with some grievance, "However, the other bottle gourds are really small. They are gone after I take 2 sips. Xiao Chun shook his head helplessly. There was nothing he could do about this girl who loved to drink. He closed the bottle gourd and handed it back to her. He said, "This will not happen again. This time, you are not allowed to drink it before night falls." Bai smiled happily as she received the bottle gourd. Then she tied it to her waist. She nodded seriously and said, "Bai will not drink it. I promise I will not drink it." After leaving money for the food on the table, Xiao Chun led Bai down the main road. Not long after Xiao Chun left, one of the cultivators at another table said, "That youth earlier seems to be the recently famous white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Could he be going there for the treasure as well?" Another person smiled and said, "You are overthinking it. Now, wearing white robes and a blue strip of cloth on his head is already a common attire for bladesmen. I have not seen a bladesman who did not dress like that." Another person smiled and said, "Indeed. Back then, during the battle in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, I did not see any bladesman who did not dress like this. I can only say that Xiao Chun is too famous now. There are too many people following him. Don't overthink it." Maybe I am overthinking things. Recently, I have indeed seen many white-robed bladesmen with blue strips of cloth on their heads. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue on our way after we finish eating, the first person to speak said. On a silver warship in the sky, a strong wind blew against the clouds as it advanced rapidly. Xiao Chun was in the cabin carefully looking at a map. The map showed the topography of the Shihe River and the coastal areas in detail. Every mountain, river, and town was marked in detail. Beside the large map was a small map that was flashing with spiritual light. It was the treasure map that Xiao Chun had obtained that day. According to Fatso, the location of the treasure was an island overseas. The island was surrounded by churning waves all year round. Martial monarch experts would not be able to enter. That was because the martial sage from back then had changed the laws of heaven and earth outside the island. Even after 1,000 years, the changed laws had not recovered. There would be a period of time every 2 years when the huge waves would be much smaller. This would allow martial kings to enter. Calculating the time, this was the period of time when one could pass through the huge waves. After leaving the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun did not have a clear destination. Since he had such a treasure map in his hands, he intended to give it a try and see if it was a fortuitous encounter for him. After comparing the map, Xiao Chun muttered, "It looks like the river on the treasure map is really the Black Dragon River in the Shihe province. The sea route marked on the red line should be the route to the island. Bai, who was sitting at the stern, looked at the focused Xiao Chun. Occasionally, she would sneakily remove the bottle gourd at her waist and take a sip. Her face would turn red, looking very alluring. Xiao Chun saw all this clearly with his spiritual sense. However, he could only smile helplessly. He held the treasure map in his hand and studied it for a while. Xiao Chun's hand slowly slid over the treasure map until he reached the island closest to the treasure. This island was called Green Wind Island. It was twice the size of Shiha City. It was a very famous transit island that led to the depths of the boundless sea in the west of the continent. Merchant ships that wanted to go to the boundless sea would stop at this island to resupply before they left. Bai stopped drinking. "We have to go down and take a ship," Xiao Chun said softly after putting away the map. Bai blushed slightly and stood up. She nodded gently and smiled. "And I got it. If they wanted to go to Green Wind Island, they would have to take another merchant ship. Controlling the silver warship for such a long distance would be very taxing on their mental and physical strength." Xiao Chun stored Bai in the spirit blood jade and returned the silver warship to his right eye. Then he quickly descended from the sky. Soon a small city appeared in his vision. This small city was the end of the desolate road. Because there was a port near the Black Dragon River, although the city was small, it was bustling with activity. There was a huge flow of people. Xiao Chun landed firmly on the ground and paid the entrance fee. Then, he immediately rushed to the port outside the city. There were many large merchant ships anchored at the port. After he heard about a merchant ship preparing to go to the depths of the boundless sea, Xiao Chun immediately rushed over. "So you are going to Greenwind Island. Hand over 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Otherwise, there is no need for further discussion," the person who negotiated with Xiao Chun said indifferently. "Strange, why is it so expensive? I remember that I only had to pay some gold to borrow a ship in the past. Now, I actually have to pay 100 inferior grade spirit stones." It was not that Xiao Chun did not have 100 inferior grade spirit stones. However, he did not want to be a spendthrift. So, he prepared to ask another merchant ship. The waiter on the ship smiled and said, "Stop looking. The other merchant ships charge the same price. Even if you walk to the next port, it will still be the same price." There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. Xiao Chun felt suspicious and stopped. He took out 150 inferior grade spirit stones and said, "The remaining 50 are for you. Tell me why the price increased collectively." When the waiter received the extra 50 inferior grade spirit stones, a smile immediately bloomed on his face. He explained, "It is because of the treasure map passed down in the Devil's Savannah. I heard that a fatso obtained the treasure map in the Devil's Savannah. He took it to the auction house in the ancient desolate land and made a huge profit. Then he made 1,000 copies of it and sold them. Now the treasure map has become a common item. The first person who auctioned it became a spendthrift. It is not only our great Qin nation. Many cultivators from the Great Tang Nation, the Great Xia Nation, and the Great Chu Nation all obtained the treasure map. Hence, more people went to the Green Wind Island." Speaking up to this point, Xiao Chun understood what was going on. He smiled to himself. The treasure map that I treated as a treasure has already become a common item. However, given Fatso's character, he would be able to do something like this. He had suffered too much in the Devil's Savannah. If he did not earn some money, he would not stop. When the waiter arrived at the bow of the ship, Xiao Chun immediately felt countless strong auras. He saw 100 cultivators sitting on the deck. Half of them were peak martial saints. The rest were martial kings. Half were medial grade martial kings, and there were a few superior grade martial kings. Xiao Chun carefully scanned the place with his spiritual sense and discovered a peak superior grade martial king. He had hidden his aura and was silently hiding in the crowd. It looked like it was as the waiter said. Everyone knew about the secret of the treasure map. As long as they were strong, they would want to try their luck. Another bladesman who follows Xiao Chun. Why do so many people like to imitate him? Do they think that just because they wear white robes and a blue strip of cloth they are experts? When the few cultivators saw Xiao Chun boarding the warship, they mocked him with mocking laughter. Xiao Chun looked up and saw many bladesmen on the ship dressed like him. White robes, sabers at their waists, and a blue strip of cloth tied around their heads. Xiao Chun could only selectively ignore the words of those people. In such a situation, Xiao Chun could accept it. At least he did not have to worry about exposing his identity. Xiao Chun smiled gently and led the waiter to a room in the ship's hold. He said, "Help me prepare a good double room. It would be best if it was a big one." "Young hero, this is your first time borrowing a ship, right? We are not a passenger ship but a merchant ship, so—" Before the waiter could finish speaking, Xiao Chun tossed him 1,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Then, he took out 100 inferior-grade spirit stones and said, "The big one is for your leader and the small one is for you." The waiter immediately smiled and said, "Young hero really knows the rules. With spirit stones everything is easy. A double room, right? I will give you the biggest one. Please wait for a while." Xiao Chun was very clear on whether there were any empty rooms on the merchant ship. However, aside from doing meritorious deeds for the merchant ship, he could only use spirit stones to establish a connection. Inferior-grade spirit stones were not very useful for Xiao Chun's cultivation. He could only use them to recover his spiritual energy. Even if he spent them, it would not be a waste. Not long later, the waiter ran back and led Xiao Chun to the second floor of the ship. He found a large guest room for him. "Young hero, if there is anything you need, feel free to instruct me. This little one will be waiting for you." This waiter already treated Xiao Chun as the young master of a big clan. He was still thinking of getting more benefits. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He knew what the waiter was thinking. He handed over 10 inferior-grade spirit stones and said, "You can withdraw first. I will call you if there is anything. Don't disturb me without my instructions." The shop assistant took the spirit stones and left in a joyful mood. After he closed the wooden door, Xiao Chun immediately let out Bai, who had been confined for a long time. The guest room was very big. It was more than enough for 2 people. After Xiao Chun reminded Bai not to run around, he took out a medial-grade spirit stone and entered a state of cultivation, preparing to break through to superior-grade martial saint at any time. After the consecutive battles at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the purple essence liquid in the Qi whirlpool in Xiao Chun's dantian had been stirring restlessly. This was the prelude to a breakthrough. Furthermore, after cultivating for the past few days, the distance between Xiao Chun and superior-grade martial king had been shrinking. Once the time was right, he would be able to smoothly advance to superior-grade martial saint. The many battles had given Xiao Chun a very clear understanding of his own strength. Xiao Chun's current combat prowess should be between peak medial-grade martial king and superior-grade martial king. He could defeat medial-grade martial kings and hold his own against superior-grade martial kings. However, he would not be a match for a peak superior-grade martial king. If he ran into a peak superior-grade martial king, it would be best to retreat early. Chapter 365. As for those within the martial saint realm, Xiao Chun could be said to be unrivaled. Xiao Chun was even confident of defeating a Holy Land Corps disciple. This port was in the middle reaches of the Black Dragon River. There was still a long way to go before it reached the estuary. Furthermore, merchant ships could not travel at full speed in the river. Hence they were not very fast. Xiao Chun did not go out. Every day aside from eating, he spent all his time cultivating. The spiritual energy in the world below the mountain was very thin. Every 2 days, he would have to expend a medial-grade spirit stone. Xiao Chun did not lack medial-grade spirit stones. He used more than 30,000 contribution points to exchange for more than 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones. In addition to the spirit stones he obtained from selling the demonic cores, he now had more than 9,000 medial-grade spirit stones. As long as he could increase his cultivation speed, he would not feel any heartache. 2 months later, the purple Qi whirlpool in Xiao Chun's body suddenly spun quickly. The spiritual energy in the medial-grade spirit stone in his hand flowed into his body like a river. Dida! Dida! The purple essence liquid dripped continuously from the Qi whirlpool. Soon it filled the interior of the Qi whirlpool. All of Xiao Chun's pores, flesh, and bones felt swollen. After a while, the Qi whirlpool exploded and his dantian turned chaotic. Streams of air gushed out from Xiao Chun's body. Instantly, the air in the entire room surged, forming small tornadoes. An extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout Xiao Chun's body. The essence circulating in his meridians was denser and purer than before. Did I break through? With a thought, Xiao Chun sent his consciousness into his dantian. He saw that the purple qi whirlpool was twice as large as before. Previously it could have been filled with purple liquid. Now it barely filled half of it. Xiao Chun successfully broke through. After more than 4 months, Xiao Chun finally advanced from peak medial grade martial saint to superior grade martial saint. Revealing a faint smile, Xiao Chun circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. The purple essence immediately circulated a small cycle through the 9 major meridians. Then, it started to circulate in the minor meridians around the major meridians. With this advancement, he had opened several dozen new minor meridians. One of them was for cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. The more minor meridians there were, the more essence would circulate in the purple thunder divine incantation's 6th layer. An hour later, the purple essence qi finally began to circulate through all the meridians. The essence qi in the 9 main meridians gathered into tiny streams that gathered in the purple qi whirlpool. The qi whirlpool slowly stopped after it was mostly filled. All it needed was a great cycle and it would be. However, Xiao Chun did not continue to circulate his energy. He opened his eyes and 2 beams of purple light flashed in them, radiating sharpness. Elder brother Xiao Chun, you have his qi. Chun Xiao Chun's spirit. Xiao Chun waved his hand and sucked in all the flowing purple energy into his body. He stood up and smiled faintly. And I have not gone out for a month. You must be feeling stifled. After passing through the corridor, the 2 of them arrived at the bow of the ship. At this moment the sun had just risen. The faint light of the sun cast a golden shadow on the surface of the river. The sky had just brightened. The many cultivators on the deck were walking around the side of the ship. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and chatted with each other. After not coming out for more than a month, Xiao Chun felt the breeze from the river. His mind relaxed and his mind felt much better. Xiao Chun had not come out for more than a month. When he felt the breeze from the river, his mind relaxed, and his mind felt much better. After traveling for more than a month, a huge tributary suddenly appeared on the river in front. Many merchant ships turned around and sailed into the tributary. After traveling for half a day, a huge tributary suddenly appeared in front of them. Many merchant ships turned around and sailed into the tributary. Xiao Chun had seen the map before. He knew that this tributary led to the most chaotic place in the continent, the ancient desolate land. The ancient desolate land was very large. It was about half the size of the Great Qin nation. If one included some desolate and uninhabited places, it would be about the same size as the Great Qin nation. The center of the ancient desolate land was the capital of the Tianwu dynasty. It was once the most glorious city in the continent. Unfortunately, after the dynasty was destroyed, the dragon vein that the Tianwu emperor had laid dormant for 10,000 years was split into 9. The ancient desolate land became an extremely dangerous place. As a result, the spiritual energy of the ancient desolate land was extremely dense. However, no empire moved their capital there. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts. Since they were already here, it would not be long before they set sail. Soon, the merchant ship would leave the Tianwu continent and reach the coastal waters. We are about to reach the Thunder King Valley. After we pass the Thunder King Valley, we will leave the Tianwu continent, a cultivator suddenly said. Another companion sighed and said, ever since the Thunder King, there have been no more peak experts in the Great Qin nation. They have really declined. I wonder if there will be someone like the Thunder King after 1,000 years. That bladesman who appeared in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, not long ago, might be able to recreate the glory of the Thunder King. He defeated so many noble clan geniuses in one go. He is the only one in the past 100 years to do so. In this era there are many geniuses. When things reach an extreme they will move in the opposite direction. The continent that has been silent for 1,000 years will definitely rise again. Even within the Great Qin nation, the geniuses of those noble clans are not weak. There is also Lung Liusu, who became an inferior grade martial king at the age of 17. There is also Chu Chaoyun, who has not revealed his true strength yet. There are also some geniuses from the military who spend most of their time on the battlefield in the imperial capital. They are not inferior to the era of 1,000 years ago. As for the experts of the other nations, there are even more of them. As far as I know, there are at least 100 people who are not weaker than Xiao Chan. Furthermore, this does not include the geniuses of the Great Gene Nation. Naturally, the geniuses of the Great Gene Nation are not included. They are not in the same world as us. How can we compare? We might be able to see these geniuses on the Green Wind Island this time. I heard that the other nations also have treasure maps of the Devil Savannah. Someone on the bow of the warship mentioned the Thunder King. The entire deck immediately became lively. These knowledgeable cultivators started to discuss the geniuses of the various nations. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. He pricked up his ears and listened attentively. 1,000 years ago, which was the era of the Thunder King, there were many geniuses in the various nations. There were countless capable people. After the destruction of the Tianwu dynasty, the world of cultivators reached its peak. All sorts of dazzling genius cultivators emerged like pearls. The Thunder King rose up like a comet in such an era. He swept through all the geniuses in the world until he became one of the few people who stood at the top of the pyramid of the continent. After the fall of the Thunder King, that glorious era slowly came to an end. The world of cultivators started to decline. There were very few peak experts and the various geniuses were no longer as dazzling as before. However, there seemed to be some signs now. It was like a glorious era was slowly budding. The morning sun had already risen above everyone's heads. The sunlight became unusually intense. A majestic canyon appeared in the distance. Everyone stopped talking as they looked at the canyon in the distance with reverence in their eyes. The canyon was a few thousand meters tall. It stood on both sides of the Black Dragon River. It was like two swords piercing into the sky. Clouds shrouded the peak. When the merchant ship arrived before the canyon, it slowed down. After entering the canyon, the sky immediately turned dark. Everyone on the deck fell silent. Only the sound of splashing waves could be heard on the quiet surface of the river. Everyone even seemed to hold their breath. What's going on? Xiao Chun looked suspiciously at the canyon on both sides. The moment he looked around, he was thoroughly shocked. The canyon towered into the clouds. There was a huge statue of a person carved on it. This person was very lifelike and had a resolute expression. He wore tight robes and had a sword at his waist. He looked at the distant sea. The statue was carved in the canyon's vein. It was 1 kilometer long and looked like it would soar into the sky. It gave off a majestic aura that could swallow the mountains and rivers. Associating the name of the canyon with the Thunder Emperor Valley, everyone was able to guess the identity of the person carved on the canyon. Rumble! Suddenly, endless thunder roared in the clear sky. When everyone looked up, they saw dark clouds churning in the sky. There seemed to be a vast army moving in them. The aura was overwhelming, and bolts of lightning occasionally tore through the sky. The berserk will of thunder reverberated in the canyon. This made everyone feel a horrifying pressure. It was like the next bolt of lightning would strike them, destroying their soul and dying without a complete corpse. When Bai saw the horrifying lightning in the sky, he seemed to think of the lightning from his tribulation. He paled in fright and hugged Xiao Chun tightly, unwilling to let go. Elder brother Xiao Chun, Bai is so scared. When Xiao Chun felt the trembling Bai in his embrace, he used his hand to cover Bai's mouth. He whispered, "Don't be afraid. Don't make a sound." This was the will of thunder, the purest will of thunder. Even after 1,000 years, it still inspired fear in people, not daring to move. No wonder the cultivators on the deck did not speak after entering the canyon. They were probably afraid of offending this supreme will and getting punished. Xiao Chun looked up at the boundless thunderclouds in the sky. He felt a strange sense of familiarity. The lunar shadow saber at his waist trembled continuously. It seemed very excited, like it would jump out at any moment. Xiao Chun used one hand to press down on the lunar shadow saber, preventing others from noticing anything strange. "Ao Jiao, did you feel it as well?" Xiao Chun thought somewhat sadly. Under this supreme will of thunder, he felt an insurmountable gap between him and the Thunder King. Unexpectedly, a will from 1,000 years ago was still so strong. If he faced the Thunder King, he wondered if he would have the courage to stand up straight. The canyon was very dark. The merchant ship seemed to have traveled for a very long time. When it charged out of the canyon, the sunlight shone on everyone again. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. When they turned their heads back to look at the deep canyon, they felt a lingering fear. Xiao Chun let go of Bai and said, "Bai, don't be afraid. We are already out." Bai recovered some color on his face. He reluctantly came out of Xiao Chen's embrace and said, "Bai is no longer afraid. Elder brother Xiao Chen's embrace is the safest."